The next morning, Ed is summoned to the dean's office for an investigation into the recent events. The dean questions him about Professor Glast's motives for kidnapping him, how Ed managed to escape without bringing Ayla along, and his unexpected involvement with Taylor's group. Ed explains everything him about his actions during the event, his encounters with Janica and Lortel, and how they worked together to resolve the dangerous situations. After hearing the full account, the dean pauses, observing Ed carefully. He expresses some suspicion, pointing out how Ed seems to know a lot while claiming to know very little. However, after reviewing Ed's past reports, including the Ophelis Hall incident and the recent Glast event, the dean acknowledges Ed's exceptional talent. Apologizing for the Academy's negligence and the suffering Ed endured, he decides to reward him. To Ed's surprise, instead of focusing solely on the report about the recent incident, the dean pulls out Ed's entire report card. After their conversation, Ed is dismissed from the office. Outside, Janica approaches Ed with a cheerful smile, asking if he's okay or if he's hurt. Ed, concerned about her, asks the same. Janica assures him she's fine, brushing off his concerns by saying her injuries are only minor rashes. As her spirit bird chirps something in her ear, Janica asks if Ed is really okay, or if he's hiding any pain. Ed, reflecting on everything that happened, tells Janica that he realized something during the event, that she is always the one working tirelessly to help, and often ends up suffering in the process. Feeling guilty, Ed apologizes for taking her kindness for granted and unintentionally causing her pain. Janica, initially trying to cheer him up, suddenly grows worried. She stops him and admits she lies and isn't hurt at all, as she only pretending to be injured to get his attention. Ed is surprised but quickly reassures her, revealing something unexpected, that starting next semester, he will be living in Dex's hall, same where Janica lives. The dean rewarded him with proper student housing, allowing him to finally leave the wilderness behind. Hearing this, Janica's face lights up with excitement as she congratulates him with genuine happiness. Later, Ed returns to his hut, feeling a mix of relief and nostalgia. Although he has grown fond of his small hut and the peaceful woods, the idea of living a normal student life feels like a significant change. As he approaches the door, ready to rest, something unexpected happens. Lucy suddenly crashes in front of his door, landing behind him. Surprised, Ed turns to face her, wondering what brings her here this time. Meanwhile, in a dream, Lucy walks through the woods and realizes she's no longer on Arkan Island, but in the northern Ramelin mountain range, where she grew up. She wonders why she's dreaming of her childhood now, but decides to go to her old house to see her father's face regardless. When she steps in, she finds him on a rocking chair in a house filled with cobwebs. However, when he turns to face her, his face is deformed, and he demands to know why she didn't save him when she had the chance. She soon realizes she's having a nightmare and wakes up. After getting up, her maid arrives to prepare her for school. Oddly, Lucy doesn't respond, but instead uses high-level spatial magic because, for some reason, she feels an urgent need to go to the northern forest immediately. She lands on the roof of Ed Rothstaylor's cabin and watches as he walks toward the house after speaking with the principal. Finally, a smile crosses her face as she feels an unexplainable sense of relief. Suddenly, she overhears Ed talking about how his camping life is about to end, causing her to slip off the roof and land in front of him. Meanwhile, a professor named Flurben teaches his students how unpredictable cats are. They let you think you've gotten close to them, but once you try to pet them, they act aloof and distant. However, when you lose interest and get busy, they become clingy. Professor Flurben explains to the students who want a cat-type familiar that the best way to attract one is to act indifferent, which will make them approach first. The ladies in the class laugh about how this is even harder than dating, while the ecology class on cat creatures continues. These lectures are very popular, and most students have good grades, but Ed's were initially among the lower ranks. However, he soon got ahead in his preparation and ensured his notes were better than everyone else's. After class ends, Professor Flurben calls Ed to his office to inform him about the Academy's scholarship program. It's a system where students contribute to academic tasks in exchange for tuition discounts. The professor recommends that Ed consider it while he pets his snake. When Ed asks what kind of tasks he'd be doing, Flurben smirks and vaguely says he'll handle various academic duties, including assisting Assistant Professor Claire. Claire already has a capable assistant named Annis, but the workload is too much, so there's work to do, including semester-end evaluations, academic society agendas, and freshman class assignment tests. Flurben reminds him not to be too strict when dealing with the freshmen. Ed then realizes that someone he knows will be among them when the professor continues talking about the new students. Meanwhile, Lortel appraises the sage's sealed grimoire, now in her possession, and senses its immense magical resonance. She wonders if it's wise to sell the grimoire to Crepin Rothstaylor, the head of the Rothstaylor family, recalling that Ed desperately begged her not to let Crepin have it. She finds herself in a dilemma, considering that she originally bought the grimoire to resell it, Yet she also recognizes that she needs to be more ruthless in her business dealings. She gazes once more at the message she received from Ed about how he'd do anything for her if he could obtain the sage's grimoire purchase certificate, which ultimately changes her mind. Additionally, she considers signing up for a special winter break class at the end of the semester to keep herself occupied since Janica, Ed, and Lucy will also be busy. However, as she prepares to sign the documents, she hesitates, feeling uneasy. Back at the cabin, Lucy notifies Ed that they're running out of firewood and asks why he hasn't been hunting lately. He's surprised that she's saying something productive, which is unlike her usual lazy self. Although it's true that he has been neglecting camp activities, and that's because he's thinking of moving to Dex Hall. If that happens, he won't see Lucy as often, though he hopes it turns out well. While they're walking around the compound, Janica arrives after one of her classes gets cancelled and decides to rest in the cabin. She takes a seat and pushes Lucy away, stating that they won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts, so she has to come as often as possible. She explains that she really enjoys spending time there, and it's a bit sad that it's coming to an end. She also adds that she hopes Ed calls her if he eventually decides to move to Dex Hall since she can help him with anything he needs. She keeps talking about how they'll see each other more, how they should eat together in the cafeteria, and how she can show him around the hall. While she's talking, Ed takes out the key that Professor Glast gave him before he passed away, and considers that it's time to unlock the secret vault in the library that the late professor mentioned. While he's lost in thought, Janica hands him an application form for Dex Hall, warning him that he might miss his chance if he applies late. Surprised, Ed thanks her for her thoughtfulness, and she urges him to fill it out with her. While she's speaking, Lucy stands between them, looking tense. She signals for Janica to stop and then turns to Ed, insisting that he not move to Dex Hall. That moment marks the beginning of an intense rivalry between the two ladies. Shortly after, while Janica helps Ed increase his spirit and mana resonance, she can't help but notice Lucy glaring at her, making her wonder if she did something wrong. However, Ed's magic power keeps increasing until he decides it's time to try intermediate magic. During that time, Lucy keeps clinging to him everywhere he goes and continues to be particularly hostile toward Janica, but her hostility seems more like fear than resentment. Eventually, Ed realizes that intermediate magic is much harder than he expected when he fails to grasp the basics, despite practicing all day. Suddenly, Lucy approaches him and asks what he plans to do once she leaves. He explains that he needs to run an errand and check the fireplace, something he wouldn't have to worry about if he moved into Dex Hall. Without warning, she kneels in front of him and proposes that they go together. Shortly after, they both create a secret entrance through the top of the school library, and Ed uses a rope to get down. While entering, he asks Lucy why she followed him to a place like this. She doesn't reply but insists that she could have helped him with magic. However, he refuses because he needs to know how to get down himself since he won't be able to take everything there all at once. Eventually, they find the secret safe and Ed tries the key. After opening it, a bright light bursts out and he sees something spectacular inside. Not long after, Ed climbs back up and recalls that it's almost time for Lortel to send the magic engineering item he requested. The object they found is a legendary rank magic tool known as Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, which can distort the timeline to bring the magic one possesses in the future into the present. Being able to use his future magical abilities means Ed can access high-level magic right now. However, depending on how much magic he borrows, he'll be unable to fight for a while. He realizes it's wise not to use it impulsively, but only when he's driven into a corner. Another way he could use it is for a spirit contract, just like Janica, who can command countless spirits because of her vast magic reserves. Beginners like him only have 1 or 2 slots and must practice to communicate with low-ranked spirits due to their limited magic capacity. Temporarily increasing his maximum magic ability means he'll be able to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but there may be risks. Lucy wonders why Glass didn't act differently since he had the time to create something like that. But Ed reminds her that it's all in the past. He believes this is the most precious thing the professor could have left them, because he didn't have a habit of wasting time. This ring can break the barrier of talent known as maximum magic capacity, and must have been the reason the professor was researching magic engineering items. The reason he hid it until the very end was that it was supposed to be a gift for his daughter. When they get out, Lucy talks about how she usually only realizes the importance of something after it's gone, and she tells Ed she followed him because she had something to ask. Finally, with a solemn expression, she asks if he's going to Dex Hall and whether he can avoid going. Her words shock Ed because it must have been difficult for Lucy to say that. Eventually, he confesses that entering Dex Hall would make life more comfortable. After all, it's not normal to live outdoors in the cold winter. Lucy glumly agrees. Lucy sees the clouds in the sky and senses that it's going to rain, but it turns out to be little specks of snow, which is unusual for the weather. However, Ed mentions that he hasn't gathered enough firewood for the winter and asks Lucy for help. With a smirk, he watches as she jumps on him, realizing what he's saying. Excitedly, she asks if he means it, and he nods. He's completely adjusted to camp life. This is how the second act of the failed Swordsman of Sylvania game ended. It's now officially the third act, where the scale of the trials will grow. There's much to deal with, including Princess Phenia, who is aiming for the Student Council President position, and her clash with Lortel. Additionally, new enemies and main characters will enter as new students, and the final boss of the third act will be none other than Lucy Merrill herself. It won't be easy, but Ed decides to put aside his worries for a moment, hopeful that they will both be living well and staying healthy. He had never seen Lucy display such emotions in any scene or route while playing the game, so he's hopeful. Soon after, winter arrives in full force, and Ed spends half the day shoveling snow. He then begins cutting wood, determined to finish his chores quickly because he's been called for a student scholarship task. Eventually, Ed goes to meet Principal Obel to turn down the dorm privileges, but ends up receiving tuition privileges, which grant him more free time. However, he still can't just come home to rest because of Lucy. He's given up on throwing her out, not because she'd get cold, her protection magic ensures she won't, but because it would make him feel bad. Finally, he steps out to practice with the ring and attempts to contact Marilda, the guardian spirit of the forest. Meanwhile, Janica is lured to the Laplace bakery with high-quality refreshments by her friend Clara, as there was no other way to get her to come out, while Annis is also present. Clara immediately informs Janica that she thinks she is slowly approaching a dangerous line and has completely fallen under Ed's spell. Janica is shocked that Clara knows this, but Clara clarifies that she's not trying to stop her because her assessment of Ed has changed. She probes Janica by asking how fast her heart pounds and how nervous she gets when she's with him. After continuous probing, Janica confesses that she feels comfortable and snug around him. This further frustrates Clara, and she explains to Janica that she's heading for the worst possible ending in a dating relationship, becoming a comfortable girlfriend. Apparently, what frustrates Clara is that Janica is the only one showing emotion instead of making Ed desire her. She explains that following him around is a terrible approach to a relationship, and Janica's spirit friends give Clara a thumbs up for making a good point. However, Clara calms down and advises Janica to focus on activating Ed's desire to protect, rather than doing ridiculous things. While all this is happening, Annis watches silently as Clara dishes out solid advice she has gathered from her many friends' love stories. Clara is largely responsible for changing the negative perception people used to have of Ed, simply because he's the guy Janica likes. Everyone now seems to trust Ed, but Annis holds a different opinion. Sometime later, Annis returns to school and sees Professor Claire being scolded by the librarian for not returning a book on time. The scenario makes her feel that Claire has no dignity whatsoever, and she wonders how Claire ever became a professor. However, all the serious professors praise Claire's abilities. As Annis goes in to submit her report, a guy offers to help her carry it. Meanwhile, she reflects on how her assistance is the reason Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind but is terrible at work, has managed to handle all her important tasks. She thanks the guy but refuses the offer as she walks in. She is a second-year student in the magic faculty, and the reason the clumsy assistant professor's personal research lab is always clean. She drops the report on the table, along with some secret information about Ed that she collected at a rate akin to stalking, something that would have gotten her in trouble if she had been caught. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people know her true appearance, and to her, human relationships are like a game of switching masks. Since she has 20 minutes before the professor returns from getting snacks at the bakery, she analyzes all the details and information about Ed Rothstaylor. He is from the Rothstaylor family, the strongest family within the Cloel Empire, and is the only son, with 2 sisters. She reads more about Ed's birth and family history. When Annis was admitted, her family was unstable, and she had no choice but to fend for herself by working as a student teaching assistant and a scholarship student. She has great survival skills and even considers Lortel her role model. As she reviews Ed's family history again, she supposes that he must have been indoctrinated with a domineering mindset after growing up in a restrictive environment. She concludes that he is probably the kind of person who avoids responsibility and seeks a woman who will give him positive feedback to help him express himself. He would likely prefer a pretty woman, given that he has been surrounded by luxury all his life. Based on his history, he doesn't seem like someone who would appreciate a proactive woman, so she decides it's necessary for her to remain only adequate. Although he has changed a bit since his excommunication, she reasons that someone who has lived a certain way for dozens of years cannot change so easily. Regardless of whether he has become more hardworking, she believes he is still his arrogant self. After preparing a profile on Ed, she decides to practice embodying the kind of woman he might like, since they will be working together soon. Suddenly, Professor Claire bursts in with some confection she got from the bakery, but accidentally spills the tea that Annis had made for them. Fear grips her, as she expects Annis to react angrily, But instead, Annis asks if she's hurt, something completely unlike the Annis Claire knows. Not long after, in Lucy's room, Ed thanks the Academy's maid, Belle, for cleaning his uniform. Belle insists that it was nothing but notes that she has found many blonde hairs in Lady Lucy's clothes, and many white hairs in young Master Ed's clothing. She also asks Ed why he keeps speaking to her so formally, but he explains that it feels comfortable, especially since she is the Academy's chief maid and has many people to manage. Nonetheless, she insists that he has even more people to manage, referring to Lucy, Janica, and Lortel. Regardless, Belle offers to always do his laundry, no matter his decisions regarding the three ladies, especially since Ophelis Hall has been fully restored. When she mentions that 7 new students will be joining after the break, and one has already requested to move in, Ed realizes she is talking about Tanya Rothstaylor, his younger sister, and instantly dreads the upcoming break. Sometime later, Jix visits the cabin and informs Ed that he will be going to his hometown for the break to spend time with his best friend, Elka. Jix asks if Ed will be staying in camp for the entire break, and Ed replies that he will stay to learn how to use medium magic since he will be a 3rd year soon. However, Ed reminds him not to push himself too hard. When Ed notices that he can't sense any magic from Jix, he checks his temperature and asks if he trained past his limit. Ed, who had secretly used a ring, gives a vague answer. Jix then informs Ed that Aya has been asking about him and mentioned dragging Taylor over to apologize properly. However, Ed asks him to tell her that he doesn't want an apology because he isn't upset. Shortly after, since Jix is quite good at keeping secrets, Ed hands him some money to help hire manpower to organize Professor Glast's basement library. Jix responds that he doesn't need the money, as it's like training for him, and learns that Ed wants to use the library as a workshop. The next day, Annis welcomes the Academy's scholarship students on Assistant Professor Claire's behalf, as Claire has been awake for 2 days doing paperwork. Annis informs them that scholarship students mainly help prepare the class assignment exam for new students and supervise on the day of the exam. While she speaks, Ed recalls that Professor Glast used to handle this exam every year, but now Assistant Professor Claire will be responsible. Annis quickly assigns Clebius the equipment he requested from Trix Hall and hands another student, Onyx, some of Assistant Professor Claire's work. Finally, because she suspects that Ed looks like a player, especially since he is surrounded by so many girls, she decides to test him for Janica and Clara's sake. After conducting her research, she has created the perfect persona he might be attracted to in order to see if he can resist her seduction. She then informs him that he will accompany her to conduct the field survey. Ed and Annis head northwest to Oran Mountain to survey the field for the exam. While working, Annis mentions that she's tired and asks Ed if he is too. He proposes they take a break. In a cute, pretentious manner, she thanks him and commends his stamina and manners, which apparently dispel the misconceptions she had about him. When he asks what she's talking about, she explains that she's close to Janica and was worried Janica was spending time with a bad person, which was why she acted cold toward him. However, Ed replies that it's fine and that he doesn't care about that stuff. He comments that she must be tired from being a student TA and working so hard, but she seductively grabs his arm and replies that it's okay since he's here now. She starts talking about how she feels supported by his presence and shares that she was also excommunicated from her family, but had to support herself through school. Ed respects her strong ability to survive and solve problems that come her way, so he tells her not to be too distressed since she's endured it very well. Excited, she thanks him and remarks that they have a lot in common. However, Ed notes that something seems to have changed about her usual cool-headed and realistic image. Suddenly, she trips over nothing and falls into Ed's embrace. He catches her and asks her to be careful, but is surprised to notice she tripped over nothing. When she becomes more dramatic, he grows confused, so she asks him to wait while she goes to handle something. While alone, Annis notes that he's reliable and trustworthy and wonders if he's putting up an act. She had played her cards right by forming a relatable point of affinity, sharing that she also endured a difficult academy life, displaying her weakness so he'd want to protect her. She also tried creating contact a few times, but that didn't seem to change much. Oddly, she finds herself admiring how muscular his body feels, even though he acts like a nerd, and how he's much better at work than she expected, considering she thought he was a noble family's young master who couldn't do any work. Apart from that, she thinks he looks gorgeous, and it's no wonder Janica fell for him. Suddenly, it occurs to her that this is how Ed makes women fall for him. So she decides to stand her ground because she's different. Meanwhile, Ed waits for her while enjoying the beautiful view from the top of the mountain, which briefly makes him forget all his worries. One of his major concerns is Tanya Rothstaylor, a villainous young lady. Tanya is a genius when it comes to politics and trickery, and she is trying to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. She will soon begin gathering the influential figures in the academy. The reason Tanya is arriving at the dorm earlier than others is to cement her position before the semester starts. She's a villainess, and Ed had thought he'd have time to prepare before her appearance. But the problem is that he doesn't know how Tanya Rothstaylor will treat him. In the game, Ed Rothstaylor is a villain who briefly appeared at the beginning before disappearing, and there was nothing much about him in the epilogue, meaning he was really just an extra. This is why he has no idea how to handle this problem. To Tanya Rothstaylor, Ed Rothstaylor is garbage. Meanwhile, Tanya arrives at the academy in a coach. To her, Sylvania consists of elites, including Princess Phenia of the Cloel Empire, Lortel, an elite trading company's executive Janica, a spirit sorcery prodigy, Alvira, a great alchemist, Clebius, Nortondale's sword demon, and the coolest one, Lucy, a rare genius mage. This gathering of nobility makes Tanya's heart pound, and she can't help but long to be part of it. She soon arrives, and Belle comes to direct her to her room and help her complete the entrance procedures. Before they do that, Tanya states that she has somewhere to be first. The first thing she plans to do at Sylvania is get rid of Ed Rothstaylor, the trash who disgraced the family name. Not long after reaching the academy, Tanya receives a letter from her father, Crepin, who encourages her ambition, instructing her to show her face around to represent him and strengthen her position. She eagerly promises herself to satisfy her father's expectations. He told her that Sylvania is a land of learning, and as such, she must treat her professors with respect as masters, so as not to commit discourtesies just because she's a noble. He also reminded her to regard everyone a grade higher than her as a senior. Just as her father counseled, she thanks a specific senior for taking the time to speak with her. Tanya talks about Ed, referring to him as a disgrace and blemish on their family. The senior finds her words interesting, so she continues, saying that Ed is full of bluff, a crude person, and was only the heir of their family because of his age. She comments that his pride is so high he never acknowledges his incompetence, and that he barely managed to get into Sylvania. The senior responds with intrigue again, but Tanya becomes uncomfortable because the conversation seems to be one-sided. Her father had warned her to be careful when meeting people he introduced her to, so as not to disrespect them, especially when it came to Lortel, as he had met with her regarding the sage's seal grimoire business. She notices Lortel's hostility and stops talking, but Lortel asks her what's wrong and urges her to continue. However, she stammeringly asks if Lortel is upset, but Lortel only smirks and asks what she's talking about. Sometime later, Ed checks off establishing a workshop organization plan, finishing academy scholarship student work, understanding medium magic theory, and contracting with a high-ranking spirit from his winter break list. He has acquired a mid-rank magic skill known as Particle Explosion, and another named Root's Desire. He got these skills from a book in Professor Gast's library last night. That morning, he heads out and tries to ignite a flame, but he still can't use magic due to the effect of the ring, preventing him from practicing what he's been learning. To light the fire, he wakes up Lucy, who is curled up under his blanket, and carries her outside to help. He points at the fire, and she lazily blasts it with flames before requesting that he leave her outside so she can enjoy the warmth. As they sit together, she mentions that she smells perfume on him, which must have come from the flower scent on Anis's body since he was working with her all day. Lucy also asks if he's feverish or sick, and when he confirms, she tells him not to die. She attempts to release his magic in case it's twisted, but when she notices it's empty, she accuses him of doing something reckless. However, he replies that it's manageable. Suddenly, Lucy makes a strange request, asking him to pat her head. He obliges while reading a book. She rests her head on his legs and enjoys the warmth of his gentle touch. Out of nowhere, Lortel appears and tells Ed it's been a while since she last saw him. He assumes she's here because of the favor he asked her, and wonders why she didn't just call him to the trading company. However, Lortel tensely clarifies that she has other matters to discuss and wanted to ask him something. Meanwhile, Tanya thanks some seniors for listening to her and offers to reward them the best she can if they help her punish Ed. She offers several antiques from the Rothstaylor family storage, which excites Elka, but Jix gives her an intense look, wanting to confirm if she's really Ed's younger sister. The ominous aura he exudes suggests his body is well trained, and Tanya realizes she needs to be wary of him because of the strength of his magic. When Jix confirms she's Ed's younger sister, he smiles at her and announces it to Elka. Excitedly, he hands Tanya a mandatory magic engineering item for new students to help train her magic resonance. Tanya looks confused, but Jix also gives her Elka's copy of Professor Delorf's elemental study notes. After gathering several essentials for her first year, they fill an entire box with useful items. Surprised, Tanya asks if they properly heard her offer, but Jix dismisses it, saying that siblings always have trouble with one another. Soon after, Jix and Elka board a ship to their hometown, and Jix finally introduces himself as a second-year student. He explains that he's Ed's junior and is close to him because they're indebted to each other. He reassures Tanya that she'll do great and pats her on the back, acknowledging her noble lineage. As they depart, Tanya collapses under the weight of the gifts they gave her, annoyed at how things turned out. Meanwhile, in Assistant Professor Claire's office, Annis commends Claire's hard work and mentions that they'll be able to take it easy for the rest of the break if the new student's assignment exam goes well. Claire compliments Annis's stamina, as she has done most of the work assigned to the scholarship students. Most of them struggled with the tasks, except for Ed, who had no flaws in his document processing. He efficiently resolved practical issues at a level rarely seen among high-ranking nobles, which surprises Annis. While working, Claire asks about her experience with Ed and shares a secret. After the Ophelis Hall accident, she tailed him and discovered that he had built a camp bigger than their lab, entirely on his own using tools. She commends his perseverance and work ethic. When she also mentions that Ed contracted with a spirit, an incredibly difficult feat, Annis realizes she may have underestimated his practical abilities, which are vastly different from his noble upbringing. After some thought, Annis, who had investigated Ed due to Janika's interest in him, concludes that he's simply a decent and hard-working man. His appearance is outstanding. He's not arrogant, and even Claire likes him. As she starts thinking about his good physique, pleasant scent, and how well he takes care of himself, Claire notices her spacing out and calls her back to reality. Embarrassed, Annis quickly opens the windows to let in fresh air. Concerned, Claire asks if she's feeling well and suggests she may have overexerted herself. However, Annis realizes she's in big trouble. She recalls Claire mentioning that Ed made a contract with a spirit and suspects that he must have required Janika's help. If that's the case, the spirit he contracted with must be trustworthy and could report everything to Janika, including her attempts to seduce him. Trembling, she rushes out of the office, ignoring Claire's offer to grab a bite. By the way, the Failover family's motto is harmony and coexistence, and Janika Failover's love for everyone always made her shine. She gained many genuine friends, but what currently troubles her is learning about Annis and Ed. Meanwhile, Tanya approaches Janika to introduce herself and talk about Ed, just as she has been doing with others. Tanya came here on Lortel's advice, believing it would help her achieve her goal of ruining Ed. However, as she approaches Janika, the normally peaceful sorcerer rises with a fearsome spirit looming behind her. Lortel had told Tanya that Janika is kind and considerate by nature, but the Janika standing before her now looks ready to rain hail and brimstone upon her. In Ed's camp, Janika informs him that they've finished arranging most of the production materials he requested, but the legendary rank materials are difficult to find during the winter. However, he thanks her for accepting his request despite her schedule, but she tells him not to worry about it. When he asks why she went through all the trouble to come to him, she assures him that she came here to rest. Shortly after, Lortel notices Lucy and asks why she's sleeping here. Caught off guard, Ed replies that it's winter, but Lortel doesn't know how that's an appropriate answer. Eventually, she calms down and informs him that she came to talk to him about something other than engineering items. When he asks what it is, she shows him the sage's sealed grimoire she won, and the letter where he had promised to do anything for her, as long as she bid on the grimoire for him. With a smirk on her face, she informs him she's willing to get her money's worth from him. Tense, he asks her how much she's willing to get from him, so she clarifies that she won't ask him for something that's too much of a burden. Her request is for him to pick her side. It's about time for the third act, and the opposition between Princess Phenia and Lortel will begin. Lortel is getting started on her politics and strategizing. The benevolent Princess Phenia Elias Clowell is Lortel's fated enemy, and according to the storyline, will rise to the position of student council president, control the academy, and gain power. With that power, she is the main character who begins to dig up the darkness of the Rothstaylor family in the fourth act. In the time when people in the academy have to choose sides, Lortel asks Ed to choose her side. However, the winner of this election depends on Taylor, the main character, and not on Ed, so he informs Lortel that his support won't change much. Lortel agrees since he's just a student, but explains that his reputation is improving in the academy. However, she clarifies that she wants him on her side, not for political reasons, but for reasons that are private to her. Upon hearing that, Ed agrees to join her. Oddly, Lortel is always the person who devises plans and is known for having 1,000 faces. But for the first time, he sees her genuinely happy just because he promised to join her. The next morning, Ed wakes up early as usual and asks Lucy to light the fire as usual. During his long conversation with Lortel last night, she had told him about how his little sister had been preparing something. Lortel isn't sure if Tanya really sees him as an enemy of the family, or just holds a light grudge against him like all siblings do, but she explains that she introduced her to a few people. That morning, Tanya arrives with some of her workers to meet Ed. She mentions that it's been a while and shows him a present she brought for him. She seems nervous or scared of him, but she's not carrying any ill intentions as he had expected. He wonders why she's scared and recalls that he must have lived a very terrible life in her eyes while at the estate. He realizes he has misjudged Tanya. When he gets up, she shrieks in fear, and he remembers a time when he stepped on a maid who offered him food in Tanya's presence years ago. He recalls how she begged him to stop, but he condescended to her for feeling attachment to maids who were mere tools. In the present day, he thanks her for the present and promises to wear it at the start of the next semester. He also explains that he's been excommunicated and is no longer technically her brother, but he appreciates her gesture. When he turns to go in, he signals her to sit by the fire and tells Lucy, who groggily sits by the fire, trying to figure out what universe she woke up in, to give the guests a seat. He soon comes out with a few drinks and asks Tanya about those she's been speaking with. She confesses that she's been talking to them about him, and when he mentions Janika's name, an expression of fear develops on their faces. Ed comments that Janika is the kindest person he knows, and Tanya forcefully replies that she was truly kind. She mentions that Janika was very strong and summoned a high-level spirit fire lizard that threw all their workers around. To avoid him relaying the information to Janika, she eventually lies, saying that Janika was very kind and wished her luck in her school life. Ed asks her if Janika really summoned a high-level spirit, but Tanya lies that it didn't happen and that she didn't know what she was saying. At that point, Ed realizes why Tanya is being this awkward, so he decides to clear the air. He explains that he's living to the best of his abilities now and paying the price as someone who's been excommunicated. He accepts that he must have lived a terrible life at the estate and apologizes for the things he can't take back. Our boy mentions that he heard she plans to run for student council president and promises to cheer her on. Even though he's saying this, he knows Tanya will not become president since she is a villain who is here to help Fenia, but he's attached to her since she's a relative. Shocked, she stares at him as if she had seen a ghost, and Ed doesn't know how their relationship will go judging from her expression. When she returns to her dorm in Opilus Hall, she convinces herself that Ed is still trash who is just hiding his true nature. However, since she was almost burned to death for talking badly about him, she realizes that Janika truly believes in Ed and is following him. But it's strange to her that a land full of elites can tolerate Ed's acting, so she hopes that his true nature is eventually exposed. As she trudges to her door, she spots an inelegant and unsophisticated human who is her next-door neighbor, someone she had seen at Ed's camp. The girl immediately asks her if she's Ed's younger sister and offers to let Tanya know if she needs anything. When the lady walks into her room, Tanya notices the golden nameplate on her door, which only the top students have, and is shocked that the person who just spoke to her is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill. At this point, nothing makes sense to Tanya. Sometime later, Annis meets with Chief Maid Belle in the Rose Garden and asks her to introduce her to a handsome and distinguished boy since she must know many students. However, Belle knows she's not someone who casually meets boys, especially because she's always so busy and has no interest in dating. Unsure of what to say, Belle mentions the young master Ed, who she thinks shares similar attributes with Annis. Annis, already feeling guilty, then confesses her sins. She admits that she met Ed to confirm the negative rumors about him, but eventually discovered they're more similar than she thought. She also found him to be quite thoughtful and considerate. When Belle probes further, Annis admits she feels a bit attracted to Ed and accepts that it's good news because it means Janika has truly found the one. Her plan is to rid herself of these feelings like a malignant tumor by finding another boy to replace him and making it known that they're dating. Upon hearing this, Belle asks if Janika has caught on to her feelings, but then corrects her, pointing out that finding another person just to replace Ed is incredibly disrespectful to the new person. Annis recounts how she ran into Janika yesterday, how awkward it was, and the dark expression Janika had. Apparently, she will have to supervise Ed in the next exam, and she feels sorry for hurting Janika. However, Belle reassures her that it may not be as bad as she thinks. After all, it's true that Annis and Clara were simply trying to watch Janika's back, so her goody-two-shoes attitude wouldn't lead her into trouble. Belle expresses how grateful she is that Annis opened up to her, and eventually Annis starts to feel better about her guilt. That evening, Ed walks around the camp and finds Janika waiting for him. He plans to collect materials to build storage for himself and expand his living room space, but when he notices Janika's aloof expression, he pours her a cup of tea and asks her to talk to him. However, she refuses because she can't bring herself to say it, so he tells her she doesn't have to. She is surprised to hear that and watches as he covers her with a cloth to protect her from the snow. Concerned that she may be struggling academically and looking like an animal backed into a corner, he can't bring himself to brush her off. Eventually, she rests her head on his shoulder, and they both warm each other in the cold. Meanwhile, Tanya recalls how the Rothstaylor residence was always peaceful. However, after the heir and eldest daughter Arwen Rothstaylor died, a new heir took over, and everything changed. Ed changed once he gained power. becoming a pathetic piece of trash who acted as if the whole world belonged to him. She remembers a time when he spitefully reminded her that she could do nothing to him and forcefully handed her a sword, telling her to kill him and become the next heir. When she collapsed to her knees, he laughed at her, continuing the daily torment that sometimes made it hard for her to breathe. She always lived under his oppressive gaze, but he never hit her because they shared the same blood. Still, she couldn't save her family or the estate from him, making her life miserable, as if she were already dead. But an opportunity arose when he was eventually excommunicated, and all that remained was for her to prove herself, something she planned to do through the upcoming student council president elections. On the day of the new student's class assignment, Anis warns Ed to stay away from her because his advances won't work on her. He just watches her in confusion, certain she must have a reason for her actions. Meanwhile, Assistant Professor Claire joins them as they prepare for the next exam alongside the other scholarship students. This class assignment exam is taking place on Orin Mountain, and Claire is in charge this time. Unlike previous exams where students had to find difficult-to-locate magic marbles, this time, there are easy-to-find magic stones. They aren't particularly hidden and don't have varying point values. Anyone in this exam can qualify for A class as long as they find a stone and place it on the altar of substitution. That's the easy part. However, because she is the disciple of the ruthless Glast, there is also the challenge of fighting and defeating countless monsters and wild animals. Only the students who survive will qualify for A class, which is why she calls it the Orin Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, none of the new students make it to A class at Sylvania Academy this year. At least, that's the original scenario according to the gameplay, and it's crucial that no one advances to A class because it directly ties into an important future event in the game. That's precisely why Ed decides not to comment on the difficulty of Claire's exam. However, he only feels comfortable because no casualties occurred, even though the exam is essentially diabolical. This is because the students will be fighting imaginary monsters, summoned using a magical engineering device called the Vision Disc. There are standard Vision Discs, which summon apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. However, there are also Purple Vision Discs, which summon high-level monsters, beasts, and even humans. This latter type ensures that no one will reach A class, and Anis is responsible for handling them. Because she struggles to carry them, Onyx offers to help, but she refuses. However, Lynn swoops in and signals for her to give him the purple disc. She instinctively jerks backward upon seeing him and mistakenly trips over a rock. To stop her from falling, Ed wraps a hand around her waist, and they end up in an unexpectedly intimate position. Unfortunately, the purple disc slips from Anis's hands and tumbles away, but they are lucky that Clebius catches it in time. Ed is relieved it didn't break but fails to notice Anis, who is nearly exploding due to the way he is holding her. However, Clebius doesn't notice the small crack on the disc, and moments later, it completely shatters in his hands. When Ed sees this, he immediately releases Anis, realizing that they've messed things up. Last year was the year that the failing student, Taylor, picked up a sword for the first time, and that was when he was supposed to beat Lucy and receive attention. But the scenario went wrong when Lucy beat him instead, leading to Janica going off the rails. The joint combat training for this year is equally important. The elite first years get to request combat training against the previous generations, and when the match begins, the first years go on a rampage against their seniors to win by any means possible. However, according to the storyline, they're all supposed to lose to Taylor alone. At that point, Taylor, who had gotten stronger during the year, becomes known to everyone. St. Clarice, who has also been hiding her identity, fixes her gaze on Taylor, and this act ends. The relationship between the Saintess and Taylor is important because her power plays a crucial role in the third act, Lucy's showdown, and what happens after. She has to help Taylor, so this class assignment exam has to follow the initial storyline to ensure that the elite first-year students can go crazy as planned during the joint combat training. However, the only reason they'll go into a frenzy is that none of the students get placed in the A class, and that is because Assistant Professor Claire used 2 purple discs to make the class assignment exam harder. They all look at the broken circuit and realize that it's beyond repair. Anis feels devastated and apologizes for being careless, but Ed clarifies that apologizing won't bring back the purple disc. At this rate, there'll be too many A-class students, so he proposes a solution and chooses Clebius, who doesn't know what he's talking about, as the one they're going to use. At the Orin Mountain entrance, Tanya is happy to meet other noble students as her classmates. Even the princess and the chancellor are part of her class, and everyone is dressed without showing their status or birth. However, there is one peculiar person among them from the Telos order, Saintess Clarice. The other first years bow to her, but she asks them to spare her the formalities to maintain the Academy's order. While she's speaking, Tanya introduces herself and expresses how much of an honor it is to meet her. The Saintess is happy to hear that Tanya is from the Rothstaylor family, and comments that Crepin, the patriarch, was baptized by her, although she was too young to remember. Regardless, Tanya replies that it was an honor and expresses her hope to be baptized when she becomes an adult. Soon after, an announcement signals the start of the exam, and each faculty member is directed to their assigned area, even though the goal for all of them is to get into A class. Everyone soon sprints toward A class, which affords them free student welfare activities, fame, tuition exemption, and access to Ophelis Hall. One redhead quickly finds a stone and rushes to place it on the altar before anyone else so he can secure A class. While he's talking, another student named Joseph runs past him and reminds him to stop yapping and start running. Meanwhile, Tanya notices that there are too many magic stones on the mountain and figures there must be something else making the exam harder. She decides to conserve her energy, stay on guard, and move slowly. Suddenly, she notices a student taking off her shoes. Initially, she suspects the student slipped, but she is surprised when the girl leaps up cheerfully, explaining that she just wanted to feel the snow on her feet. Tanya is confused as to why she'd do that now of all times, but the girl doesn't see the issue. Tanya then becomes certain that the girl must have hit her head during the exam. Soon after, Tanya introduces herself, and the girl mentions that she heard members of the Rothstaylor family hold high status. Tanya clarifies that not all of them do, as some are scoundrels, referring to Ed. Although Ed seemed reformed when she met him at camp, she believes he's hiding his true nature, which has ingrained deep fear in her over the years. Regardless, the girl thinks highly of Tanya and expresses deep respect. Finally, she introduces herself as Kylie Ekney, a country girl from a small city-state called Terranay Principality. She apologizes for her strange behavior, explaining that she doesn't know much about the modern world. However, Tanya cuts her short and signals that they need to hurry since they're in an exam. Kylie agrees but explains that she's not too concerned about getting into A class because it would draw too much attention to her, which irritates Tanya. However, knowing that Tanya is interested, she excitedly grabs her hand, thrilled to have a friend her own age for the first time, despite Tanya's protests. 30 minutes after the exam begins, the redhead keeps going and is fairly certain he'll secure first place, especially since his stamina is better than Joseph's, whom he calls a bastard. Eventually, he stops to rest due to exhaustion, but doesn't notice Clebius, who has transformed into the sword demon and is aiming a grueling punch at his cheek. The punch knocks him to the ground, and the redhead protests, asking Clebius why he suddenly popped up, saying it's unbecoming of a senior. Meanwhile, Clebius recalls how Ed had earlier explained that he and Annis would block new students from reaching the altar from halfway up, since only the strongest should be worthy of A class. In the present, Annis beats herself up for putting them in this situation and vows to do her best. Meanwhile, Onyx, a master of flight magic, is put in charge of safety, while Claire has to draft documents to report the changes in the exam. Since everyone has their assigned roles, Ed decides to stay back and guard the altar. However, Claire is concerned because Ed still can't properly sense magic, but he assures her that he has something in mind. As Clebius pounds the students, Onyx arrives to retrieve those who have been knocked down. Meanwhile, Ed checks out the purple vision disc and realizes that completely fixing it will be difficult, especially since his magic hasn't returned yet. However, since they have a large stash of high-quality magic stones containing immense magical energy, he decides to offer them on the altar to continuously recharge his magic. When he offers the first one, Mug, the spirit he contracted with, appears and tries to communicate with him, even though he still can't hear what it's saying. While Annis and Clebius stall for time, Ed offers a large number of magic stones to ensure that no one gets past him. After several students are knocked down mercilessly, some try to warn the others to run. Meanwhile, Tanya and Kylie find the unconscious students and spot the sword demon, who menacingly approaches them. While that happens, Clebius notices an explosion behind him at the northern entrance, where Annis is stationed, but he's certain the explosion isn't from Annis's magic. Because he's distracted, the girls use the opportunity to run past him, so he chases after them. Although Annis, the top teacher assistant, is talented enough to be considered a specialist in academic and practical fields, she's just a little above average in combat. She's not an easy opponent for first years, but Joseph Whitefeltz is on a completely different level, unlike his sister, who had to work her ass off to become a top alchemy student. Joseph was the youngest to reach the status of Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic, making him a genius. After she tells him to pass, Joseph tells her there's no need to be upset because he's certain she's talented in something other than fighting. However, Annis clarifies that she is upset, but not because she lost to him. She then asks him to go up. He moves forward, and Annis recalls that everything was going perfectly without a flaw, but she made it difficult by breaking the purple vision disc. The worst part is that she was unable to think of an alternative and left it to Ed, who had to lead the situation. She blames herself for losing to a new student and failing to block the northern entrance. But what frustrates her most is that she keeps thinking about Ed, who had calmly taken charge of the situation. Meanwhile, Joseph reaches the altar and runs into Ed, who welcomes him and reminds him that he only needs to place the stone on the altar, even though he won't let him do that. Surprised, Joseph comments that the exam method is kind of strange, since there'd be no one left for the other students to fight if he successfully defeats Ed. When he doesn't get an answer, he assumes there's an alternative. But in truth, he's making small talk to buy time and assess his surroundings. When he spots the purple disc, he notices it's a different color, meaning it could be stronger. He also notes that Ed isn't emitting much mana and senses that he has used magic stones, indicating a low mana reserve since he was the first visitor. Joseph prepares to blast him with fire, disappointed that Sylvania hadn't met his expectations. He releases a mid-rank particle explosion, which can hit hard if the target isn't ready. If Ed doesn't see the direction of his hand and dodge in advance, he'll get hit. But Ed quickly evades it, proving he has some combat experience. Joseph immediately assumes Ed will use fire magic, either the spell ignition or scorch. Based on Ed's hand placement, he predicts ignition, but the scale of the flame is much stronger than expected, meaning Ed has trained his basic magic to a level close to mid-rank. However, Joseph easily blocks the attack with a shield and remarks that it's a waste since it can't penetrate his defense. Battles between mages are usually determined by who has the higher mana reserve. Joseph, still unimpressed, believes that Ed lacks real combat experience and won't be able to block his offensive magic once his mana runs out. Oddly, Ed transforms into a fire monster and informs him that while he can block spells with defensive magic, he can't block physical force. Our boy grabs him by the head, kicks him in the stomach, and smashes his jaw right after. He asks Joseph why he assumed he'd only face mages just because he himself is a mage. Joseph quickly retreats and demands to know how Ed walked through the fire. Joseph prepares a mid-rank ice attack but plans to be more cautious this time. However, Ed responds with a basic level ignition spell, making Joseph wonder if he's trying to mix his fire magic with ice to create steam and obscure his vision. Annoyed, Joseph quickly switches to fire, using the basic spell, Scorch. However, Ed walks through the flames again, using the Blessing of Recovery, a spell that temporarily increases his immunity to fire. Our boy charges through the fire and attempts to stab Joseph with a knife, but Joseph quickly casts a spell that blocks physical attacks. He's confident that his casting speed is faster than Ed's, but Ed throws the knife at his shield and jumps back. It turns out that the knife is actually Mug, who had transformed. Ed signals the spirit to use a spirit formula known as Explosion. The explosion easily shatters the shield and sends Joseph tumbling several feet backward. Badly injured, Joseph remains certain that Ed's casting speed isn't faster than his, and deduces that he used a spirit formula, which also explains how he walked through the fire. Exhausted, Joseph wonders who this person is and drops the stone when Ed approaches him with a knife, conceding defeat. As soon as Ed lowers his guard, Joseph rushes forward with a mid-rank ice spear attack, but suddenly switches to a punch to confuse Ed, landing a solid hit on his jaw. After being punched, Ed is surprised that Joseph, who had spent his entire life researching magic, was able to make such an impact with his fist. However, a strange energy suddenly appears around Ed, Marilda's spirit formula. It's the protection of the wind, which blows enemies away when an unexpected attack occurs. A powerful gust sends Joseph flying several feet into a nearby rock. Now more injured than before, Joseph finally accepts his loss. Ed commends his punch, and Joseph soon asks for his name. When Ed tells him, Onyx arrives to pick up the wounded boy. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Elka asks Jix why he joined the magic faculty. He's surprised by the question, so she mentions that he would have been the top student if he had joined alchemy or combat, and she feels bad that he gave up so much for her. However, Jix explains that he doesn't place much importance on being the top student. He admits he may have been the best in alchemy, but certainly not in combat, because the top student of the combat faculty is Clebius Northendale. Meanwhile, Clebius is knocked down by a terrible energy that completely stuns him. Kylie, who landed the hit, hopes she hadn't injured him, but Onyx quickly arrives to tend to him and tells the girls to continue the exam. With only 20 minutes left, Tanya and Kylie reach the altar, where several other students lay unconscious. Tanya spots Ed, the object of her fear and hatred, and he immediately tells her to give up. In the past, Saintess Clarice had two dreams. One of the dreams she had that day was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other was a beautiful song by Adele about the outside world, the woman in charge of the holy fire. After leaving the Telos Order, she called herself the Romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building, she sang a song at Clarice's window when the world went to sleep. The second dream Clarice had was about the outside world, which her only friend, Adele, whispered to her while looking at the stars. Adele told her about a life where she could take classes normally, have normal friends, love normally, and hug someone who loves her, rather than receiving countless prayers from believers who revered her. After leaving the order, Adele joined Sylvania, and when vacation came, she traveled around the world and visited Clarice. However, after Adele left, Clarice went to the places she spoke of in her dreams every night, and at the end of each dream, she would share a deep hug with someone. She and that person would explore the world together and enjoy a colorful journey, which contrasted with her pure white life up to that point. Before leaving for Sylvania Academy, Archbishop Verdio reminded St. Clarice, who was behind Kylie's disguise, to ensure she didn't reveal her identity. She assured him she'd be careful, and with the order's arrangement to divert attention from her, she was brought to the academy. In this form, no one paid any attention to her, and she enjoyed sitting on a wooden bench, which deeply satisfied her. No one revered or bowed to her, and no one suspected that Kylie was the saintess. Except Ed, of course. Meanwhile, in the present, Ed tells the girls to give up. Tanya watches in surprise as it turns out that facing her brother is the final exam. Ed pleads with the girls to return, but then activates a gnarly aura and challenges them to step forward if they insist. The aura is incredibly strong, and Tanya feels that this level of power is impossible even for people who have trained in spirit magic their entire lives. It surpasses even graduate-level skills. Currently, spirit sorcerers are called veterans if they can handle 5 to 6 mid-rank spirits, but Tanya is shocked to see a high-level spirit, Marilda, behind him. After seeing that, Kylie proposes that surrendering is the rational choice, and Tanya recalls the trauma she suffered when facing another high-level spirit while meeting Janica. However, she can't accept the idea of running away from her brother again, just as she did in the past, so she refuses to give up. Tanya recalls how Ed was 2 years ago, and wonders how someone who couldn't even use elementary magic could suddenly summon a high-level spirit. She concludes that it must be a fake. She plans to defeat the real spirit behind him, assuming it must be weaker. But as she moves closer, the energy is so overwhelming that she has to accept the reality. She really might be facing a high-level spirit. After a series of attempts, the energy knocks both girls backward, and Kylie is shocked to learn that this person is Tanya's brother. Secretly, Kylie had a fantasy about noblemen, neatly groomed, with charming smiles and graceful manners. However, meeting Ed, she is shocked to see that this is the same person Tanya had spoken of so disdainfully. Eventually, Kylie gets up and signals to Tanya to go for the spirit's main body, as planned, while she acts as bait, since she can't die except in special cases. Tanya worries she'll get injured, but Clarice assures her that she'll do it. After all, Tanya had said Ed was truly a bad person, and Clarice is willing to protect her first friend at Sylvania. Normally, Tanya would have dismissed such absurd words, but she had witnessed Kylie's abilities during their fight with Clebius, and how effortlessly she deflected his attack. She wonders if Kylie possesses a special power as she watches her charge into the storm with tears in her eyes. The sudden action confuses Marilda, who immediately tries to smash Kylie into the ground, but Kylie's holy magic blessing is suddenly activated. The blessing manifests a mid-rank or above power that automatically defends against any hostile force attempting to harm her. The clash between the two forces knocks Kylie backward, though her shield still protects her. Ed asks if she thought she could make him give up, but he soon notices Tanya leaping at him from the side with a basic magic attack known as Emit. The attack knocks him away from the altar and onto the ground, where Tanya spots the purple vision disc lying nearby. As she scans the area for Ed's body, she notices several arrows flying around her, and hears Ed's voice telling her to stay still. She is stunned to see that the same person who once couldn't wield a sword properly now skillfully wields a bow. He reminds her that the first shot was a warning, and as Tanya observes the arrows made of magic, she wonders if the person standing before her is truly Ed Rothstaylor. Realizing that nothing has changed since childhood, when he used to oppress her, tears fill her eyes because no matter how hard she tries, she still feels powerless. However, Ed acknowledges her efforts, commends her for working so hard, and apologizes for putting up such a fight. He explains that there is a reason behind his actions, and adds that she wouldn't have enjoyed the challenge if he hadn't resisted. As she listens, he praises her incredible performance, admitting that he would have given up if he were in her position. When she notices him wearing the gift she gave him, she realizes that something truly has changed about him. Ed reminds her that she should be proud that she fought till the end, even though it was an illusion caused by the purple disc vision. As she cries, he tells her she's impressive, but that doesn't seem to help as she keeps crying because she didn't get into Class A. Suddenly, Kyle hugs Tanya and cautions Ed to step back so she doesn't attack him. Suddenly, Claire calls out to Ed for help because Clebius is completely knocked out and the exam is over. However, Kylia notices that her voice is beginning to revert to its original tone, meaning her transformation magic is being undone. This must have happened when she pushed back and dropped the magic engineering item Verdio told her to carry. She begins to panic that her identity will be revealed and her school life will end, but Mug suddenly shows up with the magic item. Ed hands it to her and almost calls her by her title but quickly corrects himself. She looks at him in shock as he walks away to meet Claire. The class assignment exam ended, and Ed was able to return everything to the original storyline, except for one thing. One change that was created, even though it was quite meaningless, is that the Saintess's eyes, which were supposed to focus on Taylor, are now focused on Ed, because she noticed he almost referred to her by her title. While Ed lies on the ground, Matilda speaks to him about beauty that transcends generations and values, such as what is seen in the setting's nonsense. Ed, however, interjects that she's talking nonsense, so she protests that humans are unable to appreciate the moment, even though they live short lives. It turns out that Matilda wasn't just a vision, she was really there. But Ed didn't want to tell his sister. Matilda reminds him that he needs to learn how to appreciate small things, and Ed realizes she's a chatterbox, just like Janica told him. However, Matilda chastises him for always being thorough about everything and not paying attention to his well-being. Eventually, she spells it out for him. He needs to date someone who can help his well-being. To gain some credibility, she asks Mug if she's right. Mug agrees and even tells Ed to listen to Matilda, and at least pretend to agree. When Matilda asks what he means by pretend, the little guy apologizes for misspeaking and attempts to repent by offering up his death. Ed, tired of their yapping, throws Mug away and asks Matilda why Janica looked unhappy the last time he saw her. She asks him if he's worried but states that she can't tell him since Janica didn't want to tell him herself. However, she reminds him not to worry too much because even Janica needs to go through difficult seasons and grow from them, especially since the world isn't a fairy tale. Soon after, Matilda hurries them along so she doesn't consume all of his mana. She explains that she's an expensive spirit, and the only reason he was able to handle summoning her, apart from the mana stones he consumed recently, is because someone else was handling part of the mana load. She clarifies that a spirit like herself wouldn't contract with just one person, and Ed realizes he truly can't summon a high-level spirit for long. As he wonders whose mana it was, the answer becomes clear. Climbing to the top of a nearby structure, he finds Lucy and teases her about coming up here to take a nap. However, she clarifies that she didn't come here to sleep. She just didn't want to stay in the hut alone, so she took a walk that led her to the altar of substitution. The thing is, Ed knows that her coming here marks the final stage of the third act. Soon, the distrustful Saintess will begin to suspect the Order after she realizes the darkness of the Holy City. Then, Telos' apostles will come to Arkan Island to condemn Clarice, and the characters in the Academy will decide to follow the Archbishop's orders since they don't know the whole story. In the end, everyone's swords will be pointed at the one girl trying to protect Arkan Island, Lucy, who is following her master's final will. Regardless of their insults, Lucy will not complain and will remain firm until she finally awakens. When that time comes, she will defeat all the main characters at Arkan Island and take down more than half of the raid party by herself. But in the end, her stamina will run out, and she will be defeated by Taylor, who has learned the final swordsman form. After the truth is revealed, everyone will learn why Lucy was trying to kill the god's apostles and realize she wasn't a villain after all. However, at that point, it will be too late to change anything. Perhaps it's her innate nature or because she felt they wouldn't have listened, but Lucy will keep everything to herself until the very end. Back in the present, Ed still plans to stop her. He can't handle sacrificing her just to keep the storyline intact. In a flashback to the past, the old man Glock explains to a younger Lucy that Sylvania will be able to overcome most trials on its own, but a time will come when a trial arrives that they cannot overcome. He pleads with her to lend them her strength, even if only for his sake. He told her of the events to come before they happened, and it felt terrible for her to lose her master and only family. Suddenly she leans over and places her head on Ed's legs. She tells him that she recently realized she gets lonely, so Ed decides to always inform her in advance whenever he plans to leave the hut. The next day, Clara returns from her trip home and reunites with her family. She gives Belle a gift she got for her. Clara, who is from a very wealthy, noble family, ached to return and quickly heads out to see her friends, Annis and Janica, for a tea party since she hasn't seen them in a long time. Eventually, when she finds Annis and Janica, the table is awfully silent, and Clara wonders if the two had a fight. In all the years of their friendship, she's never seen this kind of tense atmosphere and wonders what she should say to lighten the mood. Before she can say anything, Janica finally asks Annis about the hug she received from Ed. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaylor builds a wooden wind-blocking wall and realizes that working on such low-rated items no longer raises his stats or production proficiency, so he considers looking for something new. He's doing this to prepare for strong winds, but he's soon approached by Belle, who has come to forcefully take Lucy. Belle explains that the Academy has implemented a new policy. Students in the dorms can only leave when absolutely necessary during snowstorms. Lucy whispers to Ed, asking for help, but Belle explains that there will be surveillance in the dorms to keep her in place. Despite Lucy's pleading, Ed doesn't flinch. Finally, Belle asks if he really thinks he can survive a week-long snowstorm in such an environment, because she doubts this kind of wind blocker will be enough. However, Ed explains that he's only setting this up to protect his supplies, but he used twine to secure his hut's roof and tie it to the ground. Since he plans to focus on magic engineering research at the spirit library during the storm, he assures her that he has another place to stay. When Ed notices the worry on Belle's face, he urges her to speak, but she only wishes him the best of luck and says nothing. Meanwhile, after Janica accuses Annis of hugging Ed, Clara turns to Annis in shock. Backed into a corner, Annis says nothing, while Clara tries to clarify that there must be a misunderstanding. To break the tension, Annis admits that she did flirt with Ed and apologizes. She explains that she didn't find him trustworthy because he looked like a playboy, so she was trying to get to know him. When Janica hears that, she asks Annis if she's lying, but Annis assures her that Ed isn't even her type since he looks like a thug and is quite rash. At that point, Janica stops her from speaking poorly about Ed, so Annis apologizes for flirting with him without talking to her. However, Janica, now crying, asks Annis why she's doing things she never asked her to, making her so worried she couldn't even sleep one night because her precious friend betrayed her. She's also distressed that she's not in a position to be betrayed because she doesn't even know where she stands. But Annis assures her that from what she's seen, she's more than a friend to Ed. After hearing that, Janica protests that it wasn't right for Annis to assess Ed like she did, but since she did it for her, there's no reason to be mad. She thanks Annis for being honest that she doesn't have feelings for Ed, and Clara is relieved because she was afraid Annis had fallen for him. Suddenly, Janica rushes away when she realizes she hasn't been to the northern forest in a while. With Clara and Annis left alone, Annis asks Clara to introduce her to a man, but when she realizes that's not enough, she decides to break the stereotype by asking Clara to date her. Confused, Clara just watches as Annis rambles. When Clara doesn't respond, Annis plans to kill her feelings by avoiding Ed once the Academy Scholarship student work ends after the break. However, she's devastated to learn that the Academy Scholarship students will continue working as student assistants when she returns, because they were quite proficient. Becoming student assistants will grant them more scholarships and other privileges, but to Annis, it sounds like a nightmare. Going through Ed's magic power details, he finds that he can now learn intermediate magic. He has 4 spirit slots, with Mug in one and Marilda in the other. When Janica arrives at the camp, she informs him that he needs to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Ed comments that she looks back to normal since she seemed rather sad the last time she visited, but Janica pretends not to remember. Her reaction makes Ed smile as he realizes Janica makes him loosen up. She's the only third year he can truly call a friend. Soon after, Janica mentions that she knows about his contract with Marilda, but she finds it strange since it's too early for him to handle a high-level spirit. However, Ed is up front and shows her the golden phoenix ring that Glast gave him, informing her of his future plans. When she realizes he can't use magic for a while, she understands that making a contract with a mid-level spirit will be difficult for him right now. It turns out that Ed's magic will return when the break ends and the semester begins. Janica congratulates him for making a contract with a high-level spirit, as it's rare among spirit sorcerers. Finally, she asks if he plans to stay in the spirit library through the snowstorm and comments that he works quite hard. In response, Ed teases her, saying she works even harder since she's the top student. He mentions that people will probably pay attention to her in the upcoming student council president elections. Regardless, Janica responds that she intends to stay neutral during the elections. She asks if Tanya is also running and whether he's close to his sister. Ed admits he can't say so confidently since he's been excommunicated, but that doesn't change the fact that they're related, and he plans to maintain a good relationship with her because he cares about her. Hearing that, Janica concludes that Tanya's reaction was just sibling rivalry. Suddenly, she grabs his hand, and with tears in her eyes, she asks if there's something Tanya would like as a gift or food she enjoys. At that moment, Ed realizes Janica must have done something wrong to Tanya and is trying to make up for it. However, Janica insists she didn't do anything. Ed just keeps staring at her, knowing she's a terrible liar, and soon, the guilt overwhelms her into confessing. However, Ed doesn't think it's such a serious issue. Meanwhile, Kylie is informed that the storm will begin in the morning, and that leaving the dorms will not be allowed except for special reasons. As she hears this, she can't help but recall the terrifying sight of Ed, the third-year student she saw a few days ago. But more than that, she feels uncomfortable, especially when he almost called her by her honorifics, making her wonder if he knows her secret. Now, in her true form, she places the form-changing magic engineering item by her side, worrying about how hard she worked to lead a normal academy life. If even one outsider discovers her identity, her academy life will end. It wasn't hard for her to gather information on Ed because she overheard Joseph scolding the red-haired boy about failing to get close to the altar. Joseph mentioned that Ed isn't human at all and that he heard Ed built a hut in the northern forest where he lives. The only problem is that she can't go there since students won't be allowed to leave once the storm begins. And once the snowstorm ends and spring arrives, the new semester will begin, leaving her with no chance to seal his lips or do anything else. She soon opens her window, but fear grips her. The fear of Ed, the darkness, and the bitter cold. Living surrounded by pure white walls and ceilings has deteriorated her ability to appreciate the world's beauty, but she decides she must experience it for herself. So, she jumps out the window with the form-changing item in her hands. Landing on the ground, determined not to lose the freedom she fought for, she heads to meet Ed to ensure he isn't planning anything. Meanwhile, in the academic building, Clebius recalls how his eyes have long adapted to the dark, because darkness is all he's ever known. The most vivid memory he has is of his brother, who stayed by his side even when everyone in the household avoided him, especially the memory of when he stabbed him through the heart. After the break ends, Claire asks him if he doesn't want to be a student assistant. He explains that he felt like a burden to them last time, even though he liked the good treatment. From the way he's talking, Claire suspects that another lab is trying to scout him, but she soon gets him to agree to take the job as a student assistant. Meanwhile, Ed feels like he is trained to the limits of what he can handle. During the break, he was able to concentrate on training and increase his stats in the advanced crafting skill slot for spirit formula infusion and magic engineering. He has improved both advanced skills enough to be considered his specialties, and he plans to spend the remaining week working on them in the library to use them more effectively. As he climbs out, he recalls that he gave Jix some money to clean up the mess in the library with a bit of magic, but Jix had even helped organize the books by theme and title. For that to happen, it seems he got some help from Elka, even though he had told him it was a secret. He'll have to find a way to repay them later. He picks a book from the shelf and decides to focus on a few formulas instead of trying to learn hundreds, aiming to create at least one legendary magic engineering item. After that, he plans to craft a few more to raise his magic engineering skills, and then make other rare items once he masters the basics. While working on his plans, he reaches into his bag but doesn't find the items he needs. It seems he left them in the hut, so he's forced to return in the storm to retrieve them. Meanwhile, Kylie pushes through the painful storm, and eventually finds the river in the northern forest that Joseph mentioned. She checks the map she brought and tries to pinpoint the hut's location. At this point, she feels like she's on an adventure. Clarice is not weak. She's more talented than most mages, and her holy magic is even stronger than others. The holy magic's blessing ensures that anyone who attempts to harm her will have the damage returned twofold. So even if she encounters a wild animal or a robber, she won't be harmed. Regardless, she feels a certain fear when it comes to Ed, especially because he may have been baptized by the Telos Order since he was the successor to the Rothstaylor household. The issue is that the holy magic's blessing does not harm those who have been baptized by the Order. However, there should be no reason for him to harm her. She just needs to be certain that he doesn't know who she is. Soon after, she reaches his door and tries to push it open, but it won't budge. When she forces it open, she notices a small pot filled with blood placed behind it, and her force spills its contents onto the ground. She stands there, confused, but soon becomes afraid when she sees a wild boar tied nearby. There's blood everywhere, and fear grips her. Has she entered hell? As if that's not enough, she soon hears footsteps and quickly hides. Moments later, someone steps through the open door and notices the blood on the ground. Meanwhile, Kylie hides, trembling, as the person approaches her hiding spot and pulls out a huge knife from one of the drawers. Trying to muffle her whimpering, she accidentally hiccups, and the person turns toward her, asking who she is. While she stammers, Ed recognizes her and calls her name in confusion. Surprised, he asks what she's doing here and why she's shaking. However, Kylie, overcome with fear, releases a divine holy magic explosion toward him, an attack that nullifies most of the opponent's magic while inflicting physical damage. The blast hits Ed, launching him backward and sending him crashing through a bookshelf. When she sees that he's been severely injured, she falls to her knees, trembling, realizing she didn't mean to kill him. In tears, she prays to Telos, believing she has committed a grave sin. She was supposed to live a life of purity, but now she is stained with sin. Pledging to burn in the depths of hell to atone, her prayer is abruptly interrupted by an angry Ed, who walks up to her and asks if she's kidding him. Shocked to her bones, the spirit within her seems to leave her, and she faints on the spot. Meanwhile, in Ophilis Hall, the chief maid is summoned when it is discovered that Kylie is missing. Belle is one of the few people aware of Kylie's true identity, as the Order decided the person in charge should know what's going on. The nation would be in an uproar if they knew the Saintess had disappeared into a snowstorm. But Belle stays calm, determined to handle the situation discreetly, especially since the Saintess possesses the holy magic's blessing. To avoid reducing the staff required to maintain the hall, Belle decides to search for the Saintess alone. Before heading out, a maid informs her that a witness last saw Kylie heading toward the northern forest. Hearing this, Belle realizes that Kylie is heading toward Ed's territory. The same Ed who is strangely blessed with women. Worse, it's a snowstorm, and a man and a woman left alone together, forced to rely on each other until rescued, doesn't sound like a good situation. The imagery in her mind makes her uneasy, so she rushes out, knowing she must find them as soon as possible. The Saintess is in danger. There is a suspicious man in the forest who walks around carrying the bloodied corpses of beasts. These were the rumors among the students, but Belle knew the truth. She knows he's a pretty considerate person, and he faithfully carries out his duties despite the many women who approach him, which makes him worth trusting. But the thought of relationships getting more complicated by adding the Saintess to the mix worries Belle, especially because she's certain that Ed doesn't know Kylie's true identity. When she enters through the door, she finds a dazed Kylie with Ed, who looks severely injured. Confused, Belle asks what happened, so he explains. Afterward, Belle informs him that she has to take Kylie back soon so the snowstorm doesn't get too intense for them to pass through. Ed knows why the Saintess came all this way, but it goes against the storyline since her identity is supposed to be revealed much later. It's not time for that yet, but he knows Kylie is unsure of him. He apologizes for his rude behavior and pleads with her to put the chair down, but he accidentally calls her Saintess. Kylie puts the chair down but recoils again when both women realize Ed just called her that. The Saintess asks if he already knew, and he mentions that he's a baptized follower of the Telos Order and was able to recognize her up close when her spell was undone. Within himself, he plans not to change his decision to avoid getting involved with the main characters. However, at this point, Saintess Clarice might do something unexpected, so it's better to let her know he's aware of her identity so she's no longer anxious. To help her, he explains that he understands she must have hidden her identity because she's tired of living without restraint. Before she can reply, he asks her what she thinks of the kind of life he's living in the forest. After hearing his question, she reasons that Ed isn't living a life of freedom. It looks more like survival. It seems there is a light and dark side to everything, and Ed's life is the dark part of freedom. However, Ed apologizes for being so rash, explaining that he spoke that way because he felt no one else would say it to her. Shortly after, he asks them to leave, so Belle takes the Saintess back to the hall. As they head back, the Saintess plans to enjoy a delicious soup in a warm room, while Ed will keep smelling blood and enduring the harsh reality of the storm. She had never imagined that the person who stood against the students at the altar would be living this kind of life. He had destroyed her idea of freedom, but she still respects him nonetheless. While they're leaving, Belle notices the Saintess looking back and hopes she hasn't also fallen for Ed, but she's not certain. Soon after, spring comes and the Laplace bakery opens again. Lortel meets Ed at the bakery, securing a seat for them without reservations because she supplies them with goods, and they can't refuse since she runs a monopoly. She finds it amusing, but Ed doubts the baker does. Later, Lortel explains that there was a bit of an error in the distribution process due to the snowstorm. The bakery had ordered a bunch of supplies they didn't need beforehand, but canceled all their orders when the storm got closer. It was unethical for them to monopolize food that could have gone to other businesses by placing fake orders, so Lortel had to handle it. While they chat, the baker returns to beg Lortel to change her colleagues' minds about limiting orders, as it will affect the bakery. However, Lortel ignores him and simply asks Ed if he'd like to walk her to her afternoon class. Ed notices Lortel's cold attitude toward the bakery. She explains that she doesn't want to be harsh, but the snowstorm cut off their main distribution base, and funds are tight at the moment. Ed accepts her explanation, so she reassures him that she's an expert in managing money and will ensure the company's funds aren't wasted because that's what it takes to run a business. Suddenly, she notices he isn't carrying his textbook, so he explains that he'll have to run to the library to borrow one. But running is good for his health. That surprises her since the textbook isn't expensive, so she asks why he doesn't just buy one. When she thinks about it more, she realizes that textbooks aren't actually cheap for most students, so she asks him how much it costs. Seeing her pull out her purse, Ed replies that he appreciates the offer, but it's not necessary. Soon after, she mentions that the student council election is approaching, but she won't run for a position because the trading company is her priority. However, she wants someone who likes her to become student council president, so she suggests Ed run for the position, promising to support him. Ed refuses, so Lortel asks if his sister is running, especially since she doesn't want to suck up to Princess Fenia if she becomes president. However, it will be hard for Tanya to win, even if all the top students support her, because the gap between her and the princess is too large. Hearing that, Ed realizes Lortel is right. It makes more sense for the princess to become president. Tanya, on the other hand, does almost anything to get votes, no matter how desperate, but she can't close the gap and will eventually lose by an overwhelming margin. Suddenly, Lortel asks if Ed supports the princess. He confesses that he leans more toward Tanya. That answer makes Lortel happy, because most people admire Princess Phinia, and she was worried he might be the same. Lowering her head, she asks if he knows she likes him, admitting that she almost got jealous. In a vulnerable moment, she places her hand on his chest, but isn't sure if her attempt works, since Ed doesn't say anything. Regardless, she rests her head against his chest and suggests checking his heartbeat. Immediately, Ed pushes her away. Lortel protests, asking if she did something wrong. Ed responds that she didn't, but he doesn't plan to date anyone until he graduates. Hearing that, Lortel asks if he plans to date after graduation, but he doesn't reply. Happy that she's gained some insight, she rejoices. Graduation isn't too far off, and she's eager to see if he can keep rejecting her. While she talks, Ed remains silent, thinking about how graduating safely isn't an easy goal. The main character must defeat the final boss at the end of the story to restore peace, allowing him to graduate. Clarice, the symbol of the Order, and Phinia, the symbol of the royal family, need to support the protagonist in order for him to defeat the final boss, the Sacred Lance Dragon. In other words, Taylor must grow as the storyline intends and make allies. The class placements went as planned, and Clarice seems to be hiding her identity well. Even though he feels bad for Tanya, Phinia will become the council president, allowing the storyline to return to normal so he can rest easy. However, despite Ed's expectations, the scenario is already breaking down, because Princess Phinia suddenly wakes up one day and decides she doesn't want to run for council president after all. Meanwhile, Clebius freaks out because a first-year student had sent him a duel request form and wonders why they didn't pick someone else. He's the first person the student sent the form to, and he begins to curse about his damned life and why it has to be him that this person wants to duel. While that is going on, this first-year student also goes to inform Jix that he'd like to duel with him. When Jix asks why, the guy says he'd like to learn from him, but Jix tells him not to give some shallow reason like that. When the guy hears that, he comes out plain that he'd like to prove his worth. Jix asks him why he needs the duel since he's already claimed the position of top student in his year. But the boy protests that being top student doesn't mean much since he's just a first year. However, since Janica is the top student of all the third years, Drake is the top student of the Faculty of Combat, and Ed is popular among the first-year Faculty of Magic, he plans to duel against them all. But, to follow the proper order of things, he sent a request to Clebius, the top student of the second-year Faculty of Combat, but it seems like he's avoiding it. The guy plans to win against him and then duel with Elvira, the top of the Faculty of Alchemy, before dueling with Jix. Jix wonders why he's next when he's not a top student, so the guy explains that the top student of the second-year Faculty of Magic, Lucy, is out of the question, so that's why he chose Jix. Intrigued, Jix tells the boy he's self-centered, and it seems that the first lesson he needs to be taught in Sylvania is that he's not always right. The guy informs Jix that he doesn't think it'll be easy to defeat him, but Jix responds that what he means is that he won't even get to fight him, Janica, or Ed, because he won't even be able to defeat Clebius. That statement annoys the first-year student, but Jix tells him to learn to perceive reality properly if he wants to defeat him. Shortly after, Jix steps out and runs into Ed, who thanks him for his help in the library. Jix soon informs him about Wade, the first-year student who's sending out duel requests to all the top students. Interestingly, Ed already knows that Wade Callermore's challenges will go on from Act 3, Episode 3, to Episode 5. In the third episode, Wade, who is a skilled swordsman and the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories, was able to easily become the top student in his year. Unsatisfied, he goes on to challenge his seniors, and in the end, he defeats them all with ease, even Jix. Jix had already been exhausted going into the fight, so it was kind of unfair, but it still ended in a loss. Wade's rampage, which seemed like it wouldn't end, was eventually stopped by Taylor, who had improved over the year. Jix asks Ed if he'd like to check Wade out at the welcome party for the first years that night. But Ed turns down the offer because he already knows what Wade looks like. As he walks away, he notices that the refreshing atmosphere of the school is giving him more energy. Meanwhile, Jix wonders if he should have told him about something else he's noticed. Since he's in the same grade as Phinia and sees her often, he's noticed she's been looking rather down recently. But whenever he's talking to someone and Ed is brought up, she always listens. Sometime later, Jix intentionally calls the name Edward, but focuses on the Ed part, and he notices how the princess jolts back to look at him. However, Jix decides he can always tell Ed later, especially after he's looked into the matter more. Because it's spring, the scenery of the northern forest soon becomes warm. Lucy, who's chilling on the hut's roof, chases away butterflies that are disturbing her while Janica teaches Ed and compliments his improvement. She explains that he should be able to enter a contract with a mid-rank spirit now, and adds that it would be unbelievable that he did this in 1 year. Janica seems to be in her teacher mode, so to play along, Ed comments that he was able to because he has a great teacher. Surprised by the comment, she replies that usually he'd have to climb mountains and valleys to find a spirit whose mana flow matches him well. When Ed protests that he didn't think about mana flow when he made a contract with Marilda, Janica explains that that is because he matches well with fire and wind elements. She suggests that he look into a spirit that's not also wind or fire, and he considers that she's right because finding another element would make it easier for him to respond to various situations. When Ed realizes it will be pretty difficult to find this spirit, Janica responds that most people consider finding their mid-rank spirit a work of fate. However, she helps him first connect and then concentrate his mana into his eyes, allowing him to see the myriad of mid-rank spirits that Janica had chosen for him. When he sees them, he wonders if she doesn't get distracted with all these spirits around. But Janica responds that they like her and she always talks to them all. However, his job is to pick out one of them, so the spirits come forward to introduce themselves one by one. While Ed checks them out, he notices Mug rating them too and wonders what he's judging for when he's just a low-rank spirit. However, our boy feels a bit weird, so Janica asks him what's wrong. He responds that it's nothing, but inside, he hopes to meet his spirit by fate too and wonders if they're using the right method. That night, a welcoming festival is organized for all the first-year students. It's pretty meaningful for the new students. But the organizers soon find out that Janica and Lucy, the top students for the third and second years, were unable to attend due to personal reasons. The faculty became worried that the festival would be unenjoyable because of their absence, but it didn't eventually have any impact because the dignified Princess Phinia attended. The first years were quite afraid to speak to someone of royal blood, including the nobles. There was only one person who was able to talk to her during the event, and that was the top student of the first year, Wade Callermore, who's from one of the 3 greatest swordsman households. They both play a game of chess, and Princess Phinia commends Wade's skill, even though she eventually wins. While they talk, she mentions that she thought she was the best at reading people, but she's found out that she was wrong. Kicking Ed Rothstaylor was only a small concern to her initially. However, he saved Janica, made a home in the forest, and as more time passed, his presence grew bigger until even the incoming students spoke highly of him. As his presence in the school grew, her mistake also grew bigger. She understands that she can be wrong sometimes, but for some reason, she keeps acting like a child by evading her problems, which means that nothing will be resolved. Suddenly, while enjoying the game, she finds new strength and decides that she cannot run from her problems forever. She decides to take 4 days to resolve everything and then go to Ed's hut in the northern forest and talk freely with him. After that realization, she felt refreshed until the morning of the 3rd day, when the news of Ed Rothstaylor's death reached her ears. Sometime later, Tanya writes a letter to her father, as she always does, talking about how there are many things she's not used to while living away from home. She mentions the busy schedule, how she's made a few school friends, how she's been working toward the goal she told him about before she left, and her plan to become the youngest student council president. She explains that she's worried because she heard Princess Phinia will be running for president too, but she'll try her best. She also adds that she's met with Lortel, and negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will begin soon. Finally, she talks about how she met Ed, noting that he seems to have become hardworking and diligent, as if he's a completely different person. She recalls a dream from her childhood where her older sister Arwen held one of her hands, while the other person was either her father or Ed, back when he wasn't much of a scoundrel. She suggests that he's either turned over a new leaf or returned to the way he was before, and she ends the letter. After reading through the letter, Crepin holds a deadly poisoned sword, capable of killing with even a slight graze. Soon after, he hands it to a butler and informs him that he sent a response to Tanya to assist her with the student council president elections and the negotiation for the grimoire's purchase. He has decided to send her a trustworthy subordinate, to whom he also hands the poisonous sword. Normally, sending a subordinate into Sylvania isn't allowed, but since this is for business purposes, the Academy has to permit it. After dismissing the men so they can set off for Sylvania, Crepin removes his gloves, exposing a very red-colored hand with eyes on it. The eye is of the highest-ranked magic called Cause and Effect, which allows him to see the results of any action he sets in motion. He places his hands on a round ball, which drains a significant amount of his mana. He can't use it often for that reason, but the method is tremendously powerful. Suddenly, a vision appears before him, one of his subordinates driving the poisoned sword through Ed's stomach, then dropping him off a cliff as Janica rushes to save him. Crepin doesn't consider this the best plan, but he views it as a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, Tanya considers how popular Princess Phinia is, and realizes her chances of winning against her are nearly zero. As she thinks about giving up, Jix walks past and asks if she's heard of elemental studies training. Noticing her expression, he asks what's bothering her and suggests they have tea with Elka later. Meanwhile, the other girls in their class fawn over Jix, whom they consider the strongest person in the academy, impressed that he's talking to Tanya. Later, Lortel shows up in Tanya's classroom to set a time for their negotiation meeting. Her classmates are also impressed that she just spoke with an executive from the elite trading company. Shortly after, Lucy Merrill, known as the Academy's greatest genius, greets Tanya while passing by. The other students are amazed by Tanya's high-profile connections, noting how she never boasts about them. Tanya overhears her classmates' chatter and uses it to motivate them, encouraging everyone to work hard to become exceptional students. As she steps out, she realizes her status within the academy has risen drastically in the past few days, even though she hasn't done anything. The only reason she's receiving this treatment is that she's Ed's younger sister. She had always thought of him as trash, but now she feels like the trashy one. The overwhelming realization unsettles her, but she's soon distracted when two of her father's subordinates, Kadek and Knox, arrive to greet her after a long time. She's glad to see them and appreciates her father's thoughtfulness. Kadek informs her that he'll be gathering information on the grimoire's market price and the trading company's funding to facilitate negotiations. Meanwhile, Knox explains that he's here to assist with the student council president election. When he suggests gathering intel on Fenia, Tanya stops him, revealing that they've received news that Princess Fenia will no longer be running for president. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Janica and Ed have a drink together when she mentions hearing an announcement that the princess is withdrawing from the election. The news surprises him, so he asks if the announcement is final or still subject to change. The final boss of Act 4 is Ed Rothstaylor, known to the world as the benevolent patriarch of the Rothstaylor family. However, only Princess Fenia recognizes his true darkness. With her influence in the imperial family and the academy, she is the only ally who can lead the fight against Crepin. Her withdrawal from the election is a major problem. Suddenly, Janica walks up to Ed and tells him she has a feeling he's about to do something reckless again. She protests that she can't bear the thought of him getting hurt and bleeding on his own while she remains unaware. To avoid making things harder for himself, she offers to help him. In response, he admits that he believes it would be better if Princess Fenia became student council president. Janica finds this odd, considering that the princess has always been mean to him and that Tanya is his sister. As they talk, Jix approaches and jokingly remarks that they're being scandalous in broad daylight because of how Janica is holding Ed. Apologizing for interrupting their quality time, he mentions that he thinks he knows why Princess Fenia withdrew from the election. Embarrassed, Janica quickly lets go of Ed, but Jix pays her no mind and explains that Fenia is like an alpha wolf that has lost her pack. Because she made the wrong decision, her pack died, and now she has lost her confidence and is incapable of acting. Before leaving, he casually mentions that it's going to rain tomorrow, so they should prepare accordingly. After Jix leaves, Ed reflects on how Jix's animal-like instincts often surpass human senses. The worst possibility he considers is that Princess Fenia has lost all hostility toward the Rothstaylor family. He wonders what he should do. While he's deep in thought, Janica remarks that the rain will be perfect for training the water spirits, and suggests they head to the northern cliff tomorrow to train a mid-rank spirit. Her words make Ed smile, and he decides to focus on what they can handle for now. Meanwhile, Lucy, lounging on a rooftop as usual, wonders if it's really going to rain. Suddenly, something occurs to her, so she jumps down to light a fire. Later, Ed returns home, reasoning that the rain will make it harder to go out, so he hopes it passes quickly. Shortly after, the rain begins, extinguishing Lucy's fire. The next day, the rain continues as Ed and Janica head to the northern cliff to train a water spirit. Mug, snuggled in Ed's coat, is excited to visit the coast, even though it's desolate and far out. Mug thinks it was an excellent choice to contract with the mid-ranking water spirit, Leisha. As they talk, two men approach them. Ed immediately aims his mana arrow at them, but Kadek greets the young master, claiming that it's an honor to see him again. These two are the mid-bosses of Act 4's final chapter, subordinates responsible for the darkness within the Rothstaylor family. They're veterans who have been part of the Rothstaylor family's history all their lives, and they're Crepin's right-hand men. Although Ed should be happy to see them, he doesn't feel quite excited for some reason. When Kadek calls him young master, Ed replies that he's thankful he still calls him that despite his excommunication. Furthermore, Kadek mentions that they've come under Master Crepin's order to assassinate him, but they've decided to repent. As they kneel down, Kadek explains that the family's vassals harbor great hatred toward him, which is why they plan to assassinate him. However, after investigating his new life, they've discovered that he has changed and returned to his true self as the heir. While kneeling, Knox declares that they'll explain everything to Crepin and plead for Ed to become the heir of the Rothstaylor family once again, to restore the family's glory to the world. Suddenly, Ed tells them to stop with the bullshit. Both men smirk when they realize Ed has seen through their plan. Kadek commends Ed's growth, rushes at him with a poisoned dagger, and sends sword strikes of wind ahead of himself. However, Ed, who knows his fighting style, quickly dodges the windsword strike, but he's soon ambushed by Knight Nox, who wields a flaming mace. Quickly, Ed rolls out of the way to avoid the flames and strikes at the men with a water attack, which Caddock easily blocks with his daggers. While they're fighting, Nox asks Ed if he remembers someone named Meliana, the poor child who lost vision in one of her eyes for his amusement. Meliana turns out to be Nox's daughter, and he is clearly fighting with the rage from that experience. Deeply angry, he blasts Ed with fire, but is shocked when Ed completely protects himself with a shield. Our boy doesn't flinch and admits to what he did, but reminds Nox that revenge is useless. He explains that only emptiness lies at the end of vengeance, but Nox, enraged, smashes his shield, unwilling to hear it from someone like him. As Ed moves backward, Caddock retorts that even though Ed has grown, it'll be impossible to block Nox's magic-infused mace. He's dodging well, but he'll die the moment he gets hit, especially since the bow he's carrying is hindering him. The struggle continues as Ed desperately avoids Nox's attacks. Seeing that Ed's movements are becoming sloppy, Nox charges at him with his mace, sensing he has nowhere left to run. As Nox is about to land the final blow, Ed agrees that he's out of options, but Nox is suddenly stabbed in the back by a dagger. The attacker turns out to be Mug. Shocked, Caddock wonders if Ed has used telekinesis or spirit formula, but he soon realizes that Ed had only been using basic magic to force them into attacking while he prepared a counter. Suddenly, Ed tells Mug to trigger the divine explosion, and he does, spilling Nox's blood everywhere. While the explosion is still happening, Ed quickly fires 2 mana arrows at Caddock, who can't comprehend how the boy is still attacking inside an explosion. Soon after, our boy emerges through the blast, using his blessing of recovery that grants him immunity to flames. Surprised, Caddock asks how a scoundrel like Ed has grown so strong in such a short time, but reminds him to aim for vital points next time. Suddenly, Caddock unleashes a barrage of wind attacks that knock Ed backwards several feet toward Nox's body. It seems Nox had used his own body as a shield to protect his vital points from the explosion. Enraged, Caddock charges in to end the fight. While he's still in the air, the water spirit Lycia ambushes Caddock from behind, completely enveloping his head in water to make him choke. The attack forces Caddock to drop his dagger, and he struggles to breathe. Suddenly, Nox, who seemed to be dead, grabs the poisoned dagger and leaps toward Ed from behind. Normally, burns and stab wounds like his would easily render most unconscious. But as a battle-hardened veteran knight, Nox remains conscious, a factor Ed hadn't accounted for. As the knife inches toward Ed's face, he realizes his mistake, but Marilda immediately activates his protection of the wind skill, which blows enemies back when an unexpected attack occurs. The blast of wind strikes Nox, but instead of launching him backward, it only dazes him, causing him to collapse. On his knees, Nox asks Ed to finish things quickly, but Ed grabs his hands and tells him he's the one who should be making that request. Ed acknowledges that the two of them would only be here if his father truly wanted him dead, meaning he is destined to die regardless. He concludes that killing them won't end this, so he'd rather die here. He informs Nox that his death would only leave emptiness, but it wouldn't be meaningless, because at least Nox wouldn't live shackled by revenge anymore. He offers this as a small gift for his loyalty to the Rothstaylor family, so Nox pushes the knife through his stomach. Soon after, Janica arrives, apologizing for being late because her class ended later than usual. As soon as she reaches the scene, she sees Nox pushing Ed's body off the cliff and rushes toward him, but she's too late to catch him. Nox realizes they're in trouble because there's a witness. Suddenly his body becomes immobilized, and he doesn't understand what's happening. A strange energy bursts from Janica's body, and the seasoned warrior, who thought he had seen everything on the battlefield, realizes there are things he has never encountered before. He soon beholds the summoning of the highest level spirit, one even stronger than a high-level spirit, of which only one exists per element in the natural world, and only one girl who can execute it. She turns to him, bloodlust in her eyes, and asks if he understands what he just did. A giant white circle appears, which not many people can understand. This is the summoning of the highest-ranked darkness spirit, Glaskin's right hand, the sun that scorches the earth. It possesses a tail larger than the Imperial City, and is the one who burned down the Alphonse Mountains during the Age of Myth. This is the highest-rank fire spirit, Teorphus. Even summoning just one of his hands would be enough to burn all the northern forest to ashes, and Nox doesn't even know whether to be in awe or afraid. It is clear that what comes next for him is absolute death. When Janica turns to him again to ask if he understands what he just did, he starts choking on his spit. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat covers him and begins burning his skin. Out of nowhere, Marilda appears behind him, shielding him from the heat wave, and urges him to run. When she repeats the instruction, it makes no sense to him why she's helping him, but she insists he must survive and report everything he has seen and experienced. Severely injured, Nox crawls away from the site. Annoyed, Janica demands to know what Marilda is doing and orders her to move. Marilda refuses and explains that she wasn't the one who summoned Teorphus, urging Janica to think about it carefully. In a flashback, Lortel asks Ed how his magic engineering is going, since she had given him some magic engineering items and ingredients before. Actually, all Ed did throughout the break was train his magic engineering skills, and his efforts were so successful that he managed to create a legendary rank engineering item. The item he created was Delheim's Hourglass, which reverts all physical states by a few seconds, removing all damage and wounds. However, it is a one-time use item. As Ed crawls out of the water onto shore, he recalls how he reversed the effects of falling off the cliff and the poisonous dagger. Since he only reversed time by a few seconds, the injuries he sustained earlier remain, but the salt water that seeped into his wounds is causing his temperature to drop rapidly. He had summoned Marilda because the situation at the top of the cliff seemed abnormal, but he doesn't know how things turned out because of how injured he is. This legendary item shouldn't exist in the third act, and he never expected to use it this early. His long-term efforts now seem wasted. However, at least he survived. To him, Crepin's cause and effect determination magic is extremely troublesome. Even if he were to defeat Katic and Nox and survive, Crepin could repeatedly use his enormous mana pool to find a future where Ed truly dies. That's why he needed to die once. So Crepin would lose interest in him for a while, believing him to be dead. He figures that the only reason the Academy would allow the subordinates inside would be to help Tanya with her election and purchase the grimoire. After that, they would have to leave. In the meantime, he'll have to live like a dead man. He can survive, but the issue is that his body isn't moving well. While lying on the ground, a fire spirit belonging to Janica finds Ed, which brings him relief. Before he can say anything, Janica jumps on him, hugging him tightly and pushing him to the ground. Happy, Ed apologizes to Janica for always making her worry and hugs her back. Later, he explains to her that it's better for him to stay hidden until the election ends. To help, Janica promises to bring him essential supplies and daily tools. When he mentions that his injuries hurt, she quickly removes her hands from around his neck and apologizes for hugging him so tightly. Meanwhile, Lucy hides under the hut's covering, watching the falling rain. Although it seems like she's doing nothing, she's practicing the art of waiting. Normally, Ed would walk through the forest grass, and once he confirmed the fire had gone out, he'd kick the wooden reinforcements to ensure they were sturdy. Then, he'd put away all the clothes drying on the line, place rust-prone tools under the tent, greet Lucy, and sit at his desk to read a magic engineering book. Meanwhile, Lucy would always sit near the fire and sleep while listening to the rain and the sound of Ed flipping through his books. Suddenly, she detects mana laced with the scent of blood but chooses to ignore it. Eventually, she heads out to investigate and runs into subordinates of the Rothstaylor family. When Nox spots her, he asks for help, claiming he tripped in the forest and that his partner was mauled by a wild animal. However, much to Nox's confusion, Lucy's eyes light up, and she offers to let him live if he tells her the truth about what he was doing in the forest. Meanwhile, some guards discover the seal of the deadly poison dagger, an advanced seal so rare that one might only see it once in a lifetime. The lead guard laments that these kinds of incident reports always happen during his shift. However, from the traces on the dagger, he deduces that it was used to kill someone. Considering the fall from the cliff, finding the body will be difficult, especially after the rain stops. The man turns to Janica, who explains that she was on her way to meet Ed to practice spirit sorcery. But when she arrived, he had already been stabbed. He asks if she saw the culprit, and she confidently states that it was the subordinates sent from the Rothstaylor house. The guard proposes that he will speak to the dean in the morning, but before he can finish his sentence, Lucy appears. Janica immediately tries to calm Lucy down, promising to explain everything back at the camp, but Lucy reveals that she has already captured the murderers. As she picks up Ed's bow, a bright energy pours out of her body, and she instantly vanishes. Janica urgently informs the guard that they need to catch Lucy before things escalate further. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Nox writhes in excruciating pain under Lucy's power. Lucy stands before him and demands answers about the Rothstaylor family. Nox, however, tries to explain that they were only assisting Tanya and had permission from the Academy. Mentioning Tanya's name only makes things worse. Lucy immediately storms off toward the hostel, enraged, to confront Tanya. In deep rage, Lucy demands Tanya Rothstaylor, and Belle quickly rushes out to ask Lucy what's going on. Belle activates one of her magic engineering items to try to subdue Lucy, who is levitating with the Katic and Nox by her side. Belle asks Lucy why she's doing this, but Lucy breaks apart the magic engineering item in her hand with just a glance, demanding that they bring Tanya to her. Meanwhile, another huge explosion occurs somewhere else, and Wade commends Elvira for putting up a good fight, even though he beat her. She accuses him of arrogance for beating the second years, but Wade explains that he still has to beat Jix to complete his plan of defeating all the second years. Jix, who is standing nearby, is surprised that Wade was able to beat Elvira, the top alchemy student, even though his specialty is one-on-one battles. Wade is the heir of the renowned swordsman family of Callermore, and some onlookers gossip that he might really beat Jix after all. Before they begin their fight, an explosion shakes the building. It turns out to be Lucy, who is in a fit of rage. They quickly rush toward the noise to investigate, but when they arrive, Jix realizes they're too late. He sees Belle and the others turn to stone. In reality, they are all frozen in a time prison using time-type aspectual magic, and Lucy is likely the only genius who can witness aspectual magic, which someone spent their entire life researching, and copy it after one look. Still deeply angry, she orders them to bring Tanya to her, and one of the maids signals to the students to quickly follow her. The maid explains that they don't know what to do, but if Lucy is telling the truth, it seems Ed Rothstaylor has died after being killed by the subordinates of the Rothstaylor family. Shocked, Jix stops running and tells the others to go ahead. Wade warns him not to seek revenge but to evacuate with them. However, Jix insists they go ahead, saying he'll evacuate later. Jix rushes to Tanya's room and realizes that no one has seen Tanya Rothstaylor 5 minutes after the first loud noise and that her door is locked. The only place she could be hiding is her wardrobe. He opens it and finds her trembling in fear, wondering why any of this is happening. All the evidence points to Tanya, but Jix doesn't understand, especially since Tanya's reputation was improving due to Ed's influence. Although she had some ill feelings toward Ed, orchestrating an assassination seems strange. Immediately, he calls her attention and asks truthfully if she had Ed assassinated. Trembling, Tanya swears she didn't. Even though he can't be sure, Jix decides to protect her because he knows Lucy will eventually kill her. Though he feels desolate hearing about Ed's death, there are too many things he doesn't understand. He decides to get the details later and tells her to stay in the room for now. If she steps into the square, she'll die. He must stop Lucy because he knows Ed wouldn't have wanted her to get blood on her hands. Suddenly, Wade appears and informs Jix that he has to achieve his goal, even by force, so he demands that Jix hand over Tanya. Meanwhile, Lucy continues destroying the hostel, and Clybius, who jumps into the square, stumbles upon another frozen statue. Dorothy, a top third-year alchemy student. Shocked that even a top student has fallen victim, he notices Lucy spotting him from above. He quickly runs for his life, lamenting that there is no peace in his life and that he didn't come to Sylvania to die. Suddenly, he trips over a stone, falls on his face, and curses once more about how much he hates this. While he's on the ground, Elvira approaches him and asks what he's doing. She informs him that only the top students can stop Lucy for now, and they need to hold out for 30 minutes until the academy workers arrive. She then walks away and tells him to escape to the academy building once his legs have recovered. He watches as she heads toward Lucy, preparing to subdue her until the academy workers arrive, knowing that she is also a top student. Meanwhile, Lucy rushes to Ed's cave with Teorphus and informs him that the situation is bad. The academy workers are on their way. She explains that Lucy found out before she could explain everything, so she doesn't know what might happen. When Ed asks about Lucy's whereabouts, she replies that Lucy has gone to the hall to find Tanya. Upon hearing this, he immediately gets up, realizing he must go himself. In a flashback, Lucy recalls how Glock had attended to her while she was sick, and how he warned that she'd get sick like this again if she kept rolling around in the rain. In a funny manner, he reminds her to remember this feeling because, slowly, the number of times she will get injured or sick will reduce. He informs her that she will meet weak people who could spend their entire lives just barely managing to do the things she does easily. In the present, several academy workers fire different attacks at Lucy, but they don't affect her at all. When she realizes they're not going to bring Tanya to her, she tells them it's fine because it won't be long before she finds Tanya herself. Glock had told her that she would become such a powerful mage that no one would rival her, and life might get tedious because of her innate talent, even seeming meaningless. Meanwhile, as Lucy walks toward the workers, all of them become stone as they're frozen in the time prison. She recalls that Glock had told her that everything, including pain, would eventually become a distant memory to her, but she believes he's a lying old man because she's certainly in pain right now. As she takes a step forward, she steps on a trap that triggers a huge explosion. After the smoke clears, Lucy appears unscathed, and Elvira, who had thought the trap was a good plan, laments that Lucy's casting speed is abnormally high. With one wave of her hand, Lucy commands Elvira to move, and a huge power envelops and throws away the poor girl. As she's being thrown away, she realizes that Lucy was able to cast so fast not because of a specific type of magic, but because of the level of mana she was emitting. So, in the end, the problem was mana, because a mage is only as strong as the level of their mana. However, Elvira informs her that alchemists can understand mana and transform it into something that isn't magic, like magic engineering items or reagents. Lucy's eyes widen as Elvira pours something called a red quartz reagent onto the ground, onto all the magic engineering items she had positioned, to use the power of the reagent to channel Lucy's mana to activate the items. Elvira explains that if she activates all of these items with an increased output at the same time, all the mana in the area will evaporate. Even though all the magic engineering items she's spent her entire life making will get ruined, she plans to do it to help all the students and the maids evacuate. Suddenly, Elvira activates them all, but Lucy doesn't move an inch while she's doing that. Suddenly, Elvira receives an overload message that the amount of mana has surpassed the limit of the tool. Shocked, she watches as each of the engineering items explodes around Lucy. Calculating the amount of mana it takes to overload all magic engineering items is theoretically possible, but no one does it because it's not academically valuable, and no one has that amount of mana. If someone like that existed, it would be impossible to stop such a person in the first place. The time it took to apprehend the head maid, Bleal, the fourth-year top alchemy student, Dorothy, 14 high-class maids, and second-year top alchemy faculty student Elvira, is 3 minutes. Lucy walks past Elvira, who is severely injured, but Elvira grabs her leg and asks if she doesn't think she will regret it if she keeps going. She reminds Lucy that she could have easily sent the entire hall flying at once with all this mana, but the fact that she hasn't done that probably means she feels that Ed wouldn't have wanted her to do this. Regardless, Lucy continues and says she'll decide that after meeting Tanya. While she's talking, a strange being approaches her in the dark with a sword. However, Lucy had detected him and cushioned the hit of his sword by protecting herself with a shield. It turns out to be Clebius, who tells Lucy he's not going to let her get past him, even referring to her as a mother fair. In response, Lucy creates a small explosion in her hands and releases it into Clebius's torso. The time it took to apprehend the second-year top combat faculty student Clebius is 1 second. Meanwhile, Wade tells Jix that he has to achieve his goal, even if he has to do it by force, and demands Tanya. He swoops in to strike Jix with his sword, but Jix quickly averts the attack and retaliates with his own sword. Wade is surprised that Jix is able to use the island family swordsmanship, the swordsmanship of a beast that once roamed the northern grasslands and became civilized after staying at the island estate. As the men continue to battle, Wade reasons that this is real swordsmanship experience. However, it's incomplete, and he can find a weak spot in Jix's center of gravity. He goes in for his next attack with a maniacal smile, certain that he's won. As he's about to strike Jix by his side, a bright green light appears called the Wind Blade, which knocks back Wade's blade and allows Jix to knock him to the ground. When Wade is on the ground, Jix asks him if he wants to keep going, and Wade gets up, prepared to continue. The swordsman confesses that he enjoys fighting strong people, so there's no need to give up this opportunity. As he leaps in for another strike, he begs Jix to entertain him more, but Jix comments that it's shameful that Wade only enjoys victory and not fights. He accuses him of only showing drive when it comes to fights in which he sees the potential for victory, because if he truly wanted to fight someone strong, he wouldn't have chosen Jix, especially because Lucy Merrill is the magic faculty's top student. Stung by his comment, Jix calls Wade a cowardly bastard who keeps looking for an excuse. With one move, Jix pushes his sword down and goes in for the last strike, but eventually stops when he gets close to Wade's throat. Wade asks him what he should have done against an impossible opponent like Lucy, since it would be foolish to challenge her. Jix tells him that that's his limit. Meanwhile, Lucy makes her way into the hall. In a flashback, someone considers how pride is the leading cause of warriors' downfall more than anything else. This person advises caution against men who charge pompously into battle, with no respect for those who have put their lives on the line. He believes Clebius would be wiser if he relied on fear rather than pride. Behind Lucy, Clebius still follows after her, despite the fact that he's literally oozing blood. In the flashback, the person tells Clebius that if he lives with fear in mind, there will come a day when he will not be able to move his feet off the floor, and he will be able to escape. But as his body trembles, his hand will be firm and steady on his sword, and he will know loss is inevitable. That will be his conviction. Suddenly, a crimson energy surrounds Clebius's body, and he transforms into the sword demon. Elvira, who is still watching nearby, is shocked by the beast Clebius has transformed into. However, Lucy isn't fazed and uses Ed's bow to fire a fire arrow using a mid-rank fire magic called Flame Pillar, then multiplies it by 100, causing a huge explosion. As she does that, she keeps in mind that she promised not to kill anyone. The reason she can do that despite making a promise is because she's confident that she cannot kill that monster with just this much. Her eyes widen when she realizes the arrows didn't touch him, and that he has gotten faster. She looks back and notices him charging toward her with his sword. Before he can hit her, her protection of the wind is activated, since she has a contract with Marilda, and the wind blows Clebius backward. However, he's not knocked down and manages to stabilize himself with his bare hands. More wounds form, and more blood spills over Clebius's blood-stained body. It wouldn't be strange for him to have fainted from all the blood loss. But the amount of mana surrounding his sword and body increases the more he is injured, and the more his blood flows. With ridiculous speed, he makes several strikes on Lucy's shield, and even though she's protected, it worries her that he's holding a cursed sword. This is the Nortondale family's taboo: blood swordsmanship. Several drops of sweat cover Lucy as Clebius attacks the top of her shield again with intense rage. Finally, she raises her hand and generates an explosive force in her palm, firing it at him. Oddly, instead of destroying him, the monster charges through the attack and breaks through the shield. Quickly, Lucy creates another shield around herself and blasts the monster with a stronger attack. This attack launches Clebius backward by several feet, with blood spilling out of every hole in his body. Blood swordsmanship uses the blood flowing from your body as a new mana source and is a taboo among taboos. In a flashback, some men find Clebius after he had transformed and call him a bastard for killing someone. Even the Nortondale family itself forbade Clebius from inheriting it. While the men shout at him, Clebius's brother walks up to him and reminds him that he's not a monster. In the present, while blood oozes from his body, Clebius wakes up again and gets back on his feet. He's the monster who learned blood swordsmanship on his own, and after many years, he had to acknowledge that he's a monster. However, when Lucy raises her hands into the air and activates a high-level lightning magic called Divine Punishment, he has to acknowledge that Lucy is the real monster. Meanwhile, Jix runs away with Tanya, but they abruptly stop when Lortel blocks their path. Lortel tells Jix that he can escape if he goes through the door at the end of the hallway, but Jix stops Tanya from moving forward because he senses that something is off. Regardless, Lortel comments that Tanya is lucky to have Jix helping her. Jix, still cautious, asks Lortel if she's heard about Ed, but she replies that she's not sure. Jix asks her what she was going to do if it was just Tanya by herself, so Lortel replies that she would have ripped her to shreds. However, Jix reminds her that would be rash, so she agrees that instead of killing her, she should start with her fingernails to make her confess. When Tanya hears that, she pleads with Lortel, insisting she wasn't the one, but Lortel asks them to go ahead, especially since she can't beat Jix in a battle anyway. When Jix hears that, his body instinctively freezes. As everyone in Sylvania knew, making an enemy of Lortel was a foolish choice. The moment this girl began to show hostility toward you, you could never know what was waiting for you behind the door. Unsure of what to do, Jix freezes, deep in thought. But he hasn't caught on yet because, at this point, they shouldn't be safe. It shouldn't be possible for him to spend this time frozen in thought. Meanwhile, Lucy asks Clebius how many times he plans to get hit by her high-level magic before giving up. In a flashback to the past, Clebius's brother told him not to blame himself too much because it was the fault of those who wanted to test his powers, not his. His brother asked him to lift his head because this wasn't a curse. He told the young Clebius that the power he had was from a hero who charged forward to hold the line against an enemy bearing down on him like a mountain, and this was the power their progenitor, Belcus Nortondale, used to protect their family. He informed Clebius that he could also become a hero just like Belcus with this power. In the present, Clebius curses and tells himself that his brother was wrong. As he charges toward Lucy one more time, he believes he's just a demon who bathes his surroundings in blood once he loses his rationality. At that point, concepts like rationality don't apply to a monster like him. As Lucy blasts Divine Punishment lightning once more, Clebius leaps into the air to avoid the trajectory of the lightning, inching closer to tearing her in half. As he comes in close, Lucy intensifies the power of the lightning around her to stop him, but is shocked when Clebius manages to charge through it and point his sword at her neck. Clebius remembers how his brother told him he could become a hero with this power, until he finally killed him. After Clebius stabbed his brother told him it was a relief that he was the one who got killed this time, and not someone else because he could at least forgive him. His brother's last words were to not blame himself too much, as he bled out against the wall. To Clebius, the true hero was his brother, who died that day at the hands of a monster. In the present, he transforms back to normal and tells Lucy he really can't go on any longer. He doesn't want to become a hero, but he just doesn't want to become a monster. Finally, he crashes to the ground as his sword shatters. As the maids and students evacuate in the rain, Clebius believes he's done his part. In blood swordsmanship, the amount of mana surrounding your body and sword increases the more your blood flows. Ironically, the closer you are to death, the more powerful you become. But even that great power is insignificant in the face of Lucy. Yet perhaps due to her complacency or his determination, a moment occurred that could never be repeated. She definitely could have died. Lucy, who had lived her entire life as the strong, could never get used to that feeling. The fear of death she experienced for the first time made her determined that she had to kill the weak who no longer had the ability or will to fight. As she generates great power to bear down on Clebius, She notices a drop of spirit water that draws her attention. When she looks to her side, she sees a hooded person who fired the spirit water arrow. Clebius spots the person who fired the arrow, and he angrily confirms that this Mother Fear, as he puts it, is alive, just as he suspected. Meanwhile, Jix doesn't know what to do, and he realizes he has to hurry up and make a decision. Suddenly, while he's looking at Lortel, the glass window close to Lortel breaks, and Janica leaps into the room, jumping on Lortel. Surprised, Janica helps Lortel up and turns to Tanya, relieved to have found her. Lortel notices that Janica seems fine even after hearing the news about Ed and wonders if she's gone crazy. Janica turns to Marilda and asks if she's misinterpreting the situation, but Marilda, who had probably told her about it, assures her that she arrived just in time. Out in the square, Ed is shocked to see Clebius in such a battered state. Clebius retorts that he knew all that fighting was for nothing, and that he'd never be able to reach Lucy's toes even if he put his life on the line. However, he didn't run away because of everyone else who fought, even though they knew they would be unable to stop her. He even mentions Elvira, who sacrificed everything she had worked on her entire life without hesitation. In a flashback to a time with his brother mentions that their progenitor, Belkis, could have given up like the others. But Belkis believed he could become something like a hero. As Elvira helps Clebius up, he curses again, wondering why his brother didn't just let him run away, only for him to end up losing anyway. As Clebius laments that it's all so meaningless, Ed places a hand on his shoulder and thanks both of them because their efforts weren't meaningless. Regardless, Clebius doesn't take the compliment and beats himself up for being an insect piece of shit until he collapses due to blood loss. To Ed, none of what he said was flattery. He has a full understanding of all the main characters in the academy, but he never thought anyone would have the ability to stop Lucy, including himself. It took at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and for Ed to arrive, and Clebius stood his ground that entire time. Clebius, the failed swordsman of Sylvania and the third act's final boss, went against the awakened one, Lucy Merrill. This whole time Lucy doesn't say anything and just stands there. Ed apologizes for not telling her beforehand, but informs her that he was in a situation where he had to die. But his life was also in danger, so he couldn't prepare a way to tell her in advance. While he's talking, she runs to hug him, and with tears streaming down her face, she tells him she thought he was dead. Ed places a hand on her shoulder, reminding her that he's still here, and then puts his arms around her. Meanwhile, Jix reasons that he was certain nothing would cause him to feel fear again after entering civilization. In front of him are the high-level spirit, Marilda, and now Janica, who proclaims that she's been looking for Tanya all along. He believes that the two ladies aren't in their right minds due to the news of Ed's death. But as Jix prepares to react, Janica tries to stop him and confesses that she has something to say about Ed. However, he doesn't hear her over the explosive force he uses to destroy a nearby wall. He immediately tells Tanya to run down a nearby path and go west from there until she reaches the life buildings, where she can ask for help. He explains that she must find someone from the Imperial forces or a noble family with whom she has a relationship. Before she leaves, Tanya asks what he will do. He says he'll block them to the best of his ability so they don't go after her, even though it might not be possible. As she heads out, she asks him why he would go so far, and he informs her that it's because she's Ed's younger sister before urging her to run. After she passes through the entrance he created, Jix prepares himself to fight, sure that the ladies won't listen to him no matter what he says. He tries to calm Janica by saying he understands her feelings since he also has someone he loves, but Janica, who is explaining the situation to Lortel, wonders what he's talking about. Jix continues his speech, saying he'd be extremely hurt if he lost the person he loves, and that he understands if her entire body is burning with fury, especially because she loves Ed more than anyone. When he mentions how serious and precious her love for Ed is, Janica turns red in the face, surprised by what he's saying. When he continually describes her passionate love and feelings for Ed, which will remain in her heart forever, he suddenly receives a huge fire attack that literally knocks him out of the building. Completely dazed, he hears Janica tell him that Ed's not dead as she strikes him with the staff in her hand and pleads with him to stop talking. Meanwhile, Lucy remains in Ed's embrace as the rain continues falling. Emotions are the same, and you regain your composure once you release them. Lucy had believed that the way she felt about Glock was the same way she felt about Ed, but those overlapping feelings were similar, yet slightly different. Suddenly, she pushes him away, which shocks Ed, so he calls out to her. Although he had only said her name like he normally did, her heart felt like it was burning. Lucy finally realized that the emotion she was feeling was. Lucy considers how the smell of settled grass makes her feel serene. When that scent comes from the stack of hay near the hut, she lets it linger because she doesn't particularly dislike the smell. However, the maids feel the exact opposite. While Ed speaks, she detects that familiar scent of grass on him that makes her feel serene. Ed informs her that those from the academy will arrive soon, and he'd have to explain his circumstances. He proposes that they go see the others since the rain has stopped, but Lucy, whose face is as red as a tomato and has just been staring at his face all along, asks him what he said. Ed chides her for not listening and explains again that she'd probably have to face a disciplinary committee and apologize to Elvira and Clebius because they got really hurt, and Elvira lost all of her engineering items. Lucy is surprised by that because, according to her, Elvira came at her first, and Clebius cut himself to lose all that blood. Even though the magic she used may be cruel from their perspective, she feels like she worked really hard to ensure she didn't kill them. When Ed notices Lucy crying because he said she'd have to apologize, he sighs and informs her he'll take care of it since he's also responsible. She doesn't even hear any of that, but is stung by the fact that Ed sighed. She feels like she's been treated like a pathetic person, that she's been hated, and that Ed is disappointed in her. To avoid him becoming disappointed, she quickly proposes that she'll apologize, and Ed commends her wisdom. The scent of grass wafts past her again, and Ed proposes that they start moving since she's not hurt. Meanwhile, Lucy, who is love-struck, just keeps staring at Ed's face. When she smells that scent of grass, if she lets her guard down for even a second, she can't breathe and feels shivers run down her spine. She wonders why this has happened since she had just considered Ed as someone who took care of her perfect nap spot at camp, who fed her, sat with her, and allowed her to lay on his leg. She realizes they've spent most of the year together, and now she's awestruck by his scent. Meanwhile, Ed turns to go look for Janica, but Lucy suddenly grabs him from behind. With tears in her eyes, she asks him if he really has to leave now, but Ed doesn't seem to understand what the heck is going on. At the Ophilus Hall central entrance, Janica chides Jix for talking too much, and Ed soon arrives with Lucy. Suddenly he notices Lortel looking the other way and asks her what she's doing. She's obviously red in the face, so she clears her throat and calmly turns around to acknowledge the fact that Ed is safe after all. Our boy immediately apologizes for making her worry, but Lortel claims she didn't, because she had logically thought that he wasn't someone who would die easily, especially since he had the Delheim's hourglass that he requested from her. As she continues to narrate how merchants always remain calm and rational, Jix looks at her in confusion, and she turns to Jix to confirm how calm she was. Since he's scared of her, Jix affirms that she wasn't emotionally stirred at all. Furthermore, when Tanya glares at him, he also covers up her own emotional outburst. Soon after, Lortel fixes Ed's collar and claims that she didn't think he had died. She explains that seeing his face puts her at ease and confesses that she was a bit anxious though. Suddenly, she grabs him by the collar and attempts to pull his face toward her because he has to pay for making her anxious. But Ed doesn't understand that logic. Before she can make her move, Lucy comes between them and pushes Lortel away, red in the face with jealousy. For a moment, everyone remains silent, and Jix just looks at them all in confusion. At this point, Lortel becomes extremely angry that Lucy just blocked her chance. Worried, Ed places a hand on Lucy's head and asks her what's wrong. He explains that Lortel was just saying she was worried, and that there's no need to push her away. However, he doesn't notice that Lucy is about to burst because of the way he's touching her, and is literally oozing out smoke from her head. Suddenly, Janica yanks Lucy out of Ed's reach and protests that they're both standing too close, but Lucy aggressively pushes her away too. At this point, all three women face each other defensively, and for some reason, Ed feels like there's an emergency. He stands there in shock as he watches the face-off, and Jix watches from behind with keen interest. All three women glare at one another in an intense staring competition, and Jix watches excitedly, hoping for some action. However, the emotions are doused when Elvira reminds them that they don't have enough time to be doing this. Ed quickly agrees with her because the Academy people will arrive soon, so he informs them that he plans to hide the fact that he's alive, and he explains why he's doing that. Eventually, Lucy apologizes to Clebius and Elvira and decides to help Tanya, who had run away. Jix suddenly regrets letting Tanya run away, and they eventually agree on a story about what happened before Lucy turns everyone back from their frozen state. Meanwhile, Nox and Caddick remain tied in the middle of the square, while Ed disappears from the Academy before anyone discovers that he's alive. Shortly after, Clebius is shocked that all his injuries have been healed, and he wonders what happened. When he looks up, he sees Elvira, and he starts to panic because he thinks he's dead since he was certain that he was bleeding profusely just a moment ago. Elvira soon stops his yapping and informs him that the Academy workers are coming soon, and he has to testify that he stopped Lucy. Moments before, Lucy bowed her head to apologize and healed Clebius's injuries. Lortel promised to provide secret maintenance funds for Ed, and Elvira still can't wrap her head around the unexpected things that Ed said to Clebius while he beat himself up. After Elvira drags him down to rest, Clebius concludes that it must have been Ed who blocked Lucy and beats himself up for not being able to beat Ed again. While he talks, Elvira considers how the most intriguing thing she's discovered from this experience is Clebius. When he laments that life is shitty and expects her to yell at him, she affirms that life is truly shitty, and they both look up to watch the night sky for a while. Meanwhile, Tanya, who had been frantically running through the woods, slips over some mud, and she quickly gets up, urging her legs to move. She urges herself to move because she's certain Lucy would be after her. Unfortunately, no one is chasing Tanya, but her plan is to get to a safe place and find out the truth about how Ed died to clear her name. With tears in her eyes, she runs through the woods so she doesn't get caught, but there's no one to stop her. Sometime later, the guard who was summoned to the site of Ed's murder reports that the investigation into Ed's death is nearly concluded. They use something called thoughtography magic to analyze the scene and attempt a reenactment, which matches Janika's testimony. It appears that subordinates of the Rothstaylor family stabbed Ed, causing him to fall off the cliff. The subordinates, who seem to be the culprits, have been imprisoned in a facility in the academy basement, and their punishment will be transferred to the royal palace. The principal, Obel, listens to the guard's report and confirms that Ed's death has been essentially verified. He proposes organizing the facts properly for an official report to the royal palace, aiding in the conclusion of the investigation. The influence of a student's death seems greater than expected. Lucy had an extreme reaction upon hearing the news, leading to a situation where students had to be evacuated in the middle of the night. It's clear that Ed had a significant impact on many people, and reports indicate that Lucy was eventually stopped by Clebius. Obel is intrigued by Clebius's strength and suggests that the academy prepare a commendation for him. Regarding Lucy, they plan to hold a disciplinary committee hearing, which is overseen by the academy's vice principal, Rachel. During the hearing, Elvira and Clebius are called to testify. While the damage to Ophelis Hall is not insignificant, it is minimal compared to the previous Ophelis Hall occupation incident. Lucy might have received a lighter punishment if she had shown any sign of remorse. Other educational institutions, as well as the royal family, consider Sylvania the best academy because it produced the rare genius mage, Lucy, and the academy frequently uses this for promotion. At this point, expulsion is not an option, and it would be preferable not to leave any disciplinary records. However, Lucy's attitude toward the situation greatly frustrates Vice Principal Rachel, despite her intent to be lenient. Eventually, Rachel revokes Lucy's scholarship eligibility, suspends her for 10 days, restricts her access to student facilities for 70 days, lowers her practical exam score by 2 ranks, and revokes her eligibility to stay in Ophelis Hall. Although the punishment seems harsh, the scholarship means little to Lucy since the Glocked Scholarship Association has already covered her tuition. Even with a 2-rank grade reduction, the gap between her and Jix, who ranks second, remains vast. She also rarely uses the school's facilities, so the restrictions do not affect her significantly. Lucy is about to sign the punishment agreement when Belle interrupts the proceedings. As a witness, Belle suggests that forcing Lucy out of Ophelis Hall is not an effective punishment and won't make her truly reflect on her actions. When Belle starts speaking, Lucy frantically urges the vice principal to hand her the document so she can sign it quickly. But Belle argues that expelling Lucy from Ophelis Hall is a reward rather than a punishment. Instead, Belle suggests restricting her movements within the dormitory for a probationary period. Lucy pleads with the vice principal to just suspend her from school entirely, but Belle assures Rachel that the maids will stand guard 24/7 to ensure Lucy doesn't leave. In the end, Rachel grants a 30-day probation. Upon hearing this, Lucy bursts into tears, finally beginning to reflect on her actions. As she begs, Belle reassures her that she will personally make sure Lucy is unable to step outside. Sometime later, Janica visits a cave to inform Ed that Lucy is under probation. Ed considers the punishment lenient, though he knows Lucy must feel like she's dying inside. Meanwhile, Janica prepares her favorite beef stew, which piques Ed's interest. He is surprised that she insists on doing his laundry, helping him with spirit classes, school lessons, and cooking. The student council president elections are approaching, but 3 concerns trouble Ed. First, Fenia has seemingly lost the will to run for president. Second, Tanya, who was supposed to be Fenia's rival, is currently missing. Third, the Rothstaylor subordinates Caddick and Knox remain imprisoned at the academy. Ed staged his own death so that Crepp and Rothstaylor would hear about it and stop searching for him. However, since things have taken an unexpected turn, Caddick and Knox have been arrested at the academy, and Ed now needs to find a way to free them so Creppen truly believes he is dead. Only then can he safely come out of hiding. Suddenly, Janica comments that Ed, a noble young master from a duke's family, keeps getting involved in various troubles despite being excommunicated. As a simple farm girl, she doesn't understand his struggles or how to properly comfort him. Ed assures her that she doesn't need to overthink it, especially since she has already done so much for him. However, she explains that she doesn't want him to keep suffering and wishes he would stop having such a hard time. Her words surprise Ed, and for a moment they share an awkward silence before abruptly looking away from each other. Shortly after, Ed thanks Janica, acknowledging that she is the only one who worries about him this much. She laughs, embarrassed by her own words. Anyway, their top priority now is finding Tanya. Ed mentions that he has a hunch about where she might be. In the failed Swordsman of Sylvania game, Tanya Rothstaylor was always portrayed as a proud, fearless, and strong girl. Since he has witnessed her strength firsthand, he is certain that Tanya is fine and is somewhere, confidently planning for the future as always. Meanwhile, Tanya is in tears in front of Princess Fenia, desperately trying to explain that she never ordered anyone to kill her brother. Before Tanya arrived, Fenia had already heard of Ed's death and had cancelled most of her work to deal with her complicated emotions about him. She had wanted to talk to him, and with just one more day, she might have done so. But she was too late. If she had acted sooner, things might have been different. But her pride held her back. The goal she had pursued since enrolling, the presidency of the student council, now seems out of reach. Although the position holds little power compared to the royal family, it would have given her authority within Sylvania, ensuring she didn't end up like the third prince, who relied solely on royal influence. She wanted to win the presidency on her own merit, to challenge the darkness within the Rothstaylor family. However, now she wonders if she even deserves power. As she cries, Claire knocks on the door and brings in Tanya, who had been on the run. Although Fenia doesn't yet know the full story, the Academy's initial investigation suggests a strong possibility that Ed was assassinated by Rothstaylor subordinates. With Ed gone, Tanya is now the only remaining Rothstaylor family member on Arkan Island. Uncertain whether the princess will believe her, Tanya tearfully insists that she did not kill her brother. In response, Fenia hugs her, sympathizing with her suffering. Realizing she must learn from past mistakes, Fenia asks Tanya to explain everything, so she doesn't jump to conclusions about the Rothstaylor family. After hearing Tanya's account, Fenia decides to believe her and promises to help her hide until the situation clears up. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Tanya profusely thanks her. Fenia, in turn, reflects on Tanya's gentle nature. She had expected a fierce political rival, but instead she finds a girl with a soft heart. While they talk, Claire enters to inform the princess that she has a visitor. To Fenia, her true opponent in the election has just arrived. When she opens the door, she finds Lortel, who casually remarks that, despite Ed's unfortunate death, the Academy's plans must proceed. The princess, on guard, demands to know why Lortel came looking for her. Lortel, smiling, replies that she wanted to ask why Fenia is hiding Tanya. In the Ophilus Hall, Lucy lies in her bed and prays for death, with 29 days left until the end of her probation. This is 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Fenia meet. Meanwhile, Leisha and Ed spar. Leisha comes in with a strong hit, but our boy sticks the knife in his mouth and breaks her form into a pool of water. Moments later, she regains her form and attacks him from different directions, but he still manages to defend himself. Shortly after, Mug commends Ed's incredible reaction time and ability, expressing how touched he is. Leisha, on the other hand, proposes they end things here for today because his close combat skills are outstanding for a mage. She comments that he must have been training for a while, and Ed replies that it's because she's an excellent duel partner. Ed mentions that Mug is too small and training with Marilda is a bit too much, but Lacia interjects, saying she thinks fighting with Marilda would be more helpful. However, Ed believes that fighting with a house-sized wolf would send him to an early grave. Leisha explains that high-rank spirits can freely change their forms, which is why Marilda can easily travel around the entirety of Arkan Island. After a workout session, Ed realizes his stats barely increase once they pass 15. Once you go past that, you need to fulfill special conditions like clearing hidden quests. Considering what he can obtain as Ed Rothstaylor, he's certainly getting closer to his upper limit, so he considers acquiring a special ability once his long-term goal of mid-rank magic is achieved. He can't afford to grow complacent and stop improving. Suddenly, Lortel enters the cave and turns red in the face upon seeing him with his shirt open. She comments that she was enjoying the view and comes closer to attend to him, noting that he needs to find time to rest. When Ed mentions that he's at ease because his needs are mostly provided by others, especially Janica, Lortel realizes that he must have been training with spirits. When she notices the spirits are watching all of this, she wraps her hands around his arm, prompting Mug to start screaming about an emergency. Lortel enjoys a good laugh, and Ed asks what she's planning to do. She informs him that she's planning to see Princess Fenia soon, because she realized there are things she can profit from before the election begins. Based on his request, she explains that releasing the 2 knights, Kadok and Nox, would be easy, but it's not free, so she'd like to take the deposit for it now. Ed wonders what she's talking about, so he asks if he can hug her once. She's initially shocked, but then decides to play along. When he pulls her close, she immediately turns red. With her hands on his chest, she pushes him away and pleads for him to wait. Her reaction makes Ed ask what's wrong, and she responds that it feels different from how she imagined it before coming. She asks why he's not wearing clothes, protesting that he should know she's already walking a tightrope in her heart and should have some courtesy. When he replies that he only did what she wanted, she hugs him again and says he was supposed to do it slowly. Eventually, she confesses that she came because she wanted an answer in advance to her request for him to take her side once the election begins. Ed wraps his arms around her and suspects she's up to something regarding the elections. With her head still on his chest, she explains that she thinks she'll have many enemies soon. But if the entire school turns against her, she at least wants him to remain her ally. Later on, at the royal dorm, which is exclusive to Princess Phinia, Lortel informs her that she's come to find out why she's hiding Tanya. Lortel had overheard Jix telling Tanya to run to the imperial or royal family for help, so she deduced that Tanya would most likely be here. The princess asks why Lortel is even looking for Tanya in the first place, and Lortel explains that she has business with her. She states that Tanya acts weak to those she can't dare touch, but cruel to those weaker than her. In response, the princess mentions that the Rothstaylor family holds enough power to make the royal family cautious. So Lortel realizes that getting Tanya will be difficult since the princess is on her side. In preparation for something like this, Lortel declares that she's going to run for student council president because becoming both the student council president and association leader will force Tanya to come to her. After Lortel leaves, Phinia tells Tanya that this isn't a situation where she can keep hiding. The Rothstaylor Knights have been arrested, and all the routes off Arkan Island are in Lortel's hands. Because of Lortel's evident feelings for Ed, she mentions that Lortel must believe Tanya is the culprit, which is a dangerous situation. Suddenly, Princess Phinia asks Tanya who she thinks may have killed Ed since she didn't. Finally, Tanya confesses that she was the one who killed Ed, shocking Phinia. The girl explains that Caddick and Knox came to Sylvania under the pretext of assisting her, and the one who gave the order was their patriarch, Crepin Rothstaylor, who didn't care about Ed. She suspects he did it because she mentioned Ed in her letter, making her believe she was the one who caused Ed's dreadful fate. Princess Phinia assures Tanya that she didn't commit any crimes and asks what her plans are. Tanya recalls how Ed never gave up and showed her how much a person can change, so she proposes that the only way to survive and uncover the truth behind his murder is to run for student council president. The princess reminds her that it won't be easy since she's currently a murder suspect, but Tanya considers Ed and those who have helped her. Since she's been backed into a corner, she refuses to remain intimidated. Upon hearing this, Phinia informs Tanya that she will publicly support her. Those words shock Tanya, and when she asks Phinia why she would go that far, the princess confesses that she's not sure but has a debt she couldn't repay to Ed Rothstaylor. Sometime later, Lortel's secretary Leanna gathers several related documents to help Lortel run in the upcoming elections. Leanna reveals that she has obtained information that Tanya will also be running with Princess Phinia's support, but she doubts Tanya will gain much support since she's a suspect in a crime. Leanna also protests that Lortel is doing all the work herself, losing sleep, and questions whether the council president position is truly achievable. When Lortel asks her to only ask necessary questions, Leanna quickly apologizes and heads to the academy to submit the documents. After Leanna leaves, Lortel wonders why she's asking such useless questions and determines to show her soon. Meanwhile, Lucy, who is severely bored, rejoices because she manages to make her pillow stand on its own. Eventually, the pillow slumps, and so does her excitement. She asks a nearby maid how many days she has left, and she's told there are still 27 days remaining. Suddenly, the maid remembers that the disciplinary action was passed yesterday and took a long time to process because the academy has been busy. Because of that, they have to restart the count, meaning she now has 29 days left again, nearly giving Lucy a stroke. Meanwhile, in the academy prison, Caddick considers how Duke Crepin was correct because Ed was able to react with incredible battle proficiency, even though he wasn't fully technically developed. This means he'll be a future threat to the Rothstaylor family. Knox agrees, adding that it's not just Ed's abilities that are impressive, but also the spirit sorcerer, who summoned a spirit with the resolve to burn through all her mana, and the mage who resolved to take revenge in a moment. Since Ed was able to build relationships with such people, his potential could not be calculated. Although they were aware that Ed, the delinquent heir of the Rothstaylor family, was a terrible person, Caddick and Knox still weren't sure why Crepin ordered them to assassinate him. But after completing the mission, they suspect that Ed, with this much power in his grasp, had thoughts of opposing the patriarch and pretended to be a lunatic after being named heir in order to run away to Sylvania. Knox worries that Ed may have been raising forces here, but that's not their main concern now. Their main concern is leaving this prison and reporting the events that have occurred to the patriarch. Suddenly, the guard watching them approaches the gate, opens it, and informs them that there are those who would benefit from the confusion of their escape. He introduces himself as Dune, the decoy of the trading company. Sometime later, Lucy lies on her bed, thinking about Ed and the hut. When Belle informs her that she has 24 days and 3 hours left, Lucy asks her to kill her. Meanwhile, a beautiful lady walks around the academy, receiving glances from everyone who passes her. She's quite pretty and has a fascinating aura, but she suddenly disappears, only to reappear in front of Kylie, who had been admiring her. Surprised, Kylie wonders who she is, and the woman pledges to learn all she can about this place and live her life to the fullest. Her excitement is soon doused when she opens the academy newsletter and sees Tanya, whom she had hoped to see after the incident, still in seclusion. She is surprised to hear that Tanya is running for student council president, but is quite glad that she's safe. The more shocking news is that the third-year student, Ed, is dead. She recognizes that the subordinates of the Rothstaylor family are the likely culprits, and she still remembers what she saw at Ed's hut and the things he said. The painful part is that Tanya, her first friend, is said to have a hand in the murder. Although Kylie believes in Tanya, public opinion about her in the academy is worsening, especially after news of the Rothstaylor Knight's escape. Also, the air around the academy after Ed's death is quite dark and gloomy. Meanwhile, Principal Obel realizes that the paperwork concerning Ed's death is massive, so he is pleased to assign it to a professor who has interacted with the people involved in the incident. When Obel asks if there's anyone like that, the work, as usual, gets assigned to Assistant Professor Claire. While doing the grueling paperwork, she comments on Ed's death, saying that one never knows what will happen in the future, and Klebius gives a short reply. Claire notices that Annis has also stopped talking. Annis, staring at the profile she made of Ed, feels tears fill her eyes and pain swell in her heart. She comforts herself, telling herself she'll be fine, and recalls that it was Janica who testified about the event in court. She considers that Janica must be having an even worse time than she is. She goes to check on Janica, who excitedly declares that she's going to try using curry to cook today. When she asks Annis for advice on cooking a new dish, Annis suddenly hugs her out of nowhere, surprising her. Annis, believing that Janica must be hiding her emotions, tells her to wake up and advises her to accept that Ed is dead, with tears in her eyes. Janica, who doesn't know what to say, simply remains in her embrace and silences Driss, who has returned from picking up groceries, so he doesn't ruin the moment. Sometime later, Ed receives a copy of the Academy's newsletter from Janica, who also informs him that Tanya has returned to the Academy on her own after leaving the royal dorms, where she had been hiding. Apparently, Tanya has been actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence, and the princess has chosen to publicly support her, even though more people support Lortel. Suddenly, Janica asks what happened when Lortel came to the cave, surprising Ed. She pretends it's none of her business, as girls do, but Jix soon interrupts by saying that Lortel will become student council president. Jix believes it doesn't matter if Lortel becomes president, but is worried that the knight's escape has strengthened the rumors about Tanya's involvement in the murder. He mentions that he went to the royal dorms after Princess Fenia called him and noticed that Tanya is in really bad shape. Initially, Tanya received attention from the top students because she was Ed's younger sister, but now she is being framed for murder and suspected by all the students in the academy. After the candidate registration period ends, she'll have to stand in front of everyone, and it doesn't seem like she'll be able to handle it. Jix hints that Ed should do something about it. Right now, it's Act 3, Scene 2, right before the election. According to Ed's memories, this act doesn't have a single fight scene. It is meant to clearly show all the relationships the protagonist, Taylor, has built so far. Normally, Taylor would actively support Princess Fenia since she was the one who chased Ed Rothstaylor out at the beginning and saved him. Because the top students in each year have a large influence on the students, Taylor would go convince the top students he has a relationship with. However, Lucy, who doesn't vote because she's lazy, Janica, who wants to give everyone a vote, Wade, who is on the princess's side, and fourth-year Dorothy, who supports Tanya, cannot be convinced. The ones who can be convinced are Joseph, a first year in the magic faculty, Claude, a first year in the alchemy faculty, Klebius, a second year in the combat faculty, Alvira, a second year in alchemy, Drake, a third year in combat, Adelante, a third year in alchemy, Deke, a third year in alchemy, and Traciana, a fourth year in the magic faculty. These top students make a total of 8 people. In the elections, as long as you can get 5 of these 8 on your side, you can win. With this method, the princess would win the election, and Taylor would obtain the royal family's support, which is the biggest force backing him until the end. In the 4th act, he especially needs the royal family's power to go against Crepin and the final boss. Maintaining the flow of the scenario is a matter of life and death because it's the most assured way of guaranteeing survival in future trials. Although small aspects have changed, Ed considers that he needs to ensure the major parts of the storyline continue and that the princess becomes student council president. If he continues to hide, opinions about Tanya will worsen, and to prevent Lortel from becoming president, Princess Fenia might decide to run. It might be better for him to let the princess know he's alive so he can convince her to run and persuade the top students he knows to sway things in her favor. However, until the registration period is over, there are still many ways to turn Princess Fenia into a candidate. Another issue is Tanya, who was supposed to be a one-time villain that would disappear later, is now being accused of murder. She's experiencing a great ordeal that was never in the storyline, and Ed must choose between Tanya and the storyline. While he's thinking, Jix notices his concern and asks if he'd like to cancel their plans for today. But Ed assures him he's fine and proposes they begin. Our boy plans to confirm the results of all the training he's been doing and find something to distract him. Jix thanks him for the opportunity, as he hasn't had a proper opponent in a while and has been itching to sweat. With a maniacal look in both boys' eyes, they prepare for their light sparring. Meanwhile, Tanya thinks about old memories of her time with Arwen and Ed when she was much younger. She tries to recall every scene of how they walked hand in hand to the hill covered in blooming flowers. Perhaps that was her last happy memory, and her life has been filled with great responsibility and heavy pressures since then. Looking out the window, she hears the chants of several students protesting that she stepped down since she's a murderer, and she wonders how things ended up like this. Meanwhile, because Tanya, who has been driven into a corner, will have a heavy influence on the storyline, Ed hesitates a bit before taking action. They soon begin their sparring, and Ed considers how Jix, the strongest second year other than Lucy, who was a comrade to Taylor until the end and should have lost his fight to Wade due to exhaustion, charges towards him. Jix lands the first strike on the ground using a skill called the First Sword. Although it's a small detail that Jix didn't lose the fight to Wade, it still bothers Ed. As he blocks the attack, he wants to check how much Jix has improved, and how much he himself has improved, since he's the one who has changed the most from the original scenario. He uses basic defensive magic to create a shield around himself to block the attack that shatters the ground before him. The moment the dust clears, he's surprised to see Jix leap right at him, realizing he's fast. He wonders how Jix is moving so quickly, but he considers that it may also be difficult for him to dodge because of the speed. He throws his burning dagger, crafted from Mug, at Jix but misses. Jix stares at the dagger on the ground, and in an instant Ed calls out to Mug, triggering a huge explosion of the sword. As the fire clears, Ed is surprised that Jix has phased backward and blocked the flames. He wonders about Jix's unnatural movements, and as he picks up the dagger to slash at Jix, who also slides backward without moving his legs, Ed realizes he's using telekinesis magic to move his body during battle. No matter how much control Jix has over his magic and physical abilities, those movements aren't ones that can be replicated because they require a battle sense that surpasses simple theory. Suddenly, Jix uses mid-rank magic, Ice Spear, and blasts Ed, who realizes Jix is fighting with no mercy. He wonders if Jix assumes he'll dodge it, but in reality, he's just barely managing to. It's clear to him that this move was a diversion to activate greater magic. Ed comments that he thought this was supposed to be a light spar, and Jix agrees, saying he thought the same but changed his mind. Suddenly, Jix activates high-rank magic called Advanced Mana Armament. With a smirk, Jix explains that practice should feel like the real thing, so he delivers an explosion so great that Janica, who is cooking far away, gets worried. She also wonders if Ed will be okay with the curry she put in the food and decides to hurry up. Meanwhile, Jix immediately moves in to crack Ed's shield right after the explosion. He slams his axe against the shield and it eventually cracks. As the impact pushes Ed backward, he quickly prepares a water spirit arrow and fires 3 arrows toward Jix. However, the arrows are stopped by an energy field around Jix because the mana armament move creates equipment around the user using their mana. Most mages don't have a reason to arm themselves in such a way, so there's usually no need for such high-rank magic. But as the only mage who can use all types of weapons without limitation, this is Jix's unique magic. As Ed keeps firing arrows from all angles, Jix abruptly moves out of view, using telekinesis to get behind him. As he wields 2 of his weapons toward Ed, our boy turns around in shock, realizing that these telekinetic movements can't be predicted. As Jix comes in to strike, Ed's Blessing of Wind activates due to his contract with Marilda, knocking Jix backward and cutting him enough to draw blood. Eventually, Jix lands on his feet, but he's surprised to see he has landed on one of Ed's water arrows. He immediately wonders when Ed managed to fire the arrow, but our boy quickly activates a spirit formula known as Manifest Waterhead. The move causes the water droplet on the ground to transform into Leisha's form, and Leisha immediately jumps at Jix, who quickly slices the first form with his blade. The moment he turns the other way, he sees Ed inches away, preparing the mid-rank magic, Particle Explosion. Our boy releases the explosive energy toward his sparring partner. After the move, Ed realizes that Jix is strong, especially since he was able to learn mana armament. At this rate, Taylor's party would have no problem facing enemies. While he's thinking, something incredible happens. Jix immediately flies back into the air, declaring to Ed that he can't let his guard down and will be getting serious from now on. With a deadly look in his eyes and explosive energy around him, Jix smirks and activates an advanced mana armament known as Convergence. Ed immediately directs Leisha toward him to match the energy Jix is throwing at him. This is only the beginning of the third act, and the ability that Jix has shown so far is the maximum of what Ed expected at this point in the storyline. There's apparent shock on his face because he hadn't expected to see Jix use this form so soon. This is the same form from Act 4, Scene 7, during Jix's final battle at the Grigol Cathedral infiltration. Jix wields a huge lance known as Nature's Lance, with several bright swords hovering around him. Jix explains that instead of fighting Ed in a ridiculous mental battle, he'd rather crush him with the overwhelming difference in power. Jix points the lance and all the swords toward Ed, who immediately launches fire attacks at the incoming swords to stop them. At one point, he becomes worried because he had to use Particle Explosion and the sword, leaving him almost out of mana. As if that's not enough, the major problem is the next attack that follows. As another wave of bright swords is launched at Ed, he slams his fist on the ground to create a bright shield around himself. Breathing heavily, he brings out a magic engineering tool known as the Impact Amplifying Ball. Jix comments that Ed's use of a magic engineering tool means he's out of mana. Excited, Jix moves in for the final attack and tells Ed that this is the end. As he moves in to impale Ed with the lance, he's shocked when Ed suddenly triggers something resembling wind magic. He wonders how Ed is able to do that since he's out of mana, but Ed replies that he needs to go all out since Jix is prepared to do the same. The tool Ed is using is the legendary rank magic engineering item, Glast's Phoenix Gold Ring. Since he can't afford the ring rendering him unable to use mana for a while, he decides to use the least amount of mana possible while still manifesting its power. As he's about to blast Jix, he hears a spirit tell him that he's finally been able to summon her without the help of the Altar of Substitution, Lucy, or Janika's mana. The spirit commends him for being able to make a great strike, and it turns out to be Marilda's human form, which was previously impossible to summon due to the drastic mana pull. Days later, at the academy, Lortel gives her candidacy speech, and the crowd goes wild with excitement. Dune, who is standing in the crowd with Liena, wonders why there are even 4 contestants when the election's result is clear. Suddenly, the crowd begins to chant Lortel's name because her sincerity and leadership ability in the trading company proves she'll do well as president. Liena asks Dune what he will do if Lortel becomes president, and he affirms that this means nobody within Sylvania Academy will be able to stop the company leader. As Lortel proudly walks off the stage, she runs into Tanya, who looks tense, and makes a snide remark to mock her. As she walks past Tanya, she asks what's wrong because she seems nervous, but Tanya musters up the courage to say she did not kill her elder brother. Tanya then bravely steps onto the podium and prepares to give her speech to a crowd that doesn't seem interested in listening. She clears her throat, introduces herself, and declares her intent to run for student council president. The air in the crowd grows cold, but Tanya continues to deliver her heartfelt speech. While that's happening, Lortel notices that Tanya is putting on a mask, pretending nothing is wrong. However, no one has reacted to her words since her speech began 10 minutes ago. The moment Tanya ends her speech, several people in the crowd call her a murderer and start throwing things at her. They demand she explain the murder charges brought against her and whether they stem from internal conflicts within the Rothstaylor family. As they continue throwing stones, she struggles to turn her face away and still thanks them for listening to her speech. Suddenly, she slips on a plastic bottle and laughter erupts from the crowd. Immediately, Tanya falls to her knees and wonders if it was foolish to step onto the podium. She reasons that she should have run away, and as she beholds the menacing crowd seeking to devour her, she decides to flee. Suddenly, a bright light erupts in front of Tanya, pushing away the hateful students. It turns out to be Marilda, who has arrived with Ed on her back. As Marilda scares the students away, Ed stretches his hand toward the now crying Tanya and informs her that while he has much to explain, he needs to resolve this situation first. Several days before Ed appeared on the podium, Marilda visited Ed in her human form. She commends his improved magic power efficiency, but notes that it still isn't enough. Marilda then activates a spirit formula called Updraft, which lifts everything around into the air and restricts movement. Immediately, Jix is thrown into the air. Ed assumes that Jix's growth at this point in the plot has maxed out. He also considers that he hasn't used a large amount of magic power with the ring, yet he has completely exhausted his reserves. Having used every possible magic technique available to him, combined with Marilda's cheat-level secret technique, it seems he will win. While Marilda complains about being summoned in this form, with a small mouth, no fur, and no tail, she suddenly detects Jix behind her. However, because movement is difficult in this form, she is unable to stop him before Jix gets his sword right in front of Ed's neck. Quickly, Ed accepts his defeat, and Jix disintegrates his sword. Jix is impressed that Ed has trained himself so much in just 1 year. Ed realizes Jix has grown stronger than he did in the original plot and wonders how that happened. When Ed mentions this, Jix explains that watching Ed grow stronger daily pushed him forward as well. As they both lie down to rest, Ed reflects on how he has done everything he could to keep the plot on track, partially to maintain his knowledge of the future, but also to ensure Taylor's victory in the final act. He once believed the plot was the only answer, always managing to steer it back on course. He feared factors beyond his control, and after hearing of the knight's escape, he hesitated to save Tanya. Now, what little remained of the original plot seems to have slipped from his hands. Still, he decides to focus on what he can do. Jix, who will be Taylor's ally in the final act, must grow stronger. Just in case, Ed has also trained himself and built reliable comrades. Although it may be naive, he considers that deviating from the original plot doesn't mean they are doomed to a bad end. On the day of the candidacy speech, all the students run for safety, and Joseph tries to calm them down because he has seen the high-ranking spirit before. Right in front of them, Ed removes his hood, and they realize he's alive. He walks to the microphone, introduces himself, and proclaims that he wasn't murdered by Tanya, whom he supports more than anyone else. As he speaks, Lortel walks away with a smirk on her face. Since Tanya already has the support of Janica, Lucy, and Princess Phenia, they still need the votes of Clebius, Elvira, Jix, Joseph, and Wade. However, it shouldn't be too difficult to win them over. After Ed clears the air, he finally feels at ease. Shortly after, he heads to the school's security office to explain how he used the Delheim's hourglass to survive. He stayed alone in a cave before being rescued by Janica and immediately returned to defend Tanya. The security leader recounts everything Ed has said to confirm the details, and Ed affirms them. By this point, he already has dark circles under his eyes from being interrogated by nearly 20 people. He hopes the investigation is over but begins to think otherwise when he is called to meet with the principal. Ed enters the principal's office, and Principal Obel comments that he must have had a hard time after reading all the investigation reports. He apologizes to Ed for the lack of security at an academy level, but Ed replies that the enemy was meticulous, and it would have been hard to detect this with regular security measures. The principal appreciates his comments but adds that it feels very deliberate. It seems as if Ed waited for Caddock and Knox to escape to inform the one who sent them about Ed's supposed death before he felt safe enough to reveal himself. Obel explains that he has no intention of digging into the internal conflicts of the Rothstaylor family, but as the head of the academy, he has to report Ed's appearance to the Imperial family. However, if he reports to the Imperial family, the Rothstaylor family will also find out that he's alive. When Ed suggests postponing the report, Obel asks why. Ed explains that his death was ordered by Crepin, his father, who is the real power behind the Imperial family, but Obel comments that he has no interest in matters outside the academy. When Ed continues to plead for a postponement, Principal Obel mentions that his grades are rising rapidly, and his reputation among the students is increasing. To Obel, it's as if Ed has become a completely different person, and because Sylvania always stands with its students, Obel assures him he'll keep his secret. Later that evening, Kylie stops a boy from approaching Tanya because her schedule is over for the day, and she doesn't accept inappropriate gifts. Meanwhile, Tanya approaches Ed, whom she had been expecting, and Ed congratulates her because he heard her election is almost certain. However, Tanya explains that she can't let her guard down just yet. Tanya's innocence has been proven, and she eventually received an overwhelming number of votes. But the major reason Tanya could receive these votes is because of Lortel's downfall. Lortel persistently framed the election as a one-on-one battle between herself and Tanya, making everyone forget the other minor candidates. And at the perfect time, when their supporters were fairly equal, an article about how Lortel embezzled trade funds and abused her business partners was released, causing her to naturally resign in disgrace. As a result, only Tanya's supporters remained. Sometime later, Tanya meets with Ed and notes that they haven't had time to talk since she's been busy running for office. She mentions that she wanted to thank him, but he reminds her that he's told her it's fine, especially as she kneeled before him with tears in her eyes on the day she announced her candidacy. However, Tanya interjects that the thing she wanted to thank him for was something else. She considers asking him an inappropriate question, but decides to ask anyway. She asks him why he supported her when she announced her candidacy, especially because he was supposed to stay hidden. She mentions that she felt as if he couldn't stand the injustice she was going through, so Ed agrees that that's why he did it. He mentions that she's his family, so it's clear that he'd take her side, which makes her smile. Since she's now student council president, she requests that he inform her if a crisis comes so she can do whatever she can to help. As Tanya walks away, Ed watches her with a smile on his face, but his reflection is soon interrupted by Lortel, who teases him about the touching statement he just made to Tanya. Ed wonders how much of what he said she heard, and asks her how she's been coping with the terrible rumors about her recently. She sits down next to him and cheerfully declares that it's all according to plan. The factor that secured Tanya's victory is the article about Lortel, and Lortel's company deliberately exposed this scandal to help Tanya, setting up a competition with Tanya for the presidency position, and everything else Lortel did was to pressure Tanya into becoming president. Lortel told Ed about her plan the day she came to the cave, and his duel with Jix erased the hesitation in his heart. He had truly saved Tanya because she is family, but he also considered her usefulness. The upcoming fourth act is a battle against the Rothstaylor family. He's already an enemy of the family, but Tanya is an insider and the perfect connection for diversion tactics and gathering information. Eventually, Lortel comments that her infamy in the academy has been rising, and Tanya doesn't seem to think too highly of her, so she'll leave it all to Ed. Ed replies that she has a bad habit of manipulating everyone around her, but she jokes that it's just an occupational hazard. However, Ed asks her if she's really okay, but since rumors don't take away her money, Lortel doesn't care, especially as long as Ed doesn't turn into her enemy. At this point, the storyline is entering a new phase, and the future actions of Princess Penia, who did not take the president's position, are now uncertain. The power struggle between the Rothstaylor family and the Imperial family is also uncertain. All Ed can do is watch and see how the remaining part of the third act will unfold. Soon after, he returns to his hut after almost a month. There are many things to do, but when he enters, he finds Lucy sleeping on his bed, which makes him smile. He immediately goes to his usual spot to read his books, but he eventually falls asleep due to fatigue. The news of Tanya's election as student council president came 3 days later. Meanwhile, Janica goes to meet the senior professor of spirit studies, Melina, who offers her a grading job for extra bonus points. Melina is offering her this because she's already at the highest level, even among active spiritists. Janica still wonders why Melina chose her, so Melina advises her to establish her dignity as a senior in the next joint combat training. Janica, however, doesn't seem interested in doing that, so Melina mentions that she's the top student in her year, the best spiritist in the academy, yet she's always smiling like the happiest person in the world, with her head floating in the clouds. Melina mentions that it's obvious she's dating Ed, but she looks like she's lost her mind from an outsider's perspective. Janica immediately turns red and wonders why Melina would say she's dating Ed. Melina clarifies that they're always together, and that Janica is always grinning and spacing out in classes, which is typical of a kid who just started dating. Janica begins to stutter and tries to stop the professor from speaking in front of the other students. But Melina loudly declares that everyone already knows she's dating Ed, which makes Janica feel like disappearing. In the southern mountain range of the eastern Sparta region, there's a land of farming known as Pulon. Deep into the ridge, there's a small farming village called Torin. There, we see a young Janica Failover, who would bring light to this village. Suddenly, she meets a young male boy who speaks to her formally. However, the boy's manner of formal speech was quite unfamiliar to her. Regardless, the boy eventually became comfortable with her and started to tell her about the Imperial Holy City. Janica remained cheerful and loved by everyone. Eventually, the male boy comes to confess his feelings for her. The young girl didn't know how to reject people, but she rejected the boy's heart. After that, the male boy ran away and didn't visit the village for a long time. Later on, he brings her a letter of admission from Sylvania and bids her farewell with his formal speech. She then opens the letter to read its contents. 3 years later, Janica is still scared of rejections and uncomfortable with formal speech. She gets startled when the administrative officer asks if she has any questions. The lady promises to quickly deal with any issue if it's an administrative task. However, Janica is short of words as she stares at the leave request from Trick's dorms. Regardless, the lady still tells her that a lot of people will help her if she just asks. Despite having a lot of people in the past, Janica finds the attention to be a burden. After that, she meets up with Anise, who realizes that Ed was alive all along. Anise sees that her friend must have had her reasons, but she wonders what's worrying Janica now. Janica then mentions how she finds it hard to reject other people's requests. Anise then calls her out for always cooking for Ed and acting like his maid, but Janica says she did those things because she wanted to. However, due to how close they are, she finds it hard to request things from the MC sometimes. Anise then suggests that Janica should put some distance between her and Ed. Since they're so conscious of each other, she feels this would help. Nevertheless, Anise is worried that they might become too distant because of this. On the other hand, Janica thanks her friend for the advice and takes her leave. Anise tries to stop her, but it's too late. In the end, the girl worries that she might have just done something horrible. Meanwhile, our MC has been able to unlock a lot of crafting formulas. The one he wants the most is the thunderstruck, 1,000-year-old wooden cane. The formula is quite simple, but the cane still has a very high force rank. Ed needs a branch from a tree that's over 1,000 years old and has been struck by thunder. He can easily find a tree that's old in the northern forest, but the issue is finding thunder. His attention suddenly moves to Lucy, and he decides to wake her up. As she opens her eyes and sees his face, she quickly runs to the top of a tree. The protagonist then asks her why she's acting so surprised. Lucy tells him to talk, but he decides to postpone what he wants to tell her. Later on, Janica pops up at the camp. Ed notices that she's late, but she tells him that she has no particular reason to be late. He then asks if she wants tea, and she accepts while wondering how she's supposed to put distance between them. Later that evening, she commends how good he has gotten with handling spirits, especially Mug. Our MC suddenly stops as he sees Belle, who tells him that Rachel has requested for Lucy. He apologizes for making her worry due to the news of his death, but she's glad to see that he's fine. As the two of them lock eyes, the protagonist lets the maid know that he'll continue to speak formally to her. She tries to persuade him, but Ed refuses. Janica, on the other hand, is shocked to see Belle acting so frustrated. This suddenly reminds her of the mail boy from back then. The maid then mentions that she's glad to see that Janica is doing well too. As she heads off with Lucy, Janica bids her farewell. After that, our hero's lover asks if they can speak to each other formally. She tries to explain how it's better to talk in a manner where they show respect towards each other. After she tugs on his shirt, the MC nervously agrees to her request. After that, Janica addresses our protagonist as Sir Ed. This catches him off guard, and he finds himself short of words. At the same time, Janica is feeling embarrassed as well. 3 minutes later, they try to have a conversation around the campfire, but Janica brushes it off. The air is really awkward and Ed has no idea what to do. While she remains quiet, he tries to think of a way to get rid of the awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, she gets up and remembers that her curfew is almost over. Janica thanks the MC and quickly runs back to her dormitory, leaving our boy completely speechless. A chilling fear runs over Ed's body as he realizes that he has to keep up this formal speech with Janica. Later on, we see Ed reading a book in the middle of the forest. Marilda then asks if he's going to continue his formal speech with Janica, but he doesn't get why the spirit is asking when she saw everything. However, Marilda says that she wants to know if anything interesting happened in the academy. Ed then explains that things are still quite awkward between him and Janica. Because of this, he's worried that something may be up with her. Marilda then teases him about being worried about Janica, and he accepts it. He quickly brushes the topic aside and asks for permission to snap some branches of the tree. The spirit points out that he doesn't need her permission for a few branches. Despite the tree being named after her, Marilda says she's protecting the forest because of an old friend who put her name on the tree. She then points out how her human form wasn't easy to get from the start. Usually spirits take on the forms of animals because it's more convenient. She then asks the hero if he knows the form she had to copy. Since she can read his thoughts, she tells him that her human form is closest to his ideal type. Ed is shocked to see that this is his taste in women, but Marilda confesses that she was just lying. The spirit points out that she can't just copy anyone, since transformation magic is difficult. The form she has belongs to a child she met when Arkan Island was uninhabited. Upon hearing the girl's description, it finally clicks in Ed's head. The girl is the same one who established the school and is none other than Sylvania. As night falls, our hero sits by his campfire when Janica comes to meet him. He then offers her some apples while still trying to maintain their formal speech. As she sits down, he asks her to pass her plate, and she hands it over. While eating the apples, Janica still wonders what to do about the awkward situation. With her face down, she decides to ask Ed something strange, but she asks him to hear her out before he replies. As the protagonist continues peeling his apples, she asks what he thinks of her coming to live with him at the camp. Upon hearing this, he mistakenly hurts himself with the knife. Janica then freaks out as his blood spills everywhere. Later on, the protagonist bandages his finger and also has the time to collect his thoughts. After that, he addresses Janica, saying that she's someone who's incredibly kind and sincere. He also tells her that he likes her a lot. As he continues to talk about her lovely charm, she hides her face in embarrassment. She then asks for a moment to catch her breath. Ed explains why he's worried about them living under the same roof, but she tells him that she's fine as long as she's with him. At that moment, they both look at each other with red faces and are unable to say anything. Ed then gets up and slowly walks to her while thinking of her sudden proposal to live together. He then sits beside her and asks if she's going through a tough time. He wants to think rationally about this since her request is out of the blue. The girl looks up to the sky and talks about how she misses the days of having a room to herself. Right from the beginning, it hasn't been easy for her to live in the normal forms where she couldn't escape everyone's gaze. Ed understands how hard this must have been for her. Janica then tells him how she wanted to escape to the camp if it was possible. Even though it would be a burden for him, she still just wanted to ask. Regardless, the MC points out that it being burdensome to him is unrelated. He decides to make his own weight request next time. Since they're going to know each other for a long time, he suggests that she should stay in a second hut. With tears in her eyes, she gives him a tight hug and thanks him. At that moment, he points out that she's no longer speaking formally. Ed then pats her head and comforts her for the moment. The next day, the MC gets up to prepare for lessons. Suddenly he hears a huge rumbling sound outside. He opens the door and sees Tarkin along with other spirits who have come to build the hut. Tarkin tells him how they celebrated in the spirit world last night. Right now, they've decided to build Janika's hut directly opposite Ed's own. While spirits debate on where to place the hut, Mug shows up and says they have to finish the work in 10 days. Tarkin isn't too happy about this, and he yells at Mug for having it easy, unlike during his own days. With no other choice, Mug decides to have the work done within a week. After that, the fire dragon heads off. The protagonist is worried about Mug having to finish the hut in 5 days, but the little spirit doesn't have much of a choice. After that, our hero decides to go make the thunderstruck, 1,000-year-old wooden cane. Since Janika has done a lot for him, he wishes to repay her by crafting this new cane, and he hopes she'll like it. Meanwhile, Lucy is having a hard time sleeping, partially because of the construction work going on. However, her true anger is because of Janika, who is moving into the camp. As Janika greets the little girl, she sees her expression and recalls their battle of wits before. She then proudly tells Lucy that she'll be living in the camp. However, this only makes the little mage more upset. Later on, we see the protagonist at the faculty building with a lot of borrowed books. These elemental magic books are supposed to help with the firepower of his particle explosion spell. While being lost in thought, he suddenly sees a girl playing her guitar by the water fountain. Her name is Adele Saris, and she doesn't really appear often in the game. As he passes her, she calls out to him, and he wonders why she's talking to him. She tells him how much she's heard from Taylor and Ayla, but our boy doesn't really care. According to Jix, Taylor has been growing much stronger recently. Adele then offers to play a song for Ed, but he declines. As he walks away, she tells him that if he rises to the patriarch's throne, he'll have to kill the person he respects the most. The protagonist becomes shocked by this sudden prophecy. However, he feels he doesn't have to worry much since her prophecies don't always come true. On the other hand, he feels more unsettled because Adele will die in a scenario in the third act. Our hero returns to the camp and doesn't seem too happy about his current situation. He wants to make 2 canes for both him and Janika, but Lucy says she'll only strike one of them with thunder. Seeing how stubborn she is, he decides to make only one and give it to Janika, but this irks the little girl even more. Hearing Ed talk about Janika makes Lucy want to rip out her hair. Suddenly, she agrees to strike both canes. However, it's on the condition that Ed goes somewhere with her. It is said that Archmage Glocht was renowned for his research results. He also possessed 2 of the highest-ranked spirits, Teorphus and Frida. After the old mage retired, he invested his life savings into the education sector. In the end, he made Sylvania Academy become the best educational facility in the world. As our hero walks around campus with Lucy, people start looking at him weirdly. It's also said that Glocht met Lucy at a monastery in the Great Ramelin Mountains. The old mage was shocked by the little girl's magic talent. So, he spent his remaining days polishing this gem, which he had found. Sadly, his later years weren't so great. Not only did his wife die, but all his colleagues had passed as well. This is why he secluded himself in a hut in the mountains. There, Lucy brought him relief and would be someone who could continue his will. Due to this, the Archmage was able to pass away happily. Lucy then tells Ed that this is how her journey began, but she says it's over now. According to his history lesson, Ed learns that the old man is from the lawless area of Cohelton. However, Lucy says he's wrong because that's just where the Archmage spent his youth. According to her, Glocht's hometown is actually Arkan Island. She says the old man was always worried about the academy and how his heart saw Arkan Island as his hometown. Back then, she covered his corpse with a blanket and froze the body with ice magic. At her young age, she was able to maintain the ice magic for a while and carried the body out of the hut. She headed south of the Ramelin Mountains and passed many lands before arriving at the Kloll Empire's borders. After that, she passed through many more counties, rivers, and forests, before finally reaching the Mexis Bridge that connects to Arkan Island. The journey took a toll on her body. According to her, it took her 3 months and an extra week to find a strange cave. According to her, this is where the Archmage and the Great Sage taught each other. She then takes Ed to where Glocht's body is buried. There, he sees a book about a spectral magic written by the Archmage. Glocht's book on the southern views already cost 7,000 gold. Upon seeing this posthumous book, the hero can't imagine how much it could be. Lucy tells him he can take it since she already knows everything there. She feels she might begin a new journey soon, but she plans to keep her promise to Glocht by protecting Sylvania. It's not really a happy story, but she says she just wanted to show it to Ed. Since the young girl is yet to escape her master's shadow, she waits for danger to approach Sylvania. Nevertheless, once the trial has passed, she'll be able to start a new journey. The MC decides to spend time with Lucy, listening to the sound of the waves while comforting her. The atmosphere was just right, which is fortunate for them. Janika's cabin is finally finished, and she's shocked to see how fast it was built. She looks back and sees that the spirits are completely exhausted from being overworked. Mug tries to explain that this is all Tarkin's fault, but he pushes it aside and ascends with his companions. After that, Janika writes the word cohabitation on the ground and becomes increasingly excited at the thought of it. Ed's cabin door opens and Lucy steps out. She quickly gives Janika an evil look, and the girl is surprised to see her. After looking at the words on the ground, she takes pride in the fact that she's in a better position than her rival. Meanwhile, Ed unlocks the ability to use basic aspectual magic. Mana particles gather at his fingertips, but Marilda notices that he's finding it difficult to use. Lucy says he'll get the hang of it after practicing a couple of times. She quickly shows off her skills by lifting all the work tools in the camp. Her face goes completely red as Ed pats her head and commends her for being a genius. The MC is shocked to see that aspectual magic can actually be learned in the game since it's basically the greatest power. Apart from the danger it poses, it's a very difficult magic to grasp. It'll be difficult for Lucy to teach Ed, which makes him wish that he had Professor Glast right now. His face becomes very grim as he remembers the professor. Suddenly, Jix approaches him, shocked to see him with another woman. At this point, he wonders what kind of trouble Ed will get into. The protagonist then unsummons Marilda and Jix apologizes for reading the situation wrongly. After that, the guy shows Ed the books he asked for. The protagonist decides to repay him, and Jix asks for assistance with his student council work. He is concerned about the request due to the last issue with Tanya, but Jix tells him that the council president wants people she can trust. The council president has already gathered some top students and plans to recruit more, including Ed. Jix feels that the protagonist will reject the offer because he already has a lot going on. However, Ed is shocked to see that he expected it. After Ed saved Tanya, a lot of things have become unknown, such as Jix joining the student council. The joint combat training will be happening soon before the third act's final event. During this event, there's a scenario where Claude loses in the final battle. Ed remembers it as one with a bad ending, but it's out of his hands now. Right now, the flow of things is all unknown to him. Later on, we see a giant carriage known as the Wheeled Palace, moving and being guarded by a lot of elite knights. On top of the palace, there are two people sitting, known as Archbishop Verdio and the Holy Pope, Eldine. The two dignitaries will be arriving in Sylvania soon. With Verdio and Eldane visiting, Tanya is pressured to make sure that preparations go as planned. We also see other students helping her to sort out some paperwork. She sees that the dignitaries are worried about Saintess Clarice, and that the Holy Pope also wants to meet Adele. Meanwhile, the real Saintess is getting ready to show up for the first time in front of the students. Sadly, the Pope's visit overlaps with the combat training, which she was hoping to attend. Clarice will rather much remain a student than return to the Holy Imperial capital. Also, she hasn't been able to meet Adele because the girl is usually in and out of places. Not only that, but the Saintess has had some nice adventures and now has stories of her own to tell. Of course, she can't tell the Archbishop about the incident with Lucy and Ed as well because Verdio will make her leave the academy. She finds it hard to refuse the Archbishop's words because he's always been like a teacher to her. Belle then tells her to eat comfortably after seeing how nervous she is. Clarice just needs to make sure that no one finds out her real identity, but she suddenly remembers that the protagonist knows who she is. Because of this, she fears what would happen if Ed and Verdio were to meet. As she shudders in fear, Belle offers to make tea for her, but she refuses and asks her to help with preparations to go out and meet Ed. The Saintess tells the maid that she needs to meet the MC quickly. On the other hand, Belle didn't want Ed and the Saintess to meet. The students gather to look at the matchups for the joint combat training. Meanwhile, Janika is feeling bad about not having any challengers for the training. Just like last year's exam, the results reflect in the grades of the students, and lower grades fight with higher grades as well. The only difference this year is the rule that you can challenge an opponent through a duel request. Currently, there are no first years in Class A, which makes them eager to win against a second-year student. These matches between the first and second years will be worth watching too. On the other hand, not many people are interested in the third and fourth-year matches. Aside from when Janika beat Lortel, no one else was able to beat their junior. Janika notices that Ed is reading the book Lucy gave him, and he says it's important. She starts feeling jealous and he wonders why she's making such a face. Suddenly, the knights clear the way for the Saintess to come through. The protagonist becomes nervous when he sees the chariot because it's weird for Clarice to be there. As she steps out, he starts wondering if the Pope's visit was delayed. He and Janika are shocked as Clarice steps up to our boy, saying that she wanted to hurry and meet him. After greeting him, the Saintess requests to have a short conversation with the MC. On the other hand, Janika nervously introduces herself to the Saintess. Ed figures her reaction is normal since the Saintess isn't a regular person. However, he can't believe that the girl in front of him is the same as Kylie Ekney. Clarice then tells him that Eldine is currently visiting Trix Hall, This makes Ed more wary as to why Clarice came to see him. She then mentions how Verdio is really smart and could make someone wonder if he could read minds. She explains that there are rumors stating that the Archbishop can read one's thoughts. As Ed listens to her, he finally realizes why she must have come to see him. This is because she's worried that Verdio will find out that Ed knows her identity. He then tells her that there's no way the Archbishop will meet him. Since he'll be partaking in the joint combat training, he'll most likely never meet Verdio. Upon hearing this, the Saintess is relieved. Suddenly, Janica asks her if she just came there to see Ed. She then starts to give Clarice a deadly look. The Saintess tries to explain herself but only makes things worse. In the end, she admits that she wanted to see our boy. After getting embarrassed, she runs back to her carriage. As the carriage zooms off, all eyes suddenly focus on our hero. Ed also admits that Clarice is a hard person to spend time with. Later on, we see students cheering as the combat training takes place. Rumors are also flying around about Ed being just strong among the third-year weaklings. One of the combatants, Kordek, brings out an upgraded weapon and says he'll show why the upper grades are different. The other students become nervous and scared as they see the guy's blunt weapon. The professor then signals the start of the match between Ed and Kordek. In a split second, the fourth-year brute appears in Ed's face and tells him that it's not too late to run if he's scared. However, our boy blocks his opponent's strike with his magic and blasts the guy. Kordek lies on the ground, wondering how a third-year student is so strong. The protagonist then sends his spirits after the guy and finishes him with a huge explosion. The other students are left speechless as Kordek lies like a roasted chicken on the ground. Ed commends his opponent, but his mind was focused on other things during the fight. After Clarice's visit, he escorted Janica to the stadium. On his way to the other stadium, he suddenly meets Adele. The girl feels that their meeting is by fate, but Ed is confused by her words. As she leaves for the hall, Ed thinks about the consequences of influencing the scenarios. After recalling Glast's death, he finds it hard to just let things pass. He then calls out to Adele and tells her that she'll die soon. Shockingly, she tells him that she already knows with a wide smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Ed bursts out of the room and runs fast to search for Taylor. Suddenly, the ground starts rumbling as if there's an earthquake. He looks outside the window and sees that what's happening now is far more than he imagined. His eyes grow wide with fear as he sees a creature thought to have gone extinct. The sacred lance dragon awakens, wreaking havoc in the whole vicinity. In the original story, Taylor crushes the strongest freshman and takes down Claude, who drank the evil god's blood. As he exits the room, he hears of Adele's death. This incident causes Clarice to lose trust in the Order and become a different person. Due to this, players named her the Faithless Servant. As the Order dispatched troops to deal with Clarice, an awakened Lucy completely wipes them out. However, this is changed with the appearance of the sacred dragon, Wellbrock, which is supposed to appear towards the end of the main story. Ed wonders just what the hell is going on. Meanwhile, the dragon is causing so much destruction with just its foot. As it takes a step forward, the shockwave is too much for him to handle. Students run for their lives, trying to escape the explosions as well. As the protagonist staggers to get back up, he sees that half of the dormitory has been reduced to ashes. After that, he dashes forward and breaks out of the window. He then powers up his magic ring, knowing that he might never be able to use magic again. He uses all the power he can muster to summon Marilda and tells her to run quickly. Over in Trick's Hall, the knights try to get the Saintess to safety. She tells them to gather the others as they offer to take her back to her carriage. In the blink of an eye, the knights are impaled by sharp objects that burst through the window. Clarice shields herself, and as the dust settles, you can see the frightened look on her face. She sees the scales, and as she walks out, she wonders who could have created such a horrid creature. The surviving knight tells Marv to prepare the carriage. The guy tells them the carriage has been destroyed and offers them a horse instead. Clarice is then told that the horse will take her outside Arkan Island. With tears in her eyes, she says she can't ride a horse, but the knight urges her to hold on to it tightly. With his remaining strength, he taps the horse, and it sets off with the Saintess. As Clarice looks at the horrible scene before her, she recalls the stories that the Archbishop once told her. Wellbrock rages out, and she rides to safety. With its magic breath that resembled the sun, it completely destroys everything beneath him. As Clarice screams in fear, a barrier suddenly appears, defending her from the dragon's attack. She looks up and sees Principal Obel, who says that the dragon has awoken too early. Wellbrock raises its foot to crush Obel as the man prepares a spell. As things look grim for him, suddenly, purple chains sprout out and hold down the beast, thanks to Lucy. The dragon thrashes out and breaks the chains, leaving the young girl bewildered. After that, the dragon stomps her back to the ground, shattering the earth. The shockwave is so strong that Clarice can barely hold on to her horse. Luckily, Lucy survives, thanks to her magic shield. Obel then thanks her for buying enough time for him. He then unleashes a high-ranked defensive magic to hold back the beast. Lucy also comes in to support him. Meanwhile, the Saintess is completely traumatized by the dead bodies around her. She needs to run away quickly, but the fear and shock have left her confused about what to do. Suddenly, Ed shows up in front of her, and he's glad to see that she's safe. He extends his burnt-out hand to help her up and explains that he knew she would be at the Trix Hall. He also tells her that she can't escape the dragon's range even if she were to leave the island. The protagonist then helps her onto the spirit wolf. He looks over to Lucy and Obel, knowing that their strength will barely be enough to hold back the dragon. In the original story, Taylor would raise his power and acquire the ultimate swordsman form. At this point, Ed wonders if he should give up, but he then tells Marilda to run. In order to resolve this, he needs to find out what caused the plot to change. At first he blamed himself for the recent changes in the plot, but this doesn't explain why the final act of Chapter 5 is taking place now. In order to find out what summoned the dragon, he needs to get information about the major characters of Act 3. Lucy is currently fighting the dragon, and Clarice has no idea what's going on. Since Taylor must be trying to save people, Ed is shocked to see who this leaves out. Over at Nail Hall, as the students are running for their lives, Adele sees that the combat training plans have been cancelled. However, she is sure that fate will allow her to meet the Saintess one day. As the battle goes on, Ed figures if he finds Adele, the truth will be revealed. With him using the ring to borrow power from his future, he doesn't have much time. He arrives at the Ophelis Hall and tells Clarice to head inside. However, it turns out that the barrier wasn't able to block the dragon's scales. The Saintess shudders as she sees that most of the students are dead. The protagonist quickly grabs her land and runs inside, knowing that someone is still maintaining the barrier. As he rushes to the top floor, he finds Belle's body impaled by scales. Clarice offers to use holy magic to save her, but Ed already knows it's hopeless. Our hero figures that Belle crawled up to the top floor after suffering the dragon's attacks. With her remaining strength, the maid gives the MC a key before passing out. Knowing her, she'd say she did what she had to do. Tears flow down Clarice's eyes as she looks at the dead maid. As Ed closes Belle's eyes, Clarice believes that the maid will be all right. However, the protagonist grits his teeth in anger and runs out of the room with the Saintess. He opens the door to Clarice's room and tells her to keep a strong heart while he heads out. The Saintess tells him it's too dangerous, but as he tries to explain how things are outside, his words get cut off when he sees a huge gathering of mana particles in the air. He notices that it's aspectual magic and begins to search through all the books in the room. He feels the book he's looking for has to be there. Eventually, he comes across Glock's introduction to aspectual magic. As he assesses the situation, he notes the method of aspectual magic being used is nothing like he's seen before. Meanwhile, the sacred lance dragon blows down fire on Obel's shield, and he can barely hold on any longer. As the flames head for where Ed is, he finally figures out why things are so weird. When Clarice asks if he has figured out something, the dragon's flames burst through the window, causing a blinding light to shine in the room. The entire room is destroyed in a huge explosion, and as the dust clears, there's barely anything left of the building. The Saintess then opens her eyes to see Ed standing over her with an iron rod through his body. While barely holding on, he tells her to ask for help if she needs it. Tears fill her eyes as she looks at him. He suddenly starts calling out some numbers, but the Saintess tells him to save his strength as she tries to heal him. Sadly, her efforts aren't enough. Our boy then dies and falls on her shoulder. The aspectual magic outside starts to grow bigger. Meanwhile, Clarice cries out, wondering why everyone had to die like this. She holds on tightly to Ed, begging and apologizing for all that has happened. Suddenly her eyes open, and she sees herself back when she met with Ed and Janica. The students around are wondering why Clarice came to meet the protagonist. With the confusion, Ed asks the Saintess why she came to meet him. She suddenly dashes over the table and rips his shirt open, embarrassing our boy in the process. She doesn't see any wounds on his body and wonders how this is possible. Janica quickly calls her out for her actions. Clarice sits back down, breathing heavily, and wondering if everything she just experienced was a dream or a hallucination. She doubts the possibility after seeing the blood marks on her hand, and she realizes that she must have come back to the past. The Saintess recalls how she came to warn Ed about Vertio. After that, she went to Trix Hall to wait for the Holy Pope. While waiting for the Pope, the Sacred Lance Dragon attacked, and a lot of people died. Right now, she stares at her hand in complete disbelief and fear. As Ed calls to her, she quickly grabs his hand and runs off with him. He tries to tell her that she needs to meet Eldine as he gets shoved into the carriage. On the other hand, Clarice desperately says that they have to hurry to the Mexis Bridge. As the carriage speeds off, the other students are still confused by what just happened. Janica wonders if the Saintess is eloping with her love. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells Clarice that her actions will cause problems. She then tells him how a dragon will attack the island and everyone will die. Clarice explains that she already died once and has now returned to the past. Back then, Ed was about to tell her something before being crushed by the rubble. However, she reminds him that he told her to come to him for help no matter what. Upon hearing this, our hero has no idea how to respond. As they get to the bridge, they have to wait for the inspection personnel. Ed tells her that it's better to go back and meet the Pope, but she starts reciting the numbers that he said back then. Upon hearing this, Ed is completely shocked. The carriage's driver notices how crowded it is and tries to tell the Saintess that this will take time, but Ed tells him to get through fast because there's an emergency. He tries to highlight how everyone will be in danger if they don't break through. The coachman then tells them to hold on tight as he breaks through the crowd. Our hero decides to believe Clarice after she recites the numbers that no one else in that world would understand. Those numbers were his military service number before he came into this world. As they ride off, Ed starts to understand why the Saintess chose to escape. For time to have been rewound, it means a spectral magic was definitely involved. While he continues his explanation, Clarice asks him to allow her to lie on his chest for a little while. Meanwhile, Ed figures that the magic used should have been impossible with a human's magic power. Suddenly, Wellbrock rises up and roars loudly over the horizon. Clarice screams in fear, but they have successfully escaped this time. However, the same nightmare occurs again for her. She turns back to look at Ed, who calls to her and is terrified to see him impaled by the dragon's scales. As she weeps, she tries to heal him and apologizes for not being able to help him again. Once again, our hero has died for her sake, and all she can do is say sorry. Nevertheless, Ed comforts her, telling her not to cry and saying that he's sure that he'll help her again. After those final words, he dies. Clarice begins to blame her blessing, wishing that Ed had it instead of her. As she wishes to return to the past once more, she finds herself at her initial meeting with the protagonist again. As he asks why she came to talk, she rushes to hug him with tears in her eyes. This time around, she swears to save him. She quickly shoves him into the carriage again and tells the driver to head towards the east. After explaining the situation to Ed, they decide to find a place to hide. However, the dragon's attacks still reach them, and the protagonist dies by her side again. She regresses for the 4th time again, but Ed still dies in a cavern by the Western Sea. On her 12th time, they go to Glast's secret lab, but the dragon still strikes them there. Clarice regresses up to 22 times, but the results are always the same. Again and again, Ed keeps dying, and Clarice only sees herself in a pool of blood and misery. No matter where they ran to, the Archbishop and the Holy Pope were never present, but our hero kept dying and saving the Saintess. She calls out Ed's military service number to him again and wonders what to do now. Meanwhile, they're back at the Mexis Bridge where inspections are taking place. As Ed leaves the carriage, she expects him to yell out how they need to pass, but this time he asks the driver to stop. Then, he asks the Saintess to get off because he can tell that she has been through this process a lot. Ed gives her his jacket and tells her to get some rest. He then tells her that he knows some people worth asking for help from. Clarice asks the protagonist to run away because she's tired of seeing him die. Despite trying countless times to save him, nothing worked. In the end, all her efforts are in vain. Ed tells her that it's okay and wonders why her wounds won't heal, despite going back in time. As he tends to her wounds, he notes how the holy magic's blessing protects her body and gives her resistance against the same type of magic as well. This means that time is being rewound due to holy magic in the first place. She then realizes that Ed must have found this out when he was searching through books the first time he died. With this, he tries to show her that there's hope. As she flings herself on him, he asks how many times she has repeated the day. The Saintess tells him that she lost count after the 10th time. Ed tells her to calm down and commends her for coming this far. As she looks up at him with her teary eyes, he tells her to leave it all to him. Now, they have to remove the source of this issue. Ed finds it strange the way Clarice changed after Adele's death. The faithless saint was basically a destruction of her original character. It only makes sense that she experienced so much for her personality to change. Now that he has seen how much she has gone through, it makes sense why Clarice would go against the order. This also means that the original story hasn't changed. Later on, Ed storms into the Nail Hall and tells the Saintess that they need to stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon. They need to find the Archbishop and the Holy Pope, but no one knows where they are. She finds it strange because these two dignitaries should attract attention normally. As they enter the training room, they see Taylor and Wade sparring. Taylor gets distracted and hit on the head. Then their attention turns to Ed and Clarice. Ed quickly covers the Saintess with his jacket and moves through the crowd. Seeing that they have to find Verdio and Eldane quickly, our hero meets with Lortel, who will most likely know their whereabouts. As she grabs the hero's hands, she's shocked to see that Clarice is with him. She calls him out for trying to hypnotize the Saintess, but Ed tells her that he needs to find someone quickly, and he offers to pay any amount of money she wants. Upon hearing this, Lortel asks him to explain what's going on. At the carriage depot, she successfully gathers all the intel and teases Ed about charging a high fee. She understands Ed's behavior, but doesn't understand why the Saintess has changed so suddenly. The protagonist begins to tell her how the combat training will be ending soon, and he also highlights how she keeps a clear head in most situations. He then tells her to stay calm and believe what he's about to say. With time running out, he starts explaining the situation, and Lortel can't believe her ears. Suddenly the ground begins to rumble and destruction engulfs the city as the dragon begins its attack again. Ed uses his body to protect Lortel from the scales, leaving her shocked by the current situation. As the dragon moves, the tides shift, and a great storm befalls the city. As Lortel comes back to her senses, she sees the protagonist leaning over her with injuries. He then asks her how much she wants. She is speechless for a moment but decides that she owes him for saving her life. From the intel she gathered, Verdio and Eldane used a concealment rune to hide their movements. However, they headed towards the academic cathedral in the faculty building. As Ed and Lortel head towards there, Clarice bursts out of the carriage and tries to stop Ed. Seeing how worried the Saintess is, Lortel starts to feel awkward. The merchant girl then tells them to get moving. Luckily, there's a horse that can still get them to the faculty building. Ed gets on it and asks for the reins. As Lortel hands it over, she tells him that one of them needs to stay back. She quickly helps Clarice to get on the horse and tells Ed that she believes in him. While Ed swears to repay the favor, she quickly grabs him and plants a kiss, leaving the Saintess feeling awkward. Clarice then looks at Lortel and notices her deadly gaze. Nevertheless, Lortel now has her insurance. After that, the horse starts to move out. The merchant girl then tells Clarice that clinging onto someone's property can get quite messy. After bidding them farewell, she slowly walks through the field of dead bodies. She forces herself to put on a smile as the dragon is about to crush her, but those who laugh in the face of danger find themselves as the victors in the end. While Obel and Lucy fight the dragon, our hero and Saintess ride off to find the culprits of this calamity. Ed tells Clarice to take to heart what he has told her. However, she wonders how he's so calm in the midst of all this. Suddenly, their horse gets struck, and he shields her as they fall to the ground. As she opens her eyes, she notices that Ed is bleeding a lot. However, he tells her not to worry because he's had far worse injuries. Luckily, they finally arrive at the cathedral, where they see a strange person standing on the roof. This is one of the people revered as the greatest of holy sorcerers. Even Lucy will have a hard time against one of them, and they are known as the Apostles of Telos. As the guy lands before them, Clarice tells him to step aside. However, the apostle tells her that he can't let them pass because of Eldon's orders. In that instant, Ed's dagger reaches his face, but the guy quickly parries it. The protagonist then tells Clarice that she needs to break through quickly. As the apostle tries to stop her, he sees a magic wave ball that Ed tossed towards him. The ball explodes and pushes the guy back. After that, he gets attacked with wind blades, but he is able to block it. However, the Saintess uses the chance to enter the building. The Apostle of Telos then wonders who Ed is. Seeing that he has lost a lot of blood, he tells the MC to give up. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble as Ed charges his mana and gets ready to fire a magic arrow. The apostle goes ahead to fortify his body with high-rank magic. As the protagonist fires the arrows, his opponent quickly evades them and introduces himself as Lightspeed Taldarak. The guy dives toward Ed and impales him with his spear. The scene then flashes back to when our hero told the Saintess not to give up. As she runs through the building, she recalls his words, telling her to break through and come to an understanding of what's going on. Meanwhile, Ed grabs the apostle's hand, refusing to die easily. He stabs the guy's hand and charges up the power in his ring, leaving Taldarak scared. With this, Marilda is summoned, and she devours the apostle in a single bite. As our hero falls to the ground, the spirit tells him that he should have summoned her from the beginning. She tries to get him to keep it together, but our hero is already losing his vision. The last thing he sees is a bright light shining from the cathedral as Marilda screams out his name. Clarice finally reaches the door, but it's locked, and she doesn't know what to do. Past the door is a sacred chamber that she knows of. She tries to use her magic to force it open, and it explodes. After that, she suddenly sees Adele covered in blood. She runs to help the girl and asks what happened. Adele is shocked that the Saintess has come sooner than expected, but she tells her that there's no need to come back again. As she walks off, Clarice sees the mark of a holy blessing on her arm. For that one mark, the holy dignitaries must be gathered, and there is only one person who can have this blessing inscribed on their body. This is none other than the Saintess, so seeing this on Adele makes no sense to Clarice. However, the girl tells the Saintess to wait a bit longer because it'll all be over soon. As Clarice reaches out for her, Adele's body bursts out with magic, and the Saintess regresses to the same day again. With the anger in her, she gets up and decides to tell Ed about everything immediately. The first memory Adele recalls is seeing seagulls flying above the harbor. There, two kids are running around and playing. She then tells them to be careful and watch where they're going. Her parents ran away from their homelands to the trade city of Oldek to seek refuge from the war. Sadly, they were still used and scammed and could barely afford a piece of bread for the day. One day, while she's enjoying a nice meal, Her dad tells her he'll be back soon after taking care of something. As the man walks away, he occasionally takes a look back at his daughter. Meanwhile, the wonderful sandwich Adele had tasted like nothing at all to her. After that moment, she became an orphan. She then goes to Delderos Orphanage, where she worked together with the other children. Luckily, they were able to rest occasionally and receive support from the Telos Order. She also learned to play the lute, which made her spend more time at the church. One day, Archbishop Verdio gets congratulated on his entry into the Holy Imperial Capital. While Verdio thanks everyone, his robe suddenly catches fire. As the fire begins to spread, it is quickly doused with a bucket of water. The Archbishop is shocked to see Adele with buckets of water. He then asks her how she knew it would happen. She tells him that she has dreams about the future, but she can't see her own future. Upon hearing this, Verdio grabs her hand and calls her the Saintess of Telos. Just overnight, Adele saw herself at a table with luxurious meals and the respect of high-ranking clergymen. Her new life was incomparable to the one she lived in poverty. She received baptisms from the Holy Pope, Verdio, and the greatest apostle. She also bore the Holy Magic's blessing on her body. With this, her holy power grew stronger. All that remained was the baptism of the stigmata, and for the first time, Adele was able to see her future. Later on, Verdio lashes out at her because she wants to give up on being the saintess. She thanks him for all the care, but she wants to use other means to serve Telos. Seeing that she can't be convinced, the Archbishop tells her that her ability to see the future is the reason she was selected as the saintess. He gives her a nasty look as he realizes that she can now see her own future. As years passed by, Adele remained as the caretaker of the Holy Flame. As she plays the lute through the night, her future would appear once she fell asleep. There, she sees the feral dragon, Wellbrock. Verdio then decides to offer her as a sacrifice because his plans have gotten out of hand. While in the imperial capital, she heard a lot of things. Thanks to Emperor Kloll, the world was finding peace, but the Pope's influence was reduced. Verdio, who was also a businessman, knew that they needed to turn things around with fear and the miracle of God. They planned to summon the Holy Lance Dragon and have the Order subdue it. For this, Verdio was searching for a sacrifice which was none other than Adele. However, several years later, she meets Clarice, who has an incredible gift for holy magic. Clarice then asks her what she has to do to live a pure life. Adele stops her music, thinking of how to tell Clarice that it's her fault that she's the saintess now. She then starts singing for Clarice while telling her to run away in her mind. As they enjoy the night, Adele hopes that Clarice will be able to run away. She would sing these songs, hoping that Clarice would run, but the guilt always came back to stab her. One morning, she decides to run away to the Sylvania Academy. As she walked through the place covered in blood, the students were speechless. However, she eventually realizes when and how the Holy Lance Dragon will revive. When she heads to the chapel, she meets Taldarak, who tells her that outsiders aren't allowed inside. She would then show her holy blessing mark and enter the chapel, where the apostles are waiting. There, she sees a chest containing Wellbrock's fang. She tries to convince Verdio and the apostles to stop, but they won't listen to her. Seeing that Saintess Clarice isn't there, they must have thought that tales of the dragon were fairy tales. However, the appearance of the mighty beast proves them wrong. In the end, Verdio tries to quickly get the Saintess to be used as a sacrifice. The magic circle on the floor would seal the dragon once the Saintess was sacrificed. So Adele decides to use herself as a sacrifice and endures the pain. Nevertheless, she didn't predict that the holy magic blessing would protect her body from the necklace. The aspectual magic within her gets pushed to its limits. So the process repeated itself again and again. Adele was shocked when Clarice managed to enter the chapel the last time. Now, she pushes herself to try 1 or 2 more times to finally end the loop. As she drags her bloody body to the chapel again, she suddenly bumps into Ed and wonders what he's doing there. The story continues from Adele's point of view. She remembers going to Verdio, who never believed her. She tries to convince him that once they unleash the Holy Lance Dragon, there will be no way to stop it. However, he has another plan: to release the dragon and then perform a miracle by stopping it themselves. For them, it's the perfect way to make the world bow before them and their god, Telos, reclaiming the Order's lost glory. Adele knows from her dreams that she is the key to ending the Order's arrogance and stopping the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon. For that purpose, a saintess must be sacrificed at the rune of sacrifice. Thinking about the life of a saintess, she recalls Clarice, the current saintess. Adele, however, is ready to take Clarice's place because she believes it is her duty from the beginning. But every time she sacrifices herself, the blessing of holy magic in her body protects her, summoning residual aspectual magic. As a consequence, time repeats itself, again and again, until she runs out of holy power. Once again, she awakens in the combat training room of Glocht Hall after revival, her body on the verge of death. She knows that after a few more revivals, her holy magic will be completely depleted, and true death will finally consume her. When that happens, the chance of reviving the Holy Lance Dragon will be lost forever. She walks down the hall once again, knowing the Order's arrogance will repeat endlessly. Every time they revive the dragon, everyone rushes to find Clarice for the sacrifice. Meanwhile, in every loop, Adele places herself on the rune of sacrifice, giving her life again and again. Her body weakens each time, but she endures the pain as punishment for once trying to escape her duty. That thought alone keeps her going, knowing her body will eventually lose all holy power. She stops trying to convince Verdio because it's useless now. All she can do is offer herself to the rune of sacrifice until everything ends, thus preventing the dragon's revival. That's why she once again heads toward the worship hall to sacrifice herself. But in the present moment, she finds herself face to face with our hero, Ed, who casually asks whether she prefers cold water or orange juice. She doesn't understand why he's there, stopping her. Ignoring her confusion, Ed decides for her. She'll have orange juice since he's drinking cold water. Then he gently makes her sit on the bench. Adele feebly protests, saying she needs to proceed with her duty, but Ed places the glass of orange juice in her hand and calmly tells her she's going to die. Hearing this, her eyes widen as she recognizes him. She remembers now in the very first time loop, when she was going to sacrifice herself, he appeared before her in the same way. Back then too, he told her she was going to die. And just like that time, she gives the same reply. She already knows. Now, sitting on the bench, even though it's the same day in the repeating cycle, the conversation with Ed feels as if it happened ages ago. Her mind reels, urging her to end the conversation as soon as possible so she can go to the cathedral and finally finish this painful cycle. But Ed isn't convinced by her casual reply. She doesn't understand why. He points out that he just told her she's going to die, and yet she answered as if it means nothing. Adele remains calm, not realizing what's wrong with her response, simply repeating that she needs to go. He asks again, whether is that all she has to say. Her answer is cryptic, because deep inside, she already knows, not only from the countless loops of time, but from long before that she knows she is destined to die. So she never finds any other words to say. She recalls her moments with Clarice, but Ed's question keeps echoing in her mind. She wonders if there's something she should say, but her memories focus instead on Clarice's gentle smile, the one she always wanted to protect. Ed's question repeats again in her head, over and over, until she wants to scream at her own mind to stop. Her thoughts drift to her childhood, to the first time she ever had a proper meal, a sandwich. She remembers looking at her father's back and mumbling a small thank you. But now, when she blinks, she sees Ed instead of her father, asking the same question again. Her eyes widen as tears pool in them. She realizes that she had been lying to herself all along. She didn't really want to thank her father. Instead, she wanted to beg him to stay with her. Back in the present, tears fall into her glass of orange juice as she finally breaks down, admitting her fear of death, the truth she had buried beneath layers of duty and lies. Ed sighs deeply as he finishes his water, sets the bottle on the bench, and stands. He remarks dryly that it took her long enough to say something so obvious, then tells her to explain everything since they are going to end the loop. A little while ago, Clarice had already told him everything, about the endless loop of time and her encounters with Adele. So Ed decides to meet Adele while Clarice prepares to go to the cathedral. Now, standing before the massive gates of the cathedral, Clarice steps inside. Taldarek, startled to see her, asks why she's here as she's supposed to be in Trick's hall. Ignoring him, she walks past. She can't afford distractions. Inside this sacred place lies the truth she must confront. As soon as she opens the inner doors, she commands everyone to stop what they're doing. Her voice echoes across the hall, drawing the attention of the holy priests of Eldine and Archbishop Verdio himself, who greets her with a knowing smile. She begins her accusations, as she tells Verdio that she once believed him to be a selfless man, one who put the capital above all else. He smiles proudly and admits it. He adds that their lord watches them from the skies, but they must prove his existence to the ignorant people of the earth. In order to do this, they need to show them something referring to dragon. With dread, Clarice realizes his true intent, to revive and then kill the Holy Lance dragon to make people believe in God. Verdio assures her the process will be short, when she protests that no one has even considered the possibility of failure and risk. Then she stops dead as she realizes that her life is their last solution, and he doesn't deny it. He calmly admits that her life is simply insurance, a failsafe he'll use if things go wrong. Meanwhile, Ed learns everything from Adele, the Order's grand illusion. The truth is far uglier than faith allows. In reality, the Order is drowning in financial crisis, so they plan to awaken the Holy Lance dragon and stage its defeat themselves. By doing so, they'll restore people's faith and, conveniently, refill their coffers. As they travel, Adele explains bitterly that Verdio has always been like this. For him, faith means growing the congregation and enriching the capital's treasury. When Ed asks if she ever tried convincing him, she answers that she did. But after fleeing the capital, she realized there's no reasoning with him. Besides, Verdio has the Apostles of Telos under his command, which is a force powerful enough to crush any resistance. It's said their strength even surpasses that of the Imperial Army. At that same time, Verdio assures Clarice once again that the revival and subjugation process will be brief, urging her to rest in the meantime. Adele, however, grows increasingly anxious about the apostle's power. Before she can say more, Ed crouches and suddenly lifts her onto his back. He states firmly that apostles don't matter right now. She doesn't understand, until a flash of high-ranking magic blazes before them, which is an electricity magic surges through the cathedral, divine punishment made manifest. The air cracks with purple light while Verdio's face tenses as he realizes there's an intruder. He tries to intimidate the unseen presence, invoking the name of Lord Telos to scare them off. But the figure steps inside, her magic lashing out violently, striking the people standing near Verdio. Finally, the intruder reveals herself. She is none other than Lucy, who coldly declares that she doesn't fear Telos, because she is an atheist. When she grips one of the apostles with her magic, she repeats her lack of faith in God, adding that she believes only in punishing sinners. Verdio, taken aback, protests at her calling them sinners. In response, she hurls the apostle against a distant wall and coldly replies that sin is something engraved within the order's laws and the church itself. Now she turns her magic toward Verdio. He can't believe what she's doing, that she's truly turning against them and the order of Telos. Meanwhile, the apostles of Telos, the 8th seat, Lenos, and the 2nd seat, Reuben, prepare to take down Lucy. She remains completely unfazed. As Reuben charges forward, ready to strike her, she moves first, unleashing her lightning magic. The blast hits him squarely, making him shriek in pain. Another apostle appears, his voice ringing through the cathedral as he accuses her of daring to sully the holy chapel. He is the 3rd seat of the apostles, the Lightspeed apostle, Taldarak, who steps forward, his spear gleaming with divine energy. He levels it at Lucy, declaring that he will end her for her blasphemy. But Lucy proves faster, not through speed, but through spatial leap magic. In a blink, she vanishes from his sight and reappears behind him. With a snap of her fingers, electricity bursts forth, striking him from behind. Taldarak lets out a piercing shriek as lightning courses through his body. Verdio watches the scene in disbelief. The apostles are supposed to be the strongest warriors in the nation, yet this girl, alone, is overwhelming them. Even though there are 6 apostles in total, she's crushing them without hesitation. His mind races, wondering what her true reason is for attacking the chapel. Their plan to awaken the Holy Lance Dragon is already in motion, and the preparations on Arkan Island, near the Academy students, are complete. But now, with Lucy's sudden intrusion, he can't risk the plan being exposed. Acting quickly, Verdio seals the dragon's necklace relic inside a sacred containment box. He grits his teeth, concluding that the operation has failed. Raising his voice, he gives the order to retreat and commands everyone to protect the holy Pope E. Seeing him flee, Lucy immediately activates her effectual magic, Time Prison, attempting to trap Verdio within it. But the coward calls out to Taldarak, ordering him to protect him. The apostle, wounded yet loyal, steps between Lucy and Verdio, shouting that he's doing this for Lord Telos. Verdio then turns to Cleve and commands him to kidnap Clarice. Cleve hesitates only for a moment before obeying, apologizing to Clarice as he grabs her. She struggles and pleads with him to let her go, but he doesn't listen. Verdio has already planned everything, to erase all traces of his crimes by taking both Clarice and the evidence, the necklace, with him. In this situation, the Academy will be forced to yield to the holy Pope E's pressure, rather than listen to Lucy's accusations. Meanwhile, Lucy intensifies her magic, unleashing her divine punishment against Verdio. But one of the remaining apostles intervenes, shielding Verdio and helping him escape. Orders are shouted across the cathedral that everyone is to retreat and regroup at the designated point. The apostles of Telos, though bloodied and shaken, remain determined. No matter what they must face from now on, they are resolved to ensure that the order emerges victorious. Looking at their retreating figures, she scoffs in annoyance. At the threshold of the cathedral, one of the apostles points out that they might eventually be caught. Verdio assures them that all they need is a moment to destroy the evidence and secure Clarice. Once they do, they can report Lucy's violence to the Academy and prove their innocence. But his words die in his throat when the heat of an ignition spell flares around them, engulfing the cathedral's entrance in fire. The flames surge toward them, making him question how such devastation could come from a basic magic spell. Someone tries to strike the apostles with an explosion blade, but they deflect it. The blast draws the attention of nearby students, who stare toward the chapel, wondering what's happening inside. Meanwhile, our boy summons Mug to fight, and the creature obediently complies. Verdio spots Ed and immediately realizes the truth that Ed is working with Lucy. He had anticipated their escape and waited for this very moment. Furious, Verdio hurls a holy spell at Mug, who apologizes faintly before being struck down by the blast. Verdio runs into the woods. After getting far enough, he grows confident that he has lost his pursuers. He plans to hide in the dense forest with the evidence, convinced that no one will find him. But his thoughts are cut short when Ed steps into his path, demanding that he hand over the necklace. In the next instant, Ed grabs Verdio by the hair and throws him off the cliff, jumping down after him. In the fall, Verdio lands on top of him, weapon raised, ready to unleash a spell. He finally understands that Ed knows everything and probably sent Lucy on purpose. Verdio moves to attack, but Ed kicks him away. The spell fires, grazing Ed's shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Ed stabs Verdio in the side, though the Archbishop still clutches the necklace box tightly. Ed demands again, darkly this time, that he hand it over. The scene flashes back to when Adele was with him. She explains that Verdio himself is strong, even without the Apostle's support. As he helps her sit on the ground, Ed understands the gravity of their situation. They're short on time, and Verdio has clearly been preparing for this moment for years. He likely has every card ready to play. Even with Lucy's help, their chance of success is uncertain. Ed briefly considers going back in time, but he doesn't voice it, not when Adele is already physically weakened. Then her next words widen his eyes. She consoles him softly, saying that even if they fail, she will turn back time a few more times. He grits his teeth because he knows that it is a lie. Her condition is so terrible that she can die at any moment. Now, in the present, he thinks about Adele's condition and doesn't hesitate to push the blade further into Verdio, snatching the box from his grip. He opens it to find a necklace still glowing with magic. Verdio, despite his condition, grins wildly, revealing his grand plan, that no matter their efforts, the Holy Lance Dragon will revive. Now that the Apostles are defeated, the Holy Saintess's sacrifice is the only way to stop it. Then everyone will know Telos' greatness. Next moment, a burst of magic energy surges from the necklace, a clear sign that the Holy Lance Dragon is finally awakening. At last, our boy understands that to prevent this calamity, he must subdue Verdio and take the necklace outside the island. However, the problem is that once the time loop begins, no one will remember it except the Saintesses. So Adele must sacrifice herself once again. He needs to relay this information, or the same tragic cycle will repeat endlessly. He recalls Adele's words about not wanting to die, and despair engulfs him as his body grows dull and lifeless, realizing it's already too late. In the next moment, Lucy appears like a ray of hope, contradicting his words. He immediately begs her to relay his message to one of the Saintesses, but instead, she pushes him away. He insists that they need to hurry, but she refuses. He is taken aback by her refusal, but she explains that she doesn't have to leave his side to relay the message to either Clarice or Adele. So she writes down the information he asked her to deliver, imbues it with magic, and sends it to one of the girls. Seeing this, he praises her clever use of magic. She consoles him, saying that with some practice, he can use magic this way too. He thanks her softly, then grows frustrated, realizing that despite all their efforts, the Holy Lance Dragon has been revived, or rather, revived once again. He wonders whether Adele, in her current condition, will be able to stop it. Not only that, but another problem arises, which is the time revival. When time resets, he will forget the plan. So, he must act quickly to forge a new one, steal the necklace, and escape the Arkan Island in time. His despair is interrupted by Lucy, who reminds him of her promise to the old man, that if the Academy ever falls into danger, she will protect it. She is determined that no matter how many times time repeats or the dragon revives, she will face it and fight to defend the Academy. She believes he will do the same, and he agrees. She adds that she joined the Academy only to keep her promise to the old man, but deep down, she has been waiting for a moment like this. She is exhausted from that endless waiting, yet she knows there's little she can do if time keeps repeating itself. This time she hugs him tightly, expressing her wish to die in his arms, though they both know they will forget these memories once time rewinds. He agrees silently. She then admits there's something she has wanted to tell him for so long, but never found the right time to say. Ed notices the shield starting to tear down, and the intensity of the moment already tells him what Lucy wants to say. Finally, Lucy confesses that she can't live without him and pleads with him not to die. Placing his hand gently on her head, he jokes that it's not a difficult request, and in the next moment, the dragon roars. They see a rain of light descending, which is actually the dragon's attack aimed at them. Yet both of them remain still, holding each other without protest. The rain turns into dragon shards, piercing their bodies, and they die in each other's arms, even as the attack ceases. With that, time repeats itself once again. On the other hand, Adele is also on the verge of losing her holy power. Without it, she can neither rewind time nor see her future, so death is ready to consume her. Prepared to die, she regrets not stopping the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. Yet, she feels a bittersweet happiness for at least meeting Clarice one last time in this loop of time. Still, she wishes she could see her smile again. Even if it's a lie, she wants to sing for her. Not to mention, her encounter with Ed has completely shattered her resolve to die, after confessing that she wants to live. Coughing blood and writhing in pain, she realizes she can die any moment. So before death consumes her, she must fulfill her duty. She forces her body to move despite the agony, determined that in the next loop she will stop the Lance Dragon's revival. That's what her death is destined for. She recalls the plan she got from Lucy, but deems it nearly impossible to execute in the next loop. First, Clarice has to convince Ed of everything, since he will again lose his memories. It will take him at least a whole morning to come up with a plan. not to mention gathering enough force to face the apostles of Telos and stop them. No matter how fast they move, all this will take at least a day, and by dusk, Verdio's plan will already be in process. Meanwhile, he will inject enough magic power into the necklace to sustain the dragon's revival, which will eventually awaken. Looking at the direction of the sun, Adele concludes she can soon enter the chapel. She steels herself, ready to sacrifice her life for the rune, but suddenly her eyes widen. Outside there is bright morning light without the looming presence of the dragon. Meanwhile, our boy is clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, while Janica looks at him in concern. He holds a book titled Glock's Introduction to Espectual Magic, meant for those who have developed resistance to espectual energy. There are rare individuals who are naturally immune to it. In reality, Adele's magic is a mixture of espectual and holy power. That same blessing grants resistance to holy magic. That's why, as a saintess, Clarice never lost her memories in the time loop. At the same time, Ed is also affected by the time rewind, but not completely. Perhaps because Adele doesn't have enough power left, or because he's already studying espectual magic, his body's espectual resistance starts countering Adele's magic. As a result, when he wakes up this time, he awakens with his memories intact. At first, he's in unbearable agony as every loop's memory crashes back into him. Both girls are worried, but when he notices the wounds on Clarice's arms, he realizes he doesn't have a second to waste. Meanwhile, Verdio is preparing to revive the dragon. Ed knows he must move fast. Verdio begins the ritual to revive the creature's glory, unaware that Ed is already behind him, his ultimate goal being to reach the cathedral and snatch the necklace, which he does immediately. Verdio is shocked to see him and orders Lenos to stop him. Lenos fires a flurry of arrows at our boy. Ed dodges and endures the attacks while his mind races back to the beginning of every time loop. It's always the same. Clarice trying to convince him, reminding him of everything, even reciting his service number to make him believe her. Verdio, meanwhile, remains arrogant, certain that someone like Ed doesn't stand a chance against the frontline apostles. But Ed regrets always overlooking the one chance that could have changed everything from the very beginning, Janica. Now, riding on her spirit animal, he realizes how much he has underestimated her. She's faster than any carriage, stronger than him, and most importantly, she doesn't need any explanation to understand what must be done. Sensing his determination, she looks ahead, her energy flaring like wind and flame combined, urging him onward. They have already taken the necklace. Now there's no turning back. He immediately mounts behind her, knowing they are racing against time. Instead of a carriage, this way they reach their destination within an hour, but it's already too late. The magic within the necklace has already been activated. This necklace is the key to unlocking the Holy Lance Dragon, but the lock lies within the seal on Arkan Island. Once the magic between the seal and the necklace resonates, the dragon will be revived. To prevent its awakening, they must take the necklace as far away as possible before the resonance completes. Verdio doesn't even grasp what Ed is actually doing. Before he can finish his sentence, Ed sends a blade flying toward him. The moment both of them step outside the cathedral, the blade detonates in a violent explosion. In the air, he reminds her of their initial plan. She's supposed to escape while he finds his own way out, but she refuses to leave him behind. She reminds him of his dire situation. Just last year, he was nearly expelled, and this incident will definitely get him thrown out of the academy. Attacking the order is no small matter. She then offers him a choice, to hide either in her homeland, Pulin, or among the deserters and isolated regions. He tries to protest, but before he can speak, she takes his hand and confesses that she knows how much he has suffered alone. He doesn't understand. She explains that she knows what he has gone through each time he wakes up in this endless time loop. So she declares that if he is going to be expelled, then so is she. Not only that, she's choosing a fugitive's life with him. Finally, with fierce resolve, she insists that she can't just leave him to suffer alone. He doesn't know how to respond, but he doesn't get the chance. When he looks behind, all 6 apostles of Telos are pursuing them, weapons drawn and ready. He shouts for her to escape as fast as possible, and she immediately complies. Meanwhile, Verdio emerges from the rubble and finds Clarice standing before him. Clarice recalls the moment Ed told her that there is still something only she can do. She already knows everything that happened in the time loop. Now she has to stop Verdio. While Verdio tries to justify what happened, she steps forward, ignoring his words and following the plan Ed laid out. According to that plan, she needs to awaken Holy Pope, the only one capable of stopping Verdio. She tosses the candles aside and demands if Holy Pope is just going to stand there and watch. Her voice trembles with urgency as she pleads with him to confront Verdio. Elsewhere, some students casually discuss the upcoming duel between Taylor and Wade, speculating that Taylor might lose, completely oblivious to the battle raging in the skies above them. As Ed and Janica attempt to escape, Janica remarks how she was idly sitting in Glocked Hall just 10 minutes ago. Then a powerful wind blade hurtles toward them. Their faces go pale, they can't dodge it. In the next instant, they're both thrown from the spirit bird. Seeing her falling, Ed dives after her. For a brief moment, their hands touch. Then he grabs her tightly, clutching the necklace in his other hand as they plummet together. The apostles continue their pursuit, desperate to reclaim the necklace. Janica leans closer, whispering in his ear that she believes he can handle the rest. Her words make his eyes widen in shock. Then, with a faint smile, she pushes him away, reaffirming her trust in him before activating her ring's magic. Moments later, the Academy's atmosphere changes. The air crackles with energy as the sky fills with countless winged spirits. They swarm around the apostles, surrounding them completely. Among these spirits, one stands out, the enormous figure that eclipses the sun, plunging the world below into an eerie darkness. Legends say this spirit was the first of all spirits, the original of the water element that gained sentience. Its name is Frida, the rarest and strongest of all water spirits. The apostles struggle against the lower-class spirits, unhappy with their overwhelming numbers, hundreds upon hundreds of them. Meanwhile, on the water's surface, our boy feels the necklace's magic power dimming. But his greater concern is Janica, who is expending enormous amounts of energy to control the spirits. When he asks if she's all right, she jokes that she's using enough magic to keep her in the bed for a week. The next moment, she starts to collapse into his arms. Alarmed, he reaches for her to check her fever, but her face is already flushed pink. Sweating and trembling, she feebly explains that his closeness is making her fever worse. Meanwhile, the apostles quickly realize that to defeat the winged spirits, they need to target the girl controlling them. They create an opening for Taldarak, who readies his weapon and charges straight toward Ed and Janica. Reaching them, he demands to know if she's the one commanding the spirits, his blade poised to strike her down. Janica, burning with exhaustion and heat, says nothing. Taldarak continues coldly that he usually doesn't enjoy killing people, but he has no choice this time. She must be eliminated. Before he can finish, his words are cut short. Behind him stands Ed, with another spirit, Tarkin, looming in the air like a fire beast. Shock flashes across Taldarak's face as he feels resistance on his weapon. Turning back, he realizes in horror that Tarkin has clamped its jaws around his weapon. Seizing the moment, Ed lunges forward, grabs Taldarak from behind, and locks his arm around his neck, trying to strangle him. At the same time, Janica, despite her fading strength, continues to maintain Tarkin with her dwindling magic power, desperately keeping Ed protected. The next instant, a violent explosion shakes the ground, throwing everyone to the earth. Dust and fragments swirl through the air. Taldarak rises amid the chaos, genuinely impressed by Janica's power. She has not only summoned one of the highest-ranking water spirits, but is also controlling another high-level spirit at the same time. Yet his confidence doesn't waver. Smirking, he demands that Ed hand over the necklace if they both wish to live. But Ed stubbornly refuses. He knows he won't be regressed anymore. He has no more chances, no more loops. The Delheim's hourglass is gone as well. Still, every death he has witnessed, including his own countless times, remains burned into his memory. That's why, this time, he refuses to let anyone die. His eyes burn with fierce determination. He's done watching people fall. Now he's fighting to survive. It's good that he has already moved a little farther from Arkan Island, weakening the magic in the necklace. However, it's still not far enough, which means there remains a chance for the Holy Lance Dragon to be revived. He grows increasingly frustrated to find his opponent none other than Taldarak, also known as Lightspeed because of his ability, Holy Body Awakening. With this ability, Taldarak converts holy magic into physical energy, making his movements surpass even the speed of light. Thanks to the countless time loops he has lived through, Ed already knows Taldarak's frightening speed. The moment his target disappears from sight, he understands that following Taldarak's movement with the naked eye is impossible. Taldarak appears behind him in an instant. Ed closes his eyes, since he can't see his opponent anyway, and activates the Blessing of Wind just as Taldarak is about to strike. This ability allows him to repel any enemy with powerful wind when ambushed. Taldarak is caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, but Ed knows he's staking everything on this one move. The Blessing of Wind can only be used once. Without wasting a second, he activates his mid-tier magic, Point Explosion, and attacks it at his enemy. Taldarak stumbles back, his body clearly taking the toll of the explosion. Cursing under his breath, he growls that Ed is refusing to comply. Ed, however, knows his own weakness. He doesn't have enough firepower to finish this. Hearing his thoughts, Tarkin assures him to conserve his remaining firepower and declares that he'll cover that flaw. Not to mention, the Apostle's immunity to magic makes him more powerfully. The spirit then launches a blazing fire attack toward Taldarak. Taldarak moves faster than the eye can track, easily dodging Tarkin's flames. Tarkin apologizes weakly to Janica for his failure, realizing she can't supply him with enough magical power while controlling multiple mystical spirits. Ed understands that it's taking everything she has just to keep magic going. He knows their situation is at its worst, especially with someone like Taldarak added to the fight. Yet, he doesn't give up. Drawing in his breath, he hurls an ignition arrow toward his enemy, which is a volatile blend of water and fire magic. The moment it hits, steam bursts into the air, surrounding Taldarak in a dense haze. But Taldarak already anticipates the move. The instant Ed prepares his next strike, Taldarak's blade flashes through the mist and slashes across his body, too fast to react. With no other choice left, Ed summons Marilda, In the next heartbeat, the high-ranking wind spirit manifests beside him, his last trump card revealed. In his previous time loop, Marilda had been the one who turned the tide of battle, but this time things are different because Janica is already using the Golden Phoenix Ring, cutting off his ability to summon freely through his own power. Lightning arcs through the air as Taldarak grips his weapon and charges forward, closing the distance between them with terrifying speed. Ed, cornered and bloodied, searches his mind for a last option, but his opponent's voice cuts through the roar of battle, declaring this to be his end. A chilling sense of déjà vu grips him. He has died countless times in these repeating loops, but each death has strengthened his spirit magic, leveling up. With every fall, his bond with his spirits deepens. With every struggle, his understanding of magic grows. He also remembers those endless practice, failure after failure, each one shaping him into what he has become. And now finally his effort bears fruit. His will aligns perfectly with his spirit, and the manifestation completes. The air trembles as Marilda rises in a swirl of cutting wind, ready to handle Taldarak. Ed steadies himself, determination etched into every breath. He knows success never comes on the first try, nor does fate guarantee victory, but that has never stopped him. Standing tall against Taldarak's next assault, he resolves once more to fight, no matter how impossible the odds. Taldarak stands poised with his weapon, light shimmering along its edge, ready to strike. Ed, sensing the fatal blow coming, immediately calls forth Mug. The spirit materializes in front of him, taking the attack on Ed's place. Our boy knows it too well. Every warrior here has their own reason to fight, their own desperate thread of survival to cling to. As Mug holds off the strike, Ed's other spirit surges forward, biting Taldarak's arm. Amid the chaos, Ed steadies his breath, his mind a storm of exhaustion and focus. His arrow glows faintly in his grasp, drawn with trembling hands yet unwavering purpose. The world, he thinks, is full of men like Taldarak and himself, ready to survive at every cost. He releases the arrow and it strikes true. The spear of light pierces through Taldarak's body, driving him backward. Even as the enemy collapses, Ed doesn't stop. He raises his fist, striking at Taldarak's limp form, his body screaming in protest, but his will refusing to break. Every ounce of strength, every breath left in him, he pours into the struggle to stay alive. When it finally settles, Ed staggers to his feet because he knows time is slipping away, but his goal remains unfinished. He retrieves the necklace, clutching it tightly, the key to everything. At that moment, Clarice is still in the cathedral. She tries to make Holy Pope aware of the situation, urging him to reason with Verdio. But Verdio only watches her with a sly, unreadable smile. His words drip with mockery as he questions whether Holy Pope would really be swayed by someone as naive as Clarice, someone who, in his eyes, knows nothing of what the Order truly does for its cause. Clarice's anger flares as she throws his deceit back at him, revealing that she already knows about the Order's plan to use the Wellbrock necklace to revive the Holy Lance Dragon, stage its defeat, and parade their false victory before the people. Verdio's composure cracks for the first time. She goes on, her voice cutting through the cathedral air, telling him what she has witnessed in the loops of time, how every attempt to subjugate the dragon ends in failure, again and again. Holy Pope, now awake and horrified, demands the truth from Verdio, and Clarice, breathing hard, declares that this is why she has come, to stop the tragedy before it repeats once more. She continues, saying that in the end, they leave no choice but to sacrifice the Saintess's life to seal the Holy Lance Dragon. She is ready to offer her life if it truly is the will of God. Instead, their greed and ambition take the lives of countless innocent people. After bringing such calamity upon the world, no one will have faith in the Order anymore. Verdio still tries to downplay her words, while claiming she knows nothing about the consequences. She firmly explains that she knows every part of their plan. But this time, if she will die there, two people already know the truth, referring to Ed and Adele, and they will tell everyone about their plan, causing people to lose their faith in the Order in the end. Verdio adds that those people are still on Arkan Island and that they can easily catch them. Besides, by pushing authority of Holy Pope, they can take action against Clarice as the Saintess who has lost faith in the Order. At that moment, the Holy Pope interjects about his authority, declaring that for decades he has been nothing but a puppet, one who kept choosing between doctrine and reality, a coward who never did anything but follow others. Now he decides to place the future of the Order in Clarice's hands instead of Verdio's. With fire in her eyes, she turns to Verdio and firmly states that his plan will never succeed. As the Order now stands under the Holy Pope she officially excommunicates Verdio. Verdio starts to chuckle, amused, as if her words can't change anything. He grabs her wrist and drags her ahead, revealing his plan, that if she refuses to sacrifice herself, nothing can stop the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon. Besides, he is confident that Ed will be stopped by the Apostles. Even if Ed somehow defeats them, Verdio is certain he won't make it far in his current condition. Meanwhile, Ed takes out the necklace, while Verdio states firmly that the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon is about to begin. But Clarice stops suddenly and shakes her arm free from him, her eyes filled with confidence in our boy's strength. With that, she activates her holy power, a divine discharge that causes Verdio immense physical pain. The air cracks with lightning as her divine energy bursts forth, striking Verdio down in a flash of brilliance. Lying limp, he asks when she becomes so colorful, because as a saintess, she is supposed to follow only pure white light. She explains softly that she is also a student who has learned that even a beam of light, which looks pure white to the naked eye, is made up of many colors. Red, which reminds her of Loratel, gold, of Janica, turquoise, of her summoned water spirit, blue, of Ed, and violet, of Lucy. All of them have fought in different time loops against the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon. Now Ed hands the necklace to Lucy, who flies away at the speed of lightning. Meanwhile, Clarice reflects on how the efforts of all these colors blend together to form pure white light, symbolizing their united struggle to triumph over darkness. Meanwhile, at the second joint combat training ground, Taylor is training with the first years as an upperclassman. However, the efforts of the first class should relentless in the original storyline because they want to surpass their seniors to earn better grades. But because of certain reasons in the early scenario, when everyone sees Ed and Marilda, not many students from first year joins Class A. In this way, Taylor is able to defeat the top student of the Faculty of Alchemy, Claude. However, refusing to give up, Claude desperately drinks the forbidden potion, the evil god's blood, and awakens as the mid-boss, the alchemist of calamity of this act. Empowered by the magic of the evil god Mebulaire, Claude unleashes all kinds of black magic, creating countless trails of destructive energy that leave other students injured. Now this chapter within a game reaches its climax. The protagonist has already faced countless enemies. In the end, both Ed and Taylor can barely stand. Yet the story continues as Taylor unleashes an elemental slash at his enemy. Now he is powerful enough to cut through even the darkness element as well. A lightning strike bursts from the department building, shocking everyone, as Ed keeps moving forward despite his injuries. Because originally, in the game, this is how Chapter 3 of the second joint training is meant to conclude. Taylor emerging from the combat training fully recognized as a powerhouse, shedding his past reputation as a failed swordsman. Everyone claps and cheers for him, witnessing his victory. From this moment on, Taylor's name is etched into everyone's mind. But originally, as soon as Taylor leaves the arena, he is supposed to receive the news of Adele's death. No one originally knows how she dies, only that according to the story's script, she is meant to die at this point. Now, in the present story, when Adele is about to throw herself onto the rune to sacrifice her life, Ed grabs her from behind. Her eyes widen as she looks back at our boy with tears in her eyes. Looking at Adele, Ed realizes that he has changed the story's timeline. Meanwhile, Taylor and his companions never receive any news of death this time. Rumors spread of a disturbance within the Order as Verdio continues shouting at Clarice. Verdio gets punched hard by a knight while the Holy Pope silently watches him. Everyone assumes this commotion to be an internal matter of the Order. In this way, by changing the course of events and preventing Adele's death, the faithless saintess never comes into existence. As a butterfly effect, the Holy Lance Dragon is never revived earlier than its destined time, and the Order's army never descends upon Arkan Island. Finally, the final boss of the third chapter, Awakened Lucy, never appears, as she is originally the unintended villain of this episode. On the other side, many other events unfold. In the end, Lucy simply wants to eat meat. Meanwhile, Academy remains safe and protected. After 2 days, Ed is knocking on Janica's door, asking about her well-being. She protests from inside, telling him not to come in since she hasn't washed up yet. Besides, her eyes are not good enough to see clearly. During the battle, Janica has already used most of the mana she had reserved for the future. As a consequence, she now doesn't even have enough mana to see properly. But that's not all. Her high-ranking water spirit, Frida, who blocked the 5 apostles, also crashes into the forest outside Arkan Island. So, when Janica wakes up to find herself in a cottage, our boy has no idea that Lucy is the one who helped her. Still, he feels grateful for her to be alive and safe. His thoughts are interrupted by the voice of Belle, who offers her help, saying he can always call her if he needs anything. Ed thanks her, thinking that the head maid probably hasn't had much household work lately. But now, with Janica's condition, she will finally have more to do, which seems to brighten her eyes. Then the maid asks about his condition, and he assures her that he is fine, though he points out Janica's state. She quickly corrects herself, saying she was actually curious if something is bothering him. After a brief pause, he admits that something is indeed concerning him. She nods in understanding and decides to help Janica first. While walking inside, she loudly announces how she is going to assist Janica with changing, making sure Ed hears it clearly. She then adds with a teasing tone that she hopes he won't make any mistakes. Turning to him, she remarks that it's quite a dire situation, but slyly adds that she wouldn't mind if he came closer to the cottage to listen to what's happening inside. Having had enough of her nonsense, Ed slams the door shut and firmly tells her to focus on her work instead of talking nonsense. Yet she comes back out again, throwing a cheeky comment of his usage of informal speech. Left speechless, he chooses to walk away rather than dignify her words with a response. While waiting outside, he overhears an argument inside, the sound of Janica protesting about having to stay in such a dusty place. Hearing that, he sighs softly. He thinks about Belle's earlier remarks and her question, realizing that she has sensed his inner turmoil. Tending to Janica is troublesome, but he's still grateful that the day finally passes. Besides, it's weird. He has only been away from the camp for a few days, but it feels like an entire month. Looking at the pile of firewood, he realizes he needs to gather more. At that moment, someone calls out to him. At first, he calls her Kaylee, but when the person reveals her face, it turns out to be Clarice. Once they settle down, Clarice explains that she has officially excommunicated Verdio. He is now being escorted to the capital under the order of the Holy Pope and the Apostles. Later, he will receive a suitable punishment decided by the Pope himself. Ed wonders whether she can really trust the church. She answers that the Holy Pope understands Verdio's past and his passive errors. But she can't help thinking about how Verdio, with his misguided ideology, managed to wield so much power over the church. But this incident alters Order's entire direction. Therefore, Clarice decides to have faith in the future. Then she swiftly reveals the news about Adele's disappearance. She has used all her authority to locate her, but it seems Adele's trace has completely vanished. Ed asks if she wants to say something to Adele. Clarice admits that initially she wishes to share her experiences since leaving the capital with her. Then, softening her tone, she corrects herself and says that for now she simply wants to express her gratitude to her. She then leaves her lute there, quietly adding that wherever Adele goes, she always takes it with her. She hopes that, in this way, Adele will choose this camp as her next travel destination. They continue walking, and she asks if he stayed at the camp during the summer vacation. He confirms, saying he had nowhere else to go. Hearing that, she requests him to treat her like his junior. He replies that this is already what he's been doing. Besides, calling her Kaylee feels more natural now. She corrects her request, instead offering her help whenever he might need it. She adds that she can't repay what he has done for her, but she will support him with everything she has. With that, she goes on her way while Ed watches her until she disappears from sight. At that moment, someone approaches from behind, warning that she should leave soon. Otherwise, she'll run into Clarice. It's Adele. He asks if she will be alright on her own. She answers that although her holy power and spectral magic haven't fully returned yet, she's happy to finally be able to move her body again. He then asks if it's really okay for her to leave without meeting Clarice. Adele admits that she doesn't have any song left to sing for her, then softly adds that, more truthfully, that she no longer has the courage to lie to her anymore. She recalls how, from the very beginning, she has been lying. Whether it was her words of praise for Telos, or the songs she sang about travel and freedom, everything she played on her lute was nothing but lies. Much to Ed's shock, she throws the lute into the fire. She then expresses her desire to travel to the places she once lied to Clarice about. That's why she doesn't want to carry the weight of her lies anymore in the form of that lute. She explains how she has always traveled to escape from her fate, but now she wants to travel simply for the sake of traveling. Ed asks if there's really any difference between the two. Smiling, she admits that there is. The difference is that now she has a place to return to. She intends to come back within 3 years to see Clarice graduate, so she can return and sing new songs for her. Ed tells her that in the meantime, he'll make a good instrument for her. She teases him, asking if that means she'll have to come back after 2 years instead. Then Ed repeats his question from last time, reminding her that she has lost her aspectual magic and can no longer see the future. Whatever visions she once had have ended now. From this point on, she'll travel to places she's never been before, without knowing what fate has in store for her. She's stepping into the unknown, leaving behind everything that was once written in her destiny. Finally, he asks if she's afraid of the future she can no longer see. This time she easily admits that she is, but with a gentle smile, she adds that it's that very fear that makes her journey exciting. When she leaves, Ed keeps thinking about how Adele was supposed to be dead, one of the many things that have changed. He remembers the crossroads where he stood 2 days ago, faced with a choice, to stop the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon, or to save Adele. He chose to stop the revival, which means he also chose to sacrifice Adele. At that time, Adele's holy power was weakening, and if Lucy still hadn't regained her memories, Ed had no choice but to abandon Adele for his own survival. He knows exactly what kind of person he is, as he remembers his past life, where he used the excuse of survival as a shield. At this moment, he understands that no matter what, be it companionship, duty, or friendship, he will always choose his own survival over everything else. As the fire dies out, he thinks about the summer vacation he now has to spend at the camp. Janica comes outside and rests her head on his shoulder while he sits lost in thought, reflecting on how far he has come and how much things have changed. How he, Ed Rothstaylor, who should have been long dead, has become a top student. The final boss of the first act, Janica, is here with him. The boss of the third act, Lucy, has disappeared. Then his thoughts turn to the one thing that hasn't changed at all. During his time here, when he had to alter predetermined scenarios or turn a blind eye to Adele's sacrifice, Through all of that chaos, one truth remains constant, that despite all of the odds, he survives.